once we get settled in, then it'll be a case that we'll be kind of back to normal. I've done this quite a few times. I've done these streams a few times. I sort of know how this goes. So in regards to yesterday, obviously we're seeing a little bit of a backlash, certainly online. I am seeing a few differing opinions. I have had a few people getting in touch saying, I don't quite understand why people didn't enjoy it, like why people aren't kind of losing their minds over the show. I thought it was like a 7 or an 8. I thought it was really good. So, I mean, there are a few people out there saying that. The majority, and again, it's largely the IWC, so you don't know how the casual fans are feeling, but the majority seem to have sort of struggled with this show. I know people don't really like doing it, but I like doing it. If we go over to Cage Match, they've had 215 responses so far. So 215 responses. And for WrestleMania Saturday, 243 when you click on it. It's currently at a 2.6 out of 10. 2.6 out of 10. 243 responses. That's not bad. The criticism that Cage Match gets is that it normally gets like 20, 30 responses. This is why it can be difficult to use it for Raw and SmackDown. But when it comes to like a PLE, there's a few more responses in there. That'll keep growing. That might get to like 1,000 in a week's time, whatever. But I mean, I'd expect another 150 or so to come in on that today. So, as it gets more and more, it gets maybe a bit more interesting. But at the moment, that's okay. 243. It just gives you an idea, right? Just gives you an idea. I mean, you can see a couple of people scored it a 9. One person scored it an 8. 4 gave it 7. 8 scored it a 6. 20 scored it a 5. 38 gave it 4. 41 gave it 3, 50 gave it 2, 65 gave it 1, 14 people said it was a 0, right? So I think it's an interesting breakdown. That's where we are after day 1. I feel like the big talking point is the lack of wrestling time. I feel like that's the one that people have jumped on. The fact that it clocked in at 1 hour and 25 minutes for all the matches. Someone said that it was like 12 minutes more or so than the adverts. Like, there was only about 12 minutes of wrestling more than adverts. In fact, I've got my, here we go, what's this? 57 minutes of commercial break. There was 61 minutes of entrances, 98 minutes of matches, 57 minutes of commercial break. I think if you add the Hogan documentary into that, it gets a lot closer. There is legit like 20 odd minutes of Hogan documentary. So it gets like, 12 minutes, 20 odd minutes just behind the matches. It is crazy. I saw a really good video that someone tagged me in, actually. It's a really fun video that someone has made of like how it felt watching WrestleMania. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but it was a fun little short that was kind of making fun of, this was good. It's Bryn again, thank you. This is Jake Reigns Hive. This is WrestleTunia.
It's the culmination of a bitter rivalry. La Primera and Liv Morgan finally going head-to-head, and it's over. The match is done. What a WrestleMania moment, brought to you by Snickers. Here's an exclusive look at the Hulk Hogan documentary.
Let me tell you something, brother. I was actually Andre the Giant's biological father, brother.
Here's an exclusive look at the Street Fighter movie.
What's up, guys? Who's ready to fight M. Bison?
Here's an exclusive look at Mortal Kombat 2.
Homelander.
Here's an exclusive look at the WrestleMania 43 main event in Saudi Arabia.
So give me the green light.
I mean, it does feel that way, actually. It does feel that way. It's really good, that is. It's really good. I think, did I retweet that from It's Britain? It's really good. I think the way that it is, the matches being short is not really a massive problem to me. But I think no hype packages just means that, like, it just felt cold. Like, you just went to the thing and now here's the entrances. they tried something different with the layout this year, where it just felt like each match was in its own little segment. And then you had, like, obviously just this massive amount of adverts and Hogan documentaries. And so you would go back to WrestleMania to go to the next segment, and the next segment would be a match. And then it just felt a bit sterile. It just felt like I didn't feel like I was lost in the world of WrestleMania. It felt like WrestleMania was interrupting the adverts. That's kind of how it was coming across. I don't think people in the stadium will have experienced that, to be honest. I don't think the people that actually went will have had the same experience as what we did. I did see someone saying, though, what are all those fans doing when those adverts are on? Like, what are they doing? What do all those fans actually do? I don't know. I mean, they must have to just stand around or something. I'm not sure what they end up doing. So, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You've seen the cage match score. You've seen that fun little video, which I did like. I thought that was good. And that's kind of the general consensus. Bleacher Report gave it a D+, which I saw. There was other outlets that I saw giving it a C-. Who gave it a C-? I can't remember who it was. Someone gave it a C-. Someone gave it a D+. Cage matches at 2.6 out of 10. I gave it a 5. But yeah, a lot of people just sort of saying the same thing. It's not going to be a one we go back to. It's not one that's going to live long in the memory. Finley, shout out to you, said, Days, hope you've been enjoying WrestleMania weekends. Been same to you, buds. Yeah, it's good. I mean, what's good about WrestleMania is obviously there's so much going on. As I was just getting ready to start this, there was literally a match or matches at WWE Worlds. A bit early for us to get going. I mean, we would have had to have started half an hour before. But yeah, I was just watching this. So waking up, watching that whilst I was just getting ready for this, looking at the reaction to yesterday, quickly going through my notifications. There's just always stuff happening, you know? And now here we are streaming, and it's like, so I mean, it is fun. Even though, like, what we got yesterday might not have blown people away, you are just in this wrestling world, this wrestling bubble. It's like everywhere I'm turning, there's just stuff coming through. So, yeah, I hope you're doing well, Finley. Chris said, is there a reason why Connor is still banned? I don't know, but no. Connor got in touch. First of all, I didn't ban him. Second of all, I do ask that the mods don't ban anyone, because I can't bring people back if they do. There is a myth that, like, if someone gets banned, they go onto a list and I can unban them. That I cannot, right? There is a list, but I think it might be whoever banned the person has the ability to bring them back. People don't show on my list. So, I went through, because he said he was having some trouble the other day. I went through to see if he was on the list I've got. He was not. So, I don't know. I was under the impression he was back and he was commenting. So, I don't know. That could be a problem. This is why I kind of asked the mods to not ban. Just time out, because I can't bring people back. So, I don't know. See if he knows who did it, and if so, we might have to just ask if they can have a look on their settings. But I've already looked, and he's not on my list. Jono said, we need to forget about last night's main event. Concentrate today with Ober Brock. I hope the main event tonight is going to be better than last night. Jono, shout out to you. Yes, I agree. I've kind of woken up in a pretty good mood, honestly. I feel really good. I think a part of that is because the one big dread that I had is done. It's in the rearview mirror. The whole Pat nonsense that just derailed my excitement for this WrestleMania, it's done. It's over. So now today, nothing but plain sailing. There is absolutely nothing I am dreading today. Absolutely nothing I'm worried about. I'm just feeling really good, and I can't wait for the show. You know, we've got Ober, we've got Brock. let's get a list up, shall we? We've only got 6 matches. I know we got Jade, Rhea. We've got CM Punk and Seth Rollins. We've got the Intercontinental title match. We've got Trick, Sami. I don't really need the list. I know I'm off the top of my head. I know we got Trick, Sami. And we've got Demon against Dominic, right? So these are the 6 matches that we've got. And the 2 ones that are going to be in the first free hour on ESPN are Obafemi, Brock Lesnar. That's the match everyone's hyped for. Everyone's looking forward to that. Then we're going to do the Intercontinental ladder match. Great. Not down on that. I think that'll just be so much fun. It'll be very reminiscent of like when we were doing Money in the Bank at WrestleMania. So that'll be great. Jade Cargill, Rhea Ripley, maybe a little concern because we don't know what we're going to get. But I'm actually, I think they'll keep it short. I mean, if you look at how long they were going with some of the matches yesterday, I think they'll keep it short. So I don't think that's going to outstay its welcome. If it's good, it's going to be good. If it's bad, I reckon that thing clocks in at like 8 minutes because that's what we were seeing yesterday. Sami Zayn, Trick Williams, maybe a little concern because of the crowd dynamic. But you see, the thing with this, there's concern about Jade. She might perform, she might not perform, right? She might be good, she might not be good. But I'm interested to find out, yeah? In regards to this, we know they can both go. We know Sami's fantastic in the ring. But the crowd reaction there is going to be very interesting. And will there be the double turn? Are we going to get the double turn? Then we got Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio. I mean, that should just be great. Finn Balor all in the demon attire. I mean, that's probably the entrance I would imagine most people are excited for, because what does the body paint design look like? So people are waiting to find that out. Dominic Mysterio, of course, he is going to be wrestling in a singles match at WrestleMania. He did it a couple of years ago against Rey Mysterio. So this is a big, big night for him as well. He's got a lot of crowd support as well, but I think the people will be with the Demon. People love the Demon. And then main event, CM Punk, Roman Reigns. So should be a real fun match, that one. People will be divided. Some people will be chanting for CM Punk. Some people will be chanting OTC. But, yeah, 6 matches. We haven't got as many matches as yesterday. I would expect a Danhausen segment today because we didn't get it yesterday. We didn't get Stone Cold yesterday either. Maybe he isn't going to make his presence felt, but I don't know. Do we get, like, a WrestleMania 40 moment where The Rock comes out and Stone Cold comes out? I mean, could The Rock be in Roman's corner? Could Stone Cold come out, be in Punk's corner? I don't know. I'm not expecting anything like that, to be honest, but I just think that we got past the thing that I was most dreading, and I think we were right to be concerned for it. So we got past that, and now it's just nothing but green light. In the words of Timberland, nothing but green light. Yeah, I think is it Flow Rider? Actually, I don't know who it is. It's probably Flow Rider. Razzle Dazzle said no presentation build-up for any of the matches. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, the only thing I can think was that someone somewhere has decided we can't lose the entrances. They're really important. We can't really lose the match time, although we have squeezed it, right? We went from 1 hour 45 minutes to 1 hour 25 minutes, so we did lose 20 minutes compared to last year. So they have squeezed it, actually. So, you know, they've looked at it and gone, we need to get as many ads and, like, commercials and things in as possible. Like, what can we do? And, like, I mean, could you imagine if we did a hype thing for each one? Even if the hype video was just 2 minutes, that would be 2 minutes for every match. That would be an extra, there was 7, so that'd be an extra 14 minutes. So that would be an extra 14 minutes. To be honest with you, I think they should have done it. I think we should have had an extra 14 minutes and just done quick hype packages. I think it does bring you into the story. I think it's really going to hurt in the future when people look back. I think it's, it's if you think about how many recap packages we have to sit through on Raw and SmackDown. Like sometimes when we're watching Raw and SmackDown, they will show us what happened at the start two times, maybe 3 times, right? They might show you once you come back from the break, this is what you missed with the open. They'll show you in the second hour, might even show you in the third hour, right? If it was a big segment in the opening. So, I mean, you have like recaps of like what's happened on that same show that we have to sit through. Of course, we have like video packages just bringing you up to speeds with this is what went down last week. On Raw, they're like, this is what went down on SmackDown if you didn't get a chance to see it. And then we get to WrestleMania, where a load of casual fans tune in that, might just be keeping up with the odd thing here or there, but don't know the whole story. And there's nothing to tell you why these two people are fighting. That is a wild decision. And as I said, it's not too bad for us now, right? A hype package is meant to, with the music going and everything, it's meant to be like, oh, I can't wait for this. So, I mean, it does kind of get you in the mood. So we didn't have that. That might explain why it felt so cold, that we would just come back from an ad break and then it would be like announcements and then straight into the entrances. It just felt very cold, very sterile, very right, we're doing this now. Whereas, like, the lack of a hype package kind of hurt that. And I think that we do moan about hype packages, but that's because we see so many recaps and stuff during the normal shows. Before WrestleMania matches is like the best place for them. That's where they belong. That's the one place where they really, really belong. And the reason for that is because imagine if you're a kid watching in 5 years' time, right? Or 10 years' time, and you go back to this WrestleMania, you're not going to have watched the Raws and the SmackDowns, right? I mean, I really, really doubt that you've done that. There is so many PLEs to catch up with. I just don't believe that kids in the future are going to have time. I just don't think you're going to have time to go back and watch Raws and SmackDowns. So that means that they're not going to know what happened to get to the matches that they're watching. I mean, some of my kind of early knowledge of wrestling was kind of coming from those hype packages, because when I was young, there was no way of watching the Raws. Oh, they weren't really Raws. The wrestling challenges, the superstars, those kind of shows. There was no way of watching those. There was no network. There was no internet, right, when I was young in the early 90s. So if you wanted to know how we got to these matches, those hype packages were the only way of doing it, those little compilation things. So, by losing them, I think not only did you take away some of the hype for the matches, but I think you've also kind of hurt future generations that are going to look back at this WrestleMania. So, yeah, I agree. I thought it was a wild decision, honestly. Johnny said, I'm prepared for Pat to crash the main event tonight. I'm not prepared for that. I mean, surely they know. Surely. I mean, I don't think we've got rid of him, because there is a rumor doing the rounds that tag match might not be happening at Backlash now, right? But I don't know that we will have got rid of him. And certainly because I think WWE will go to Indianapolis again. And, he's always going to be there to call, isn't he? He is the host of that show, the Pat McAfee show. And he's in with Ari Emanuel. And they will always want to use that show. They will always want to use him as a promotional tool. And I do underline the word tool. Right, so they're always going to want to use him that way. So I just don't see how we can live in a Pat-free world, right? I don't see how that's going to happen. So I hope it's not tonight, though. I please give me one night off, please. So yeah, I'm going in feeling pretty good, actually. As I said, I'm feeling pretty good. Nine Duck Holiday, hello, my friend. Said 2 returns yesterday. Probably 0 returns today. I would have had Trick Sami night 1. Maybe move the Fatal 4-Way onto night 2. That would put the Trick debut night 1 and the Oba debut night 2. And then 1 return for each day. Duck Holiday, thank you. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, they've got a little bit more time, actually. I mean, there's only 6 matches, and we didn't get a Danhausen segment, so they did Bianca, they did doing her announcement, they did Paige, they did Bron Breakker. I mean, I don't know what we're going to get from WWE today, but I would imagine they've spread it out. I would imagine. I will be shocked if we don't get something today. I'm trying to think, though, who it could be or what it could be, because I don't know who else there was to kind of be around or who else is due to, like, come back. Bron Breakker was the big one. Bianca Belair was another one as well. I don't know. I'm not sure. Off the top of my head, I can't really think as to, you know, who it could be or what they've got up their sleeve. But I don't know. Again, I'd be surprised if WWE have put both of those returns on yesterday and then we just don't get anything today. Although, I don't know. Should I be surprised by WWE anymore? Right? We'll see. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Like, yesterday was... I wouldn't say a dumpster fire. I know there's people out there saying it is. I think that I still got something from it. I think the Bianca news was newsworthy, right? I think the Paige return was a great moment. We had a few new champions, Paige being one of them, of course. Yes, the main event was a disaster, right? But even the main event had some moments. I thought the match started really slow, took a while to get going. But then as it started getting towards the end, I think it did get going. It was just that not only did we have to suffer the Pat stuff at the start, but he came back. People have said he came back, right? And he comes running down, right? And when he gets in the ring and starts counting, it's the most sensible count in the world. Like, he goes, 1, 2. Do you know what I mean? This is a heel guy who's here to save wrestling. He's come running all the way down to the ring so that Randy can, you know, save wrestling, get the win. And then he counts in the most sensible way. He doesn't go 1, 2, all right, like this. That's what I mean. Watch it. I didn't pick up on it the time. I didn't pick up on it yesterday because yesterday when it was happening, I was like, oh Jesus! I was just like, do you know what I mean? This clown. But I saw people online going, why was he so serious with his count? Like, why was he being like properly, like a proper referee? Like, if he's a heel and he wants Randy to win. I mean, that nonsense. I'm just so glad that it's behind us. I'm so glad that's not the main event of tonight. And we've got to deal with worrying about what they're going to do, you know? So, good. There we go. Done. In regards to today, as I said, I think it'll be a lot more fun. We got CM Punk, we got Roman Reigns. I think we've got a bit more time because there's only the 6 matches and not the 7 matches. And I've got to think that not only do we get a Danhausen segment, but they've got to have something up their sleeve for today. Why would you put all of that on day 1 and leave yourself like bare for day 2? It's going to be interesting to... I'll be keeping an eye out for that, Doc Holiday. I'll be keeping an eye out, bud. Midget Menace said, I want your opinion. Am I wrong to feel like Sami just doesn't have the right kind of charisma or personality to be a believable face that runs the place and therefore shouldn't have one of the more prominent titles? Hello, Midget Menace. I'm a Sami fan, but I don't let that get in the way of, you know, being honest about what I'm seeing. I think that Sami is... Even Sami says that he is not someone that is the right fit for being a world champion. Like, Sami sort of knows that he is not got a face that runs the place, right? So if it feels that way to you, Sami knows that, right? I've seen in interviews him saying that, you know, you look at your Roman Reigns's and you look at your Cody Rhodes's and you look at your John Cena's and your Randy Orton's, like Sami Zayn does not have that aura, right? And he's just like a normal dude, isn't he? I mean, your next door neighbor could look like Sami Zayn. So if it feels to you like Sami doesn't have that vibe, doesn't have that aura to be a world champion and be one of the top guys, then, you know, that's something that Sami fans know and Sami is aware of as well. What Sami does bring is he brings fire in his promos. Like he's pretty good when he gets going and he's quite animated, right? He's pretty good with that, at cutting like really quite passionate promos. And he's also quite funny. And he's fantastic in the ring. Like Sami Zayn matches, when that bell rings, like he's one of my favorite performers to watch. So what you need with Sami, and this is what Sami has always struggled with, is he needs the right creative for those skills to be highlighted. So, for example, when he was in the Bloodline and he was like the comedy guy, he shone. He absolutely shone. The whole Uzi thing, him being backstage. I remember one bit where he was like doing a little dance thing and Roman was like trying not to crack up. Jay in the background was cracking up, right? I mean, one of the fun things with the Bloodline was that Sami would do something and the others would try to not corpse, would try not to laugh. And people were like, oh, he's gone there. He's gone there. And Sami is just naturally funny. I mean, that whole moment with the honorary U shirt where like Roman kind of says to him, take that shirt off because he was wearing a Bloodline shirt. And Sami's like, doesn't know what to do. And he starts taking the shirt off, right? And then Roman throws him a new one that says honorary Us. And Sami's face lights up, right? Like in that moment, people just fall in love with Sami. And then you get like Sami chants and you get this support for him. And the support that he enjoyed in the Bloodline was fantastic. I mean, he was that moment at Rumble where he hits Roman with the chair, taking us to Elimination Chamber. Sami's the guy in that moment. Sami is the guy in that moment. Like the fans are with him, and it's not just Canada. We were going around, and the support was there for Sami, and so that was a great time for Sami. And it just feels like we are so far removed from that. I would say, you know, the Intercontinental, the tag title run that he has with Kevin after that was pretty well received, but that to me felt like they were being moved away from the main title picture. They obviously wanted to focus on Cody and Roman. We had to get Sami a little bit out the way, right? So Sami and Kevin, main event WrestleMania. Main event night one, go for those tag belts. It's a fantastic match again, just to reinforce what I was saying about how they can deliver. I think Usos versus Sami Kevin might have even got 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. At that night one main event match, going back to, was it 39? I think it was 39, WrestleMania 39. Really, really great. But then, like, he just sort of gets a bit lost. The momentum stalls, and just we haven't really been able to find what to do with him. Of course, the excitement around him dies down. We're not presenting him in any kind of comedy segments anymore. He does that awful feud with Karrion Kross last year. And then we end up with him winning that title, United States. He started the open challenges. You know, the ones that Carmelo was doing. Well, it was Sami, you might remember, that asked John Cena's permission to start doing the open challenges. And that was working. Sami was getting over because those open challenges were so fun and people were enjoying the matches so much that there was support for Sami. Sami then dropped it to Ilya. Ilya carried them on. It worked for Ilya. Ilya then dropped it to Carmelo. Carmelo carried it on. It worked for Carmelo. I mean, the bottom line is if you're a great in-ring performer, you go out there, put on great matches, the fans are going to be with you, right? The fans are going to be on your sides. So you've just got to showcase his strengths. You've just got to show what he can do. And like Sami hopes that with the right story, that will be enough to get him to a world title one day, right? That's what he's hoping for. And as a Sami fan, I'm sort of hoping for that as well. I don't think like he's going to have a long run. I don't think he'll have multiple runs. But can he just tick that box off to say that he achieved it? There is something nice about, you know, the guy next door being able to do it if he's got skills. If the guy next door can make people laugh like Sami can and can work matches as well as Sami can cut fiery promos like Sami can, if you've got the skills but you just don't have the look, that's where we are with Sami Zayn. So I think for me, it just comes down to, you know, personal preference, how you feel. For me, I'm on board with Sami. I'm rooting for him. He is the absolute underdog. He is the guy that is having to weather all of these storms to try and make it. And, you know, he's been on the main roster over 10 years now. Never been a world champion. Never been a world champion. Damian Priest has had it, and Jey Uso has had it. Gunther came up well after Sami and has had it. Kevin Owens, his friend, has been a world champion. All these people have come and got world titles. Braun Strowman came in and got a world title. Bray Wyatt's obviously had world title, but Sami has not been able to get there. And, you know, it might not happen for him. It didn't happen for Roddy Piper or Mr. Perfect. There's quite a few people, you know, Jake the Snake never got it. Big Boss Man never got it. There's lots of people that didn't win a world title in WWE, but I hope that somehow, even if it is just like Money in the Bank and we get like a great cash-in moment, I hope that he does kind of get there one day. But the truth is, the creative, like with most people, has really messed it up because he did not need that United States Championship. He didn't need it, right? I don't know why they took the belt from Carmelo and put it onto Sami. I don't know why they did that. I think it's because they wanted Sami at WrestleMania because they know he's a good in-ring worker and they think it'll be, because of his experience, a better match. I don't know. Personally, keep the belt on Carmelo. Do the triple threat, you know? Have like Trick Sami do a number one contenders match. Some sort of screwy finish. And as a result, you do a triple threat, right? Carmelo versus Sami versus Trick. I don't know why Carmelo is not at WrestleMania. That's not Sami's fault. That's Creative's fault. They're the ones that have made that decision. Just like it was Creative's fault that Drew McIntyre was not in the main event last night, right? But it's Cody that gets the blame for that. And it's Sami that gets the blame for Carmelo not being at WrestleMania. And like he came out the other day on, I think it was SmackDown, and the fans were chanting, "We want Melo, we want Melo." The fans want Carmelo. They should not have put that belt back onto Sami. He doesn't even need it. Like, he's won mid-card titles so many times, he doesn't even need it. I don't know what they think it's achieved. I mean, I can only imagine they just wanted his experience to be in that match with Trick because Sami is a great in-ring worker, right? I think you'll be hard-pushed to find someone that's, you know, says that he's a bad wrestler. Like, he's a really good in-ring worker. So I think they, you know, want to give Trick the best platform possible so that he can be in there and put on a banger with Sami Zayn, who's known to be able to bring those. So I'm expecting that match to be really, really good. I'm thinking there's probably a chance that Sami drops the belt to Trick as well. Maybe another reason was that they didn't want Carmelo to take the L, but they're happy for Sami to do it. But again, it doesn't change anything. You still could have done the triple threat. Sami could have been pinned by Trick. That way Carmelo would have lost his title if he was still champion. He would have lost the belt, but he still would have been in the match. And, you know, would he have lost? I mean, he wouldn't have won, but he wouldn't have been pinned. So it could have set up a rematch or something down the road, you know, at Backlash, Carmelo versus Trick. I don't know. I can't explain it. The only thing I can say is that Sami is the one that gets the blame. Sami is the one that gets the blame from the fans. And, you know, it is what it is. I like Sami. I'm a Sami fan. I think I'll always be a Sami fan. I feel for him. I feel like the world is just constantly against him. But, you know, the fans are just not with him right now. And him going heel might be the direction you have to do, because it's not like Cody, where Cody comes out in some towns and, you know, a lot of people are cheering him. And then you get to like a WrestleMania crowds and he starts getting boos, right? We're hearing boos growing more, but there's cheers there as well, right? It's a little bit, let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Not with Sami right now. Sami is just being booed out the building, right? I mean, he is just getting a lot of grief at the moment. There's not much light coming through. It must be hard, actually, for him to sort of be standing in the ring and to have the whole crowd against you and you're the babyface, you know? It must be hard. I wonder how he's feeling backstage. Is he feeling like it's WrestleMania today, like, take it in? Or is he, like, dreading it because he knows that he's about to get booed out of that stadium? I don't know. It's a good one, that Midget Menace. It's a good one. I think it's a very interesting conversation. And there'll be a lot of differing opinion on that. Travis Drum, thank you, my friends. PJ said, well, it can't be any worse. I am more excited for tonight. Goods. Carlin Gareth says, have a great stream tonight. Thank you, my friends. And Carlin Gareth said, I cannot wait for tonight. Carlin Gareth, thank you, buds. I really appreciate the support. So thank you to Doc Holiday and Midget Menace and Carlin Gareth, PJ, Lumion. I'll get to yours in a second. But thanks to everyone that joined us. And thank you to everyone that joined us yesterday as well. I really, really do appreciate it. I mean, it was so much fun. I had a great time when the show was on. I had a great time before, but obviously people want to get stuck into conversation. But yeah, I had a great time when the show was on. We were having a laugh, looking at some of those ring gears and entrance attires. And I just think, like, when I got to that main event, hit a bit of a wall, in the sense of that was the match. That was the obstacle that I needed to, like, try and overcome. And I was not excited for it, actually. I was pleased that they managed to get Pat out the way, but then unfortunately the match just took a little bit of time to get going. But yeah, I mean, there was some good stuff in there towards the end. I think it's definitely better than last year's Cena Cody match, but still too much Pat. Didn't need that return. Didn't need that, right? It's crazy to me, actually, and I will just wrap up with this as we carry on, but it's crazy to me how WWE put Pat in to this story, made us have to suffer what he was saying, and 2 weeks of his nonsense, and then the payoff is he gets put through a table by Jelly Roll, RKO'd by Randy. And that's meant to be satisfying. Like, we're meant to go, oh, actually, no, it was all worth it. In retrospect, it was all worth it. I mean, do they genuinely believe that that's how the fans are going to react? That we're going to have suffered 2 of the worst SmackDowns we have ever seen? A story that we have been, like, waiting for. This feuds between Randy and Cody that we've been waiting for. Like, being sabotaged. And then just because at WrestleMania he gets RKO'd by Randy, we're now all of a sudden going to go, oh, yeah, that was brilliant. That was well worth it. I mean, this is why I thought you were going to get Stone Cold. I really thought Stone Cold would come down because I thought they'll give the fans something. It was obvious that Pat was going to get a comeuppance, right? Of course he was. Those kind of heels always do. So he was always going to get his comeuppance. It was just, how spectacular was it going to be? How big were they going to go, right? We've put you through a lot of rubbish, a lot of nonsense. So, you know, we owe you big. And that was it. He got splashed through a table by Jelly Roll, another celebrity. And then he came down and just an RKO out of nowhere, really out of nowhere, by Randy, which I still don't understand why he did that. I still don't understand. Perhaps he got upset that he didn't count quick enough. I don't know. But I don't know. Whatever. It's behind us. Thank God it's behind us. So, yeah, Carlin, shout out to you. Carlin Gareth, cannot wait for tonight. I agree. I'm with you there. Tonight was, from the start, looked like the better night, and I'm not just saying that. Lumian said, Days, with the stipulation of Roman leaving WWE, do we think WWE spoiled the match ending? Anyway, whatever it is they do, I think it'll be better than the night one mid-show. I don't think they did, to be honest, because I don't think he said what people think he said. In that interview, he was saying, if I can't beat CM Punk, then maybe I just don't belong here. Maybe like it's more, it's not as concrete as people are trying to make out that it is. It's not if he can't win, he's definitely leaving WWE, right? It's not that if he loses tonight, I'm retiring. He hasn't said that. He's only even mentioned that I've just said in one interview. And it was more just a general, if I can't beat CM Punk, then I don't belong here. Should I even be in WWE? I think if he loses, I think that he will probably go away and reflect on that, right? But I would imagine that he will just come back at SummerSlam and just, do you know what I mean? Like, get stuck into the next opponent, get stuck into the next story. I really don't think that is as concrete as so many people have taken it. I think that it was just more of a musing. I think it was just more of a thought process than it being an actual stipulation. I mean, this is not something which is set in stone. There's nothing in a contract that says he is like done if he goes. So, and I've not heard WWE kind of saying that either. That's 100% so. I think for me, like, I don't really put much weight in it. I think that tonight he's got a chance. I think that what I heard was that the contract situation is that he's still under a contract. So I'm not anticipating him to lose and then retire. I mean, are we really looking at like this being Roman's last match? Are we really looking at this being a case that he's going to be done? I think most people would say, no, I don't feel that. So as you said, if that was true, then it could be seen as a potential spoiler, but I've just not taken it that way. I've really not taken it like it's concrete. So I'm still going in feeling like it could go either way, honestly. Mr. Dal Jr. said, have you had snacks and drinks ready? Hopefully an amazing show after a bit of a downer of a main event. Not really. I mean, I've just got water. I did get some more Haribo. So, yeah, I'm just where I was yesterday, really. I'm just ready for whatever the day is going to throw at us. So let's go. So, Lumian, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Carlin Gareth, shout out to you, buds. I hope Cody is okay, said Jekyll Hyde. His face and eye looked bad after that botch. Yeah, it was banged up, wasn't it? I mean, really nasty. I saw a really fun little meme, actually, which I think I retweeted, which is this one here, which I thought was really good. Brian Rose. So there's Guile, and there's Guile. Street Fighter. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. Guile all beat up. Cody Rhodes all beat up. So there we go. So I thought that was good. Dawn Luger said, if we could add one match, what would it be? I think it'd be the EO Asuka match, because that's the match that everyone was sort of waiting for. Genuinely feels like EO could be the best in-ring talent that we have in WWE right now. EO is so talented. Really someone that's just should be on this card. I really don't know why we don't have Io in a match. A lot of the talk was that we were waiting to see if Nikki was going to be able to wrestle. And I think, judging by the severity of that injury, I don't think that news was even true. I just don't believe it now because, I mean, she is like sprained and torn and had surgery. There is no way she was going to be ready. Absolutely no way. So I just don't think that's true, that they were waiting to see if Nikki was going to be able to no, she was never going to be able to wrestle. That ankle and her foot is all kinds of messed up. So I think they probably knew that they needed an alternative. I don't know when the Paige thing came together. I'm not sure as to when that fell into place and when that deal was done. But yeah, there was talk that the Kabuki Warriors might have to take the Bella's place. And that's why they weren't sure if we were going to get Io Asuka. But, you know, apparently Paige was doing rehearsals earlier in the week. And so that means that they knew that they were going to do Brie Bella and Paige. So why didn't we add Io Asuka? It doesn't make sense. Why haven't you added Io versus Asuka? We had 7 matches on night 1. We've got 6 matches on night 2. You've been telling this story of, I mean, and if think about how messed up that story has been as well. I feel like Asuka was kind of going Kyrie, and like, you know, Kyrie would jump, Kyrie would then go off with Asuka, and then it just sort of went quiet for a bit. Then we started to do it again a little bit where it felt like, okay, they're heating it back up. We're getting ready for WrestleMania. Remember, Io put the challenge out online. You know, she put a tweet out online. And it's like, yeah, they, you know, here we go. Turning it up. We're heating it up. And then nothing. Nothing. Then it doesn't happen. So they've really been messing around. Really been messing around. I mean, plans change. You know, things happen. They always do. But it has been crazy. How we're sat here with no Carmelo, no Io Sky on this card is mental. So, yeah, that's the match that we were waiting to see get added, that didn't get added, hasn't been added. I still don't believe is getting added. And so that would be the one that I think most people would put on. Right, okay, where are we with... I'm trying to keep an eye on things that are coming through as well. Like, Mad Jason, shout out to you. Let's click over here. Matt Jason said, think they're going to restart the feud. That's why Randy attacks Cody at the end. But maybe this time talk about the past. No Pat, but they still ruined WrestleMania. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? That you sacrificed WrestleMania and the build and one of your main events to mess around with Jelly Roll and Pat. And once that is out the way, now we'll do the feud properly. Now we'll do what we should have done. I mean, it's just so backwards. It's so annoying. So I do enjoy creative humor. Here, 40 seconds ago, WWE Creative Humor said, we've heard your valid concerns from night 1 of WrestleMania, and we are happy to announce that tonight we'll have even longer commercial breaks, shorter matches, and less logical storytelling. So there we go. This person said, great, that's what we want. So even shorter matches, even longer commercial breaks, and the storytelling is going to make even less sense. So, yeah, I do enjoy it. They're a good, funny account to follow, WWE Creative Humor, so they are very good. But yeah, I mean, what they've just said there is what you are just seeing all online. That's what everyone is saying online, is that exact same thing of like commercials were too long, matches were too short, didn't feel like WrestleMania. I mean, like, I thought the shots of the stadium actually looked quite good. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of talk about how the tickets are down, but it felt pretty full. They did a good job of making the stadium feel like it was pretty full. I know there was a bit kind of, as you come off the stage to the right, there was quite a bit of tarped over there. They just made sure not to show you that bit. But, yeah, you know, I mean, look, there definitely was some stuff yesterday. The Bianca announcement, the Paige return, there was some good action. I mean, you lot said that the Jacob match was great. You said the Gunther match was great. Bron Breakker came back as well. So, you know, there definitely were moments. There's definitely reasons why this, to me, is not a 0. I don't really understand why people are giving it a 0, but I think there is a lot of criticism out there about the length of the matches and just the sheer amount of commercials. Lexis says, the stream was more entertaining than Mania. Well, that was thanks to you guys, you know. Really good. There was some really fun conversations going and people pointing stuff out, and yeah, it was really good. More of the same tonight, please. You guys were fantastic yesterday. So, Alexis, shout out to you. Mad Jason, shout out to you. You could be right, but it could be that they carry on the Cody Randy story, but now we just do it properly. But it's crazy because, you know, the interest in WWE will dip down. You know, the casuals tend to come around for WrestleMania. They don't tend to, you know, stick around or tune in for Backlash, right? If you look at how many people watch Mania night 1, night 2, compare it to, you know, the other shows in the year, all of those declined. There was numbers that showed that Royal Rumble is the most viewed PLE, and then behind that, very close, is the 2 WrestleMania days, but they were lower. If you added them together, it was bigger. But the 2 days of WrestleMania do not get as much interest as the 1 day for Royal Rumble, which was very interesting. But again, if you add the both WrestleMania days together, then of course it blows Rumble away. And the rest of it just really falls away. So, I mean, this is the show. This is the Super Bowl. It's crazy, isn't it? It's a little bit like in football, getting to the Super Bowl and not picking your best team, right? That's what they did with the Randy Cody story. Is they got Randy and Cody, put it at Mania, and then didn't focus on what they should have focused on. They didn't put the best team on the pitch. You know, we focused on Jelly Roll. We focused on Pat McAfee in particular. We didn't really dig into the backstory. So it would be like a team going to the Super Bowl, not focusing on their best players and just putting some players out there, right? And then after the Super Bowl, then they start playing their best team. You're like, thank God it's behind us. That's all I'm going to say. We don't even need to talk about it. It's in the rear view mirror now. We don't even need to talk about it. Sleazeboy said, I would have EO return from injury and save Rhea. Rhea can then pop the question, will you be my wrestling partner at night 2? Said Sleazeboy. Sleazeboy, shout out to you. We might see EO out there. I wouldn't be shocked if she was out there. She might be out there and like coming to the aid, because obviously we know that Michin and BFAB are going to be with Jade. So Rhea is going to need some support. So EO could be out there today. It's not in the role that we would want, though. We would want to do in something much more exciting than that, but she could be out there. Benny said, I am feeling a bit hyped for this Mania. I've got a meaty feast pizza and pepperonis shaped like your beanie. Let's go. Let's go. A Days in Bran cereal and a Laffy Taffy shaped like my hero days. Aww. Benny, shout out to you. I hope you are enjoying WrestleMania and all the festivities. Yeah. Today is going to be a good day. I'm feeling good about today. Big Time said, Days, I don't understand why WWE keep hitting own goals. We can't get anything right other than finding ways to consistently let the fans down. Ending a show on a whimper. Why make it so hard to put on a good show? The honest answer is I think they're lost. That is my honest answer. I think that if you are someone that believes you know what the fans are looking for, and you are someone that believes you know the right thing to do, trust me, bro, I know what to do, right? I've got this. And you do what WWE are doing at the moment, it's quite clear to see that that is not working. It's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. You got to change the creative teams. The creative teams, and listen, maybe it's Triple H. Maybe it is. The only thing I would say is that when he was in charge of NXT, it was black and gold. It's one of the best WWE wrestling products we've ever seen. And the amount of people in the 2010s, because some of you might not have been watching then, and if you were, you'll know that black and gold NXT was fantastic, right? Everyone was raving about it. The amount of people in the 2010s that were like, I can't wait for Vince to go. I want Triple H to take over now, right? And that's crazy. This is why it's so weird to me that I'm sat here now and there's people going, we need to get rid of Triple H, we need Vince in, right? Because in the 2010s, it was the exact opposite. And so it is massively different booking NXT to the main roster. As we've said, that's like being in the kiddie pool, right? As opposed to being in the deep end of a big, massive swim. Like, it's completely different. One's an hour a week, or it was. And then the other one is like Raw, SmackDown, traveling all over the world, you know, with much bigger rosters, more complex stories, much more TV time. It's completely different. It's completely different. And maybe the truth is, it's easy to book a 1 hour wrestling show that doesn't ever leave, or hardly ever leaves the building. Do you know what I mean? Like when he was booking it, it was at Full Sail, pretty much week after week after week after week after week after week. It was for an hour. It was an hour long, and it was in Full Sail every week in Orlando. And yeah, do you know what? I bet that's a breeze. I bet it's an absolute breeze. As opposed to booking 5.5 hours of Raw and SmackDown and building towards PLEs and having to tell more complex stories. Just completely different. It's like learning maths in flipping nursery as opposed to learning it in university. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so incredibly different. It might still be maths, but it's still it's just so different. Perhaps it's just a really, really, really hard job. When Vince did it, he got criticised. Now that Triple H is doing it, he's getting criticised. I'll bet you anything if Shawn did it, he'd be criticised. I think it's a really, really hard job. But they've got to change these creative teams. Whoever is giving out this advice, whoever is telling them that these are the right things to be doing, they gotta go in a different direction. It ain't working, bro. Yeah. WrestlePalooza, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble. I think the Chamber was well received. Chamber was okay, but now we can add night 1 of WrestleMania to that list. And let's not even talk about the March episodes of SmackDown, you know? So, yes, there are concerns. And there's been concerns throughout 2025. I would say the back end of 2024 is where things really started wobbling. And then 2025, pretty much consistently throughout the year, just underwhelmed. And 2026, I felt, was showing some green shoots. And certainly the Pat stuff just put pay to that. You know, SmackDown fell off a cliff. And we ended up with the WrestleMania that we got yesterday, which I'm still going to stand by, is not horrific, right? I think that it's easy when you have got like so little wrestling, so many adverts, and a main event that doesn't deliver. I think it is easy to just go, the whole thing was rubbish, right? It's a bit like WrestleMania 41 if people say that was just a dumpster fire, that was horrific. We still got that women's triple threat. We still got the main event of night 1 that was really good, right? There were still some stuff. I think Damian and Drew was on there that did well. So, you know, there were some stuff in there that was well worth it. We haven't had a match so far anywhere close to how good that night one main event was last year. I mean, if you want to know, like, if you compare Cody, Randy to Punk, Roman, and Seth last year, I mean, the downgrade is staggering. That match was so good last year. And you could argue the women's triple threat the next morning was even better. So, you know, I think yesterday really suffered from... I think it had some great matches. I would say they felt low-end great to me. I don't think we've had anything that's going to be worth revisiting. Maybe some people might go back to Seth Gunther or maybe go back to the Jacob match. I think for me, it's a little bit of a shame. It was predictable that Bron was going to get involved. But that would probably stop me from wanting to go back. I think I'd want to see Gunther, Seth just go at it, clean winner, you know? That's what I would like. I didn't expect it, and I didn't get it. So that's fine. I'm not down on it. But, yeah, just to me, that might be a reason why I'm not too bothered about going back. Because, really, the result is because of Bron getting involved. So there's some nice action leading up those. Maybe a few little moments you could watch. In regards to Jacob Drew, yeah, it's pretty fun. You could rewatch it, but why would you? There's better, you know? There's better WrestleMania matches to check out. I'm not sure why you would feel the need to go back to that one. So it would be good if today could provide, you know, a classic, something that really stands the test of time. And we got it last year. I'd say we got two. I'd say the main event last year and the match that opened night 2, I would say both of those I would class as being, you know, well worth revisiting. Hopefully we get one of those today. So we got to change some of them. The answer to your question is, like, why do they keep doing this? Well, they're doing it because they're trying to make money, and that is getting in the way, but also because they genuinely believe this is the right thing to do. I mean, they genuinely believe that they can put you through what they put you through with Pat and that nonsense. And they genuinely believe that him getting RKO'd by Randy will fix everything. People will be like, oh, yeah, I hate that guy. This is where people have struggled, right? This is where people, when they keep saying, well, Pat's getting heat and people hate Pat, so when he gets his comeuppance, everyone's going to love it. And it's like, no, it doesn't always work that way, because, like, he's got that go-away heat. He's got the wrong kind of heat. That wrong kind of heat, it really does exist. And that wrong kind of heat is the, I just don't want to watch this guy kind of heat. So, I mean, he can get RKO'd and beaten up and all this stuff, but the focus is still on him. You're still ruining my match. Like, I want to just watch Cody Randy. Anytime Pat's in there, he's taking the focus away. It doesn't matter if good things are happening or bad things are happening. He is there. It is ruined. So, like, I'm glad it's behind us. I'm glad it's behind us. They firmly believe that, yeah, that'll fix it. I mean, Triple H had the goal to say he believed the main events were going to over-deliver. He had the nerve to actually say in an interview he believed that both main events are going to over-deliver. If he genuinely believed that what we got yesterday was good enough, he's got to go. He's got to go. It's not. It's just, and it hasn't been for a long time. So, I mean, it's bad, man. It's bad. It is bad. It is bad. Because where's it going to turn around? Where's it going to start getting better? Where's the fix going to come from? Someone has got to change something with those creative teams, and he's the head of creative. So Nick Khan, who doesn't care about what the fans are saying anyway, and Triple H, who, if the interviews are to be believed, thought that what we got yesterday was going to be good enough. Those are the people steering the ship. Those are the people that are currently guiding, along with our good friend Ari Emanuel. You know, Ari Emanuel that wants to get Pat McAfee into everything possible because he's the next Sylvester Stallone. Triple H, who's doing interviews saying he thinks that WrestleMania is going to over-deliver, and then we get what we got yesterday. And then Nick Khan, who's like, yeah, no, I don't like the people online. I'm not interested. They're just a vocal minority. You know what I mean? Like, those are your three leaders. Those are the three captains of this ship that we're all on, right? Those are the people on the bridge taking us to these great new lands. You know? Oh, man, it's bad. It's bad. But today might be better. So, today might be better. What is Triple H supposed to say? The show's going to suck. He's got to put it out there, even if he doesn't think it's going to be good, sadly, says Jacob. Well, no, I mean, he's got to... I know he can't go out there and say the show's going to suck, but equally, you're making yourself look foolish if you're going to use words like, I think it's going to over-deliver, right? Why can't he say, we're working hard to put on a show that people are going to really enjoy? Or something along those lines. Instead, to choose language like we're going to over-deliver was a real stupid statement on his part. I mean, there's a million different ways he could have answered a question of like, what can fans expect? You know, we're working hard to provide the spectacle that people, you know, deserve or that people hope to see. You know, we're doing a lot of work with entrances. I mean, if we're going to give them a bit of praise, I would say the entrances were good. Yeah, I haven't heard much criticism for those. I think everyone pretty much got a special entrance. Cody's entrance was very impressive. And so, you know, if he wanted to say we're working hard, you know, on putting the spectacle that everyone hopes to see, you know, they had blimp kind of flying around in the arena. I thought the stage was okay. Still didn't. I don't know that it blew me away, but it was okay. It was okay. I think it was better than first impressions. And I thought the entrances were good. You had a couple of decent matches. So, you know, I think there's a way that he could have worded it without saying, like, we're going to over-deliver. I think maybe that is the promoter in him. I think the truth is, this is not the first time Triple H has done this. Triple H has a habit of doing this. He has a habit of kind of making out that things are going to be amazing. You know, surprises are going to be amazing. That shows are going to be amazing. And we just consistently find ourselves being underwhelmed. And you do get to the point where you start thinking, is he believing this? Like, is he believing? Is he doing what you're saying? And just trying to promote a bad product? Or is he actually believing what he's saying? And I genuinely am getting to the point where I'm starting to think he is believing what he's saying. I think this show, this product, it can't be misfiring as often as it's misfiring without him thinking all of this stuff is going to work. Without him thinking all of this stuff is going to be good. So I get your comment. I think it's a good comment, actually, Jacob, about like, oh, he's just trying to put a positive spin on it. But when you've had WrestlePalooza and Survivor Series and you've had, you know, like Royal Rumble that people were really underwhelmed by and the SmackDowns that we've been getting recently, and you kind of go into night one of WrestleMania going, is this where it turns around? And then it isn't. And then, you know, in the interview beforehand, Triple H is going, it's going to over-deliver. I think both nights are going to over-deliver. You're like, is he really starting to believe this? Or is the product just bad and he knows it and he's just trying to constantly put a bad spin on it? But at some point, we need to make it a good product, don't we? At some point, we need to make it a good product. I mean, I don't think there's much he can do about the adverts. I wonder if he has a say in, like, if the matches could have been a bit longer. A lot of people were saying it felt like a lot of matches needed another 5 minutes or so. So, you know, maybe something there. Maybe he couldn't do anything about Pat, right? But I don't know. Could he not have used it, Pat, a different way? I mean, did Pat have to be involved in the main event? I mean, it's one thing for Ari Emanuel to say, I want Pat involved because I want to use his show and I want to promote WrestleMania that way. It's one thing for Ari to say that, but like, could Triple H have not used him elsewhere on the cards so that it didn't ruin Randy and Cody? Plus, also, did he have to be used the way that he was used? I mean, okay, you want him to be in. Why was the stuff that Pat was saying? Why was it so nonsensical? Why was he going on about Attitude Era and 5'5" guys wrestling Iron Man matches? I mean, no one knows what the hell he's on about in regards to that. So why was he talking nonsense? I mean, if he went out there and went a little bit off script, why? Why did he go off script? I mean, and also a lot of people are saying this is going to be the end of Pat now in the story. People are saying that was Pat saying goodbye, right? Which obviously we hope is true. So what's happened with this WWE TKO story that we thought might be cooking up? Like, was that just not a thing? Is that just not happening? Is that just... I mean, think about all those people that were like talking about how Rock might have put Pat in that position and all these elaborate sort of theories that have done the rounds. And now seemingly after night one, it's just done. It's over. So, I don't know. I find myself scratching my head going, where was this going? Like, what was this going to be? Have they just abandoned it because of how badly it was received? I don't know. It'd be very interesting one day to get answers on it. But my concern is that there are people at WWE making decisions that genuinely think a lot of what you're being served is going to get well received. Is going to land. Is going to be what people are looking for. And I think they're miles off. I think they're absolutely miles off. And I think the only way that changes is by making changes to the creative team. Triple H might be all right. I don't know. I don't know where the blame lies because obviously we're not seeing that process. It'd be fantastic if we did. I mean, how amazing if we could see within those creative rooms and actually see like the shows being put together and gain a better understanding as to where in the process it's going wrong. But somewhere in that process, it is going wrong. I don't know if it's the initial idea. I don't know if there's too many people putting their thoughts in and kind of changing these ideas and taking them in places they shouldn't be going. I don't know if the scripts are good and Triple H is coming in and just messing it all up. I don't know if it's TKO involvement. I don't know if it's a bit of everything. I don't know if it's... I mean, I can't even say it's the injuries. I mean... You know, you can't really blame the injuries for Stephanie and Liv getting 7-8 minutes. I mean, people were saying that apparently Cody and Randy's entrances, I think was it longer time than Stephanie versus Liv got? I think the entrances for those guys got more time than the actual women's title match got. Doesn't matter anyway. That was yesterday. We're moving on. A brighter future. A brighter future. This is why you can't compare Triple H to Vince, says Toby. He's basically firefighting at the top ends. I honestly think it could get worse. TKO could have an even worse guy in creative. I think Triple H pushes back. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I cannot sit here and say that it's Triple H's fault, right? What I can say is that if, and it's a big if, I'm underlining it, if he believes that what he is delivering is good, acceptable, right? Then that to me is a big problem, right? Something's gone wrong. His radar has gone awry, right? If it is just a case that he's trying to promote a bad product, then okay, but what are you doing to fix that product? Because on yesterday's evidence, there wasn't really much to suggest the ship was turning round. And to be honest, there's nothing on SmackDown to suggest the ship is turning round. So how are you going to turn this ship around? What are you going to do? Where are the problems, Triple H? And he can't say injuries because we've always had injuries, right? And they don't help that's part of the job. You've always got to deal with injuries. This is a physical entertainment. People are always going to get injured. So, yeah, you're right. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Someone else in that job could make it worse, right? We could have celebrities all over the place. We could have matches that just are absolute nonsense, you know? We could have loads of things going on that I think would upset the fan base if there was someone in there that didn't have an understanding of the WWE style, you know? The product that we've still got is still within a WWE style. Obviously, Triple H learnt from Vince, so this is probably the closest that we can have to a continuation of kind of Vince's booking, right? Without it being Vince. But, you know, a version of Vince's booking that is maybe a little bit more mature, right? Not because Vince was quite immature with some of his kind of comedy stuff and the way the women was kind of treated back in the day. And so I think this is maybe Vince's sort of style, a little bit more mature, a little less risk taking is what you get from Triple H. Triple H doesn't really take much risk. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely wearing socks in bed. He's a very sensible man. You know, I can't imagine he does. It actually sums him up. I don't think he's a big drinker. I doubt he's like, you know, a big drug taker or gambling or, you know, I think he's just a nice family guy. I think he's just a nice guy. Just like, and that comes across in the booking, really. It's sensible, it's safe, and it doesn't really take many risks. And yeah, I mean, fine. But the thing is that if it's not very adventurous, you kind of need some people in the creative team that's going to bring that sense of adventure, that's going to really tell some stories and take this in an exciting direction. I don't think Triple H is that guy. I mean, for me, safe, you could say bland, steady, comfortable. These are words I would use to describe the kind of booking that Triple H has. And yeah, but you're right. It could be worse because it could be completely nonsensical. It could be completely chaotic. I mean, there's maybe shades of that, but I think it could be a hell of a lot worse if there was someone else in charge. I think Triple H at least kind of steers a ship. I mean, on Raw is, you know, pretty good. At least steers a ship that's, you know, at least recognizable. We could just have chaos, absolute flipping chaos if someone else came in. It could be fun at times, you know, but there could be other times where people are like, this is just absolute nonsense. You know, where's this person gone and what's that person on about? And, you know, I mean, it could just be a complete mess. It feels like there is coherence to what I'm seeing, but it's just not very exciting. So, I don't know. We'll have to see what kind of comes out of WrestleMania. We'll have to see how night 2 goes. I do expect tonight to be better. I do think tonight will be better. I'm very, very hopeful that this can put some smiles on faces. Ober Brock is the match people have been most excited for. So that match, I think, is going to deliver. It's hard to see the Intercontinental ladder match not deliver as well, right? I think the main event tonight will be better than the main event yesterday. I think we can all agree it's going to be hard for it to not be. So there's half the matches. Then you've got the Demon. So whatever happens with Finn Balor, Dominic, right? Regardless of what the match is like, just that look of the Demon is going to be, you know, so there's 4 matches. Yes, we're concerned about Jade and Rhea, right? Yes, there is concern about that. We'll have to see how that goes. And I think, like, overall, it's gonna be okay. Like, I really, really believe today is going to be okay. And maybe once we have finished with today, the general mood will be much improved. Perhaps once we're kind of done with today, people will be feeling a little bit happier. People will be feeling a little bit better. And, you know, we'll be in a bit of a better mind space. But at the moment, the headspace right now is, why is this ship not turning around? Why is this underperformance that we've been seeing from certainly the creative teams? But I think you do have to say to a degree the wrestlers as well. There's been an underperformance there. Why is that not turning around? This is your opportunity. This is such a massive stage. This is you reaching out to the wrestling world saying, this is WrestleMania. I mean, think of how many of those ads we've had to suffer of like WrestleMania tickets being available. I feel like I've seen those ads hundreds of times over like recent months, watching Raw, watching SmackDown, watching NXT, watching Evolve. You know, even if you watch like YouTube videos or whatever, you get the advert for the WrestleMania tickets. They've been shouting about WrestleMania for months and months and months. We're finally there. This is where you put your best foot forward. And I think the general consensus was that yesterday, it was not that. That was not WWE's best foot being put forward. Maybe tonight it will be. Okay. Days, would we rather have an Attitude Era or a Ruthless Aggression? What do we think would be better, says Mr. Dow Jr. I think with the Attitude Era, you've got more freedom because of the fact that it is TV-14. We don't do that anymore. We do PG. And the reason for that is, again, sponsorship and advertising. I think a lot of people would welcome an edgier product back because, we could do swearing, we could do nudity, it'd give you more storyline freedom. And so this is why there are people like Pat McAfee that clamour for the Attitude Era. But the truth is, we're never going to get that, right? I mean, no time soon, and certainly not under TKO, because we're dealing with a product that is PG. And it's PG because they want as many sponsors. They want the general. Yeah, they want the dancing drumstick, right? They want the kids watching. And for these reasons, you ain't leaving PG. So you're not going to be getting the Attitude Era back. And I don't know when we switched to PG, but I think Ruthless Aggression was also above a PG rating. So, I mean, even that had an edginess that we can't have now, right? So I would say maybe because of Vince Russo and the car crash type TV and the time where we were, I think the Attitude Era, it burned bright, but it was never going to last. That's not a form of entertainment I think you can do for years and years and years. It's fast-paced, it's loud, it burns bright, but I mean, it burnt for a very short time. The Attitude Era is like, 97? And I mean, really, if you want to say it's the Montreal Screwjob, that's Survivor Series 97. And WrestleMania 2001 is when WCW are gone. They get bought like that week. So that simulcast, I think, might have even been the go-home show for WrestleMania 17. So we're talking about, November of 97 to like March, April of 2001. Between those two dates is the Attitude Era. And, some people will say, it just goes a bit before or it just actually goes a bit after, But by and large, if you're going to just choose the Montreal Screwjob and WrestleMania once WCW are gone, then that would be your time periods. I mean, it burned bright, real bright. It made an incredible impression. I don't know that there's longevity in it, and it is an exception. If you go back before that, there's nothing like it. If you go back before that in WWE's history, you won't find another Attitude Era. And if you go after, there's Ruthless Aggression, which is what we move into. But again, you won't find another Attitude Era. Like, there was this one exception in WWE history that just, was needed at the time because they were in a fight against WCW. Maybe if we have another promotion come along that pushes WWE like WCW did, maybe we could see a return of it. But this is why, like, you can't really take matches or segments or stuff from those time periods because we don't have that rating now. We're not in those time periods. So I think people would love an Attitude Era now. I do think that people would like, let's just go crazy. Do you know what I mean? Let's have bad language. Let's have car crashing. Let's just like shake this up. I don't know about you, but it feels like it needs shaking up. It feels like a hard reset button needs pressing. It feels like whatever we're doing right now is not working. I mean, honestly, you could fire everyone in creative and just hire whole new teams and just see what happens. I'm not saying do that, right? I'm not trying to lose people their jobs, but I'm saying like a hard reset I think would be really well received by the fans, because I think the fans are just sort of like wondering, when is this going to turn around? And as I said, this is the headspace a lot of people are in today, right? This is what I'm reading. This is what I'm seeing. This is the vibe that's out there. This is where people are, right? It doesn't mean they're going to be there after tonight, because, again, I keep saying I do think today is going to be better. But, yeah, I think people would like a bit of a reset. Definitely a draft. I mean, that's not even really a reset. I suppose it is to a degree, but it's just moving some people around. I mean, it's still going to be the same creative teams, right? But we certainly need some sort of shake-up to some degree. So I hope they've got something up their sleeve for after WrestleMania, a draft at the absolute minimum. Dwindler said, once Vince has gone, I think we'll see a lot more cross-branded talent showing up. But at the moment, it's sacrilege, even though it's great business. I think Vince has gone, to be honest. I think that TKO and the business worlds are not really interested in promoting other brands that don't benefit them. So, if you promote AEW, I mean, you might lose fans to AEW. Like, it's not in your benefit, really, to promote another wrestling company like them. Like, you've got more to lose, haven't you? You are bigger. I mean, WWE get about, 1.4 million viewers for SmackDown? And Raw is about 3 million global. I think Dynamite's doing 700,000. And they're the second biggest promotion in the world. So in WWE's mind, if we work with AEW, how is that going to boost ratings? Because the most that people are watching AEW is about 700,000. So maybe there's a few 100,000 there that aren't watching WWE, but they are certainly going to be aware of it. They're gonna know that it exists. WWE don't need to work with AEW to promote themselves. I mean, do we think there's anyone watching AEW that has not heard WWE or heard of WWE? So if you're WWE, by working with them, what am I gaining? What am I benefiting from? I'm not going to be attracting new viewers. I'm going to be sending a lot of viewers their way. I mean, they're going to gain because their show's getting 700,000. I'm getting 1.4 million. So, I mean, they're going to gain. I'm not going to gain. And so, I mean, you can say the quality of the show will improve. But actually, what would happen is that our show would start to be very similar to their show, because our wrestlers would be going to their product and their wrestlers would be coming to our product. And so all of a sudden, if you work with that promotion that's in second place, you're not really gaining anything. And all of a sudden, their shows take a big rise in star power. All of a sudden, the talent that's, exclusive to you can now be going over there. So I don't see the benefit. Vince isn't in the boardroom. There is a thought that he could be giving a few ideas to Triple H, but there's nothing to, back that up. Jim Ross said that he thinks that Vince is still involved. But I mean, he's got no evidence of it. He didn't know that to be true. And I would imagine that he was talking more about just creative ideas to Triple H, who is his son-in-law. But he's certainly not on the boards. He certainly doesn't have an official position within the company anymore. And to be honest, because of all the illegal stuff that's been happening, I don't even know how much kind of say or sway he would carry with Ari Emanuel anymore. I mean, Vince is toxic. You know, he's toxic because of everything that's going on at the moment. I don't even know how much Ari Emanuel would really engage with Vince. So I don't know. I just think the reason why they're not working with someone like AEW is because it's hard to pin down where the benefits would be. It's hard to figure out like how that benefits WWE. And I know what people would say. They'd be like, yeah, but it'd be good for the fans to have the talent kind of going back and forth. But that's not how TKO think, is it? I mean, it'd be good for the fans to have lower ticket prices. I mean, it'd be good for the fans if we weren't drowning in commercials. So unless you can give some evidence that there would be a financial benefit, not a show improving, benefit, but that would actually turn into dollars, TKO aren't going to be interested in that. They're not going to be. You would have to put a real watertight presentation together that could convince Ari Emanuel and TKO, Nick Khan, Triple H, that by working with AEW, it would result in a massive upside financially. I don't know where that would come from. I don't know where you could make that argument. They would obviously see it as a downside because you're basically working with a competitor, and you are legitimizing them as well. I mean, you are saying that AEW are, worthy of watching. They're worthy of acknowledging. And at the moment, WWE don't want to do that. Another reason why they wouldn't work with them is the relationship with the Khans. If you look for a Google search, there's a lot of questions about those two, and it explains a lot, says Trini. Trini, thank you. Netforce said, although tonight will be a better night, I think last night was still better than an episode of SmackDown, said Netforce. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think, I suppose there is a different caveat, though, isn't there? You kind of go into an episode of SmackDown with one expectation, and, you go into WrestleMania with a different expectation. I think you expect entrances and a certain degree of match quality. So, yes, I mean, would you, if you tune into a 2-3 hour SmackDown and it disappoints, that's one thing. But if you tune in on a Saturday to the one time a year WrestleMania and that disappoints, that could be a different thing, couldn't it? So I agree with you. Definitely better than a SmackDown. But I think the parameters might just be a little bit different when it comes to a WrestleMania. For those that haven't seen, I know we're kind of, getting it off the chest. But this is where we are with yesterday. So, cage match, 243 votes. It's at 2.6 out of 10. I think that's harsh. I mean, I think that's harsh because I gave it a 5. They said that the opening match was 3.6 out of 10. 6.1 out of 10 for Jacob and Drew. 4.6 for the women's Fatal 4-Way match. 4.4 for Becky AJ. 7.7, the best match of the night, Gunther Seth. Liv against Stephanie got 3.2. I mean, it only went 6 minutes 51. That is insane. I don't know if something went wrong. I have absolutely no idea why you would book at WrestleMania a women's world title match that goes 6 minutes 51. I don't know. And then the main event went 22:44. I don't know, was there an injury or did some mistiming happen? Or I don't know what the hell went wrong, but 6:51 is crazy. Cody Randy currently at 3.8. So, again, it's cage match. We're only dealing with a couple of hundred of votes. But 7.7 for Gunther. Seth, they're saying that is worth revisiting. And maybe this 6.1. Jacob and Drew. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't feel like my scores are going to be a million miles away from this. I think I'm maybe a little kinder to some of them. I mean, maybe that because of Paige. I thought the match was pretty fair. I might be a little bit kinder there. So, yeah, I mean, this is why I ended on a 5, because that's basically a 4, that's basically a 6, that's basically a 5, that's basically a 4, that's basically an 8, that's a 3, that's a 3. We had the Bianca Belair announcement, Paige return. This is why, for me, it levels out about a 5. But, you know, for these people, it levels out at a 2.6. So, but as I said, I've seen a few people saying that they actually enjoyed it a bit more than that. So there is a little bit of a mixture of opinions, but by and large, I think a lot of people are there, to be honest. Right, Days, happy WrestleMania Sunday. When I create my wrestling videos, I can't ever make sense. It's never okay, says Kyle. Kyle, shout out to you, my friends. Just keep it simple, buds. I'd say maybe it sounds like you're trying to do maybe a bit too much. Just keep it nice and simple. Sometimes just doing a video that shares a few quick thoughts is good enough, you know? Don't need to do anything like too big, too elaborate. Maybe the match was short because Liv Morgan's noggin is still hurting, says Pew Pew. Pew Pew, thank you. Triple A said, Days, I feel it's extremely hard to please the IWC. If the winner is not the person that they want, they say the entire show is bad. If Oba loses, people will say it again. I feel the winner plays a huge role. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I think, though, that it depends what the general consensus is. Because I think with some matches, like, say, CM Punk Roman, I don't know that there is a correct answer there. You are right, with Oba and Brock, there is a correct answer, right? There is one that people are looking for. They want Oba, right? So you are right that, you know, there will be a freak out if it's Brock that gets the win. I do think, though, that if the matches were bangers, you do find people saying things like, might not have been the person I wanted, but oh my God, what a match, you know? Yes, you would have others going, this sucks, this is, you know, you're going to get a varying degree, but there are those that are level-headed that will be willing to be like, oh, it might not be the result I wanted, but oh my God, what a match that was. The problem is, when you haven't got matches of that quality, you know, things troubling 4.5 stars plus, and actually the matches are short, and then you might have winners that people don't want. Like, do you know what I mean? It's, if there's nothing good to satisfy, to please the fans, and you're only left with the bad, then if the winner is not the person you wanted either, yeah, I mean, then you're getting people freaking out, and there's not really any positivity around, you know? I mean, really, you could say the only positivity yesterday for some in the IWC might have been some of the entrances. Some of the entrances might have been like, because I don't think any of the matches, maybe with the exception of Gunther Seth, I don't think any of the matches were really good enough. And it might not even be the talent's fault, because they might not have had enough time. You know, if you've got to go out there to have a 7-minute match or an 8-minute match, you just might not be able to tell much of a story. So, you know, you've just got to do what you can, really. It's a very strange choice to keep the matches as short as what they were kept. And it's a very strange choice to not have hype videos. That's a strange decision that they purposefully made. And seemingly to just fit in as many ads as they could and commercial breaks as they could, which, you know, this is the downside of us not spending $50 each on the shows. So what I would say is that I would much rather it be this way than how it used to be, where we used to have to spend, you know, $50 odd dollars or $60, $70 for each pay-per-view. Like, I don't want to go back to those days. So the trade-off is you're going to have ads, right? You're going to have to, like, you know, deal with ad breaks. But there comes a limit where people get annoyed, isn't there? There comes a limit where, you know, the ad break time is about the same as the match time. And that's, you know, that's a big problem. So this is where if there's not much goodwill around, and there's not much to please people, and there's not much that kind of can put smiles on faces,
then of course the bad stuff and the winners and all of that, that's just going to get even more exaggerated. So the thing is, I think the IWC, and I do think like fans in general are willing to praise these shows. Like we see examples where, you know, thumbs up get given. It's not like the IWC just hate absolutely everything, but you've got to deliver the show. I mean, you've got to deliver the show. I think if it was true that, you know, a fun fact, the IWC has never given a score above a 6 or something like that, right? Then you'd be like, yeah, there's no pleasing them. But the truth is, I could go back through WWE shows over the past 12 months, and I can find shows that have got good scores because those shows have warranted those good scores. So, yeah, I agree with you that the IWC is not an easy place to please and that people are all looking for different things. I also agree you will always have complaining because everyone's looking for something different. I don't even think it's possible. I don't even know that it's possible to have a show that can please everybody because everyone's looking for slightly different things. But I do think it's a bit of a cop-out to say that the IWC is just never satisfied. I sort of feel like we're moving the goalposts when we say that. I get a little bit scared when we say that because honestly, that is the kind of thing I would expect TKO to say. That's the kind of thing I would expect Nick Khan to say. I'd expect him to say, oh, I'm not listening to them. There's no please in them. And it's like, there is. I can go on Cage Match and find some good scores for WWE shows. I can go on and find like some scores that did well because the shows deserved it. But how about you book good shows, entertaining shows, quality matches, good stories, character development? How about you book that and then we'll see what score it gets? And then we'll see if it's like the IWC that's the problem or if it's your booking that's the problem. Because I think I know which side I'm on here. I think like I'm watching these shows enough to know that this isn't the quality that we deserve. Like we deserve it to be better for the amount of time that we spend watching, you know, and the amount of affection we have for it. And, you know, some of us have spent decades watching this thing, you know. I mean, I started in the early 90s. I love WWE. My criticisms come from a really good place. I mean, I hope people know that. I criticize because I want it to be the best it can be. Like, I'm not criticizing it because I'm a secret AEW fan, right? It's got nothing to do with tribalism or anything like that. Like, this is my team that I'm rooting for, that I want to see succeed. I want them to make money, and I want the fans to be happy. And it's hard to see people as down as what they are, and me getting as frustrated as what I'm getting at the moment as well. Like, we know they're not in a good place at the moment. We know that things are not right at the moment. And we know there needs to be some sort of change. There needs to be some sort of moment where this kind of falls in place and clicks. It will come. I don't know when it will come, but it will come. History tells us that we find our way out of these periods. The hope was it was going to be this WrestleMania, and it wasn't yesterday. Will it be today? Well, I hope so. I really, really hope so. And I think there's a good chance that we can certainly leave with a smile on our faces tonight. I really do feel good that today is going to be much better than yesterday. I really believe that. I look at the card and there's really not much here today that I'm worried about. There's not much here I'm looking at going, oh, I don't know, it could be okay, it might not be. I mean, it's Rhea and Jade. Rhea and Jade is the match I'm most worried for. I'm not sure what I'll get out of Finn Balor and Dominic. I mean, I think it's going to be good. But that would be the other match I'd be like, yeah, it would be okay. I don't know what their chemistry is going to be like. But, I mean, with that, you've got the return of the Demon. So, I mean, that should be okay. That, you know, the entrance should be incredible. So, I think the entrance there should be good. Visuals should be good. I don't really think that match needs much time. I don't think anyone's looking for that to go 20 minutes. You know, if that gets 10 minutes, fine. Yeah, that's all it needs, probably. So that match is maybe my second concern, but yeah, the Jade Rhea one is probably the number one concern. If that can be okay, acceptable, if we can get through that and it's not like, falling apart, the rest of it looks really good. So I think hopefully that kind of negativity, that kind of thought process that's out there about like yesterday, hopefully we can see a shift in that once we get through today's show and we can get to a different place. Right, Zach said, do we expect EO to get involved with Rhea and Jade match today? Maybe help even the odds. Maybe accidentally cost Rhea the match. That's interesting. Zach, shout out to you. Her costing Rhea had not crossed my mind. So maybe. I think it depends if WWE want to keep going with Jade. What I would say right now is, yes, building stars is important, but you are in a bit of a funk, right? You are in a bit of a rut. You are in the trenches. Like, things are not going well. There seems to be quite a few fires. I don't think right now is the right time to be putting belts on Jade Cargill. I mean, Jade Cargill to me is a work in progress. I think right now it might be better to get the belt onto someone that is a massive star, the fans love. She can have great matches. Rhea Ripley, get the belt on Rhea. Get the belt on Rhea and take a headache away. You are having a headache trying to get Jade's over as a credible champion, right? Because she looks amazing, but the wrestling does not back it up. And so I would be really tempted to put this belt on Rhea and just know that you can go into shows with potential bangers. I mean, you put Rhea in there with, Becky, or you put her in there with, Jordan Grace could be interesting. Rhea Jordan Grace could be interesting. Julia could be interesting. Imagine if we do Rhea Julia. Imagine if there's a shake-up, we do Rhea Stephanie, right? There's a few options on the table there. You could always go back to Rhea EO, which was such an incredible match. It's one of my favorite women's matches ever, was the Evolution main event. The one where it was Rhea and EO and Naomi cashes in. That is just an incredible match. I mean, it's just incredible. So for me, getting that belt onto Rhea, maybe building up maybe Jade as the leader of like a baddie squad. She doesn't have the belt, but like, I don't know, maybe build up a bit of a faction. There could be something to that. So I don't know which way they go. They might want to stick with the Jade experiment, or they might pull the trigger and go with Rhea. I personally would go with Rhea. But let's see what they do. And I thought it was a good shout. Maybe EO comes down and accidentally costs Rhea. Matt Sightman, shout out to you, says WrestleMania 42 night 1 was approximately 1 hour 26. That's like 85 minutes. But WrestleMania 9 featured 1 hour 32, which was 92 minutes. And that was bell to bell action. Yeah, I think though in recent years, if you look at last year, it was 1 hour 45. If you go back 2 years, then it was 2 hours 5. There was a tweet that had night 1 breakdowns that I think went all the way back to like 38. So it went back like the past 4 WrestleManias. And it showed that this was the lowest in recent years. So I don't disagree that if you go back and compare to like WrestleMania 9, which was 1993, that you might be able to find some numbers that are more favorable. But compared to recent years, this was down. The other thing as well is that I think this thing goes nearly 4 hours, was it? I think it went 3 hours something. I mean, I don't think WrestleMania 9 goes that length, just generally as an overall show. So, yeah, it's an interesting framing. I would say that compared to recent years, we are down. One of the things that you hear, like, at the moment is that the shows on Raw and SmackDown, the match quality is not very good.
But when it comes to the PLEs, that's where, the wrestlers tend to deliver. So we're kind of really struggling. I mean, I could go through all the scores from Raw and SmackDown in recent weeks, and they have really been poor. I mean, we're talking like good 80-odd%. The scores are not brilliant. But I think the consensus is that, well, the matches will be good by the time we get to WrestleMania. That's obviously a very different mindset than where we were in 1993. I mean, back in 93, it was largely not about match quality. It was more just to do with who's going to win the match. But we don't live in that world now. We live in a world where people are tuning in and they want to see great matches. And obviously, that's going to be hard to do when the matches are like 7 minutes, 8 minutes. So I think your framing is fair because it's a fact. But I don't think it really explains the mindset of where the fans are right now, because they're obviously not comparing to 1993. They're comparing to last year, the year before that, and all of those. The wrestling on night one was longer. So it's interesting, though. It's good. I like it. I think it would be good to get a breakdown of all of the Manias. Just sort of see when it shifted, when it changed. And see kind of like, every year what it looked like. So I'm sure someone will work on that and get that kind of breakdown. But I mean, how much wrestling was there at like 35 and 36? I don't have that information because the tweet I saw, I think, went back to like 38, 37 when we started doing the 2 nights. I think people just went back to see and compare it to previous night ones, right? So I haven't seen the information of, because again, WrestleMania 9 was a 1-day event, wasn't it? This is a 2-day event. So I don't know, kind of haven't seen that visibility, but it's interesting. So Matt Seitman, thank you. Sleazeboy says, night 2 at the ceremony, Kathy Kelly was wearing a bathroom robe, interrupts and reveals footage during Io's recovery. She goes out to indie wrestling shows, tags other female wrestlers, causing a catfight. Sleazeboy, I have no idea what you're on about. Night 2 at the ceremony, Kathy Kelly wearing a bathrobe, interrupts and reveals footage during Io's recovery. I have absolutely no idea what you're on about, Sleazeboy, but someone will. And they're probably going, yeah, thank God Sleazeboy has finally said that out loud. Thank God Sleazeboy is here and has finally said what we are all thinking. Yeah? So Sleazeboy, thank you. I appreciate the support. I hope you find the help that I think you so severely, desperately need. Michael said, I've got a feeling that we do get Dwayne tonight. I think he could cost Roman. Well, that would be a boost, wouldn't it, to be honest? That would be a very welcome boost. I think having him around, just his presence, is like a edge of your seat, sitting up straight kind of a moment. So I think that would be very interesting. So, I mean, as I said, I'm rooting for them to turn this around. It didn't happen yesterday. I think there is a chance we can have a much better day today. I'm not anticipating a Rock moment just because I don't want to feel disappointed if I don't get it, right? I don't want to feel like, I was really hoping for that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to watch today and just get from it what I can. In a way, we're in a good place because yesterday underwhelmed for a lot of people. I think by comparison, today should be better. So, yeah, you should be feeling better after today's show. I believe we will be, and I'll be very interested to see if that statement is correct by the time we actually get to, the end of this event. So I think we'll be in a better place. But if we get something like The Rock, that would be a big deal. That would send... and so depending on what he does as well, I mean, if we get a Rock Roman stare down at the end, I mean, then I will say that tonight over-delivered. I'll say that was a moment I wasn't expecting. It's a moment we can hope for, but I can't say it's a moment I'm expecting. So, Triple H, I'll say that you got half of your statement right if you've got that up your sleeve. Sleazeboy again. Sleazeboy said backstage, Cody is consoling Io over the Rio breakup. Io is crying and it causes Cody to cry and cry like Snoopy. I don't know that I've seen... Oh, have I seen Snoopy cry? I don't know if I've seen Snoopy cry. Sleazeboy, I think Sleazeboy's writing some fan fiction. Are you part of the creative team, Sleazeboy? Are you part of the problem? Is this what's happening? Or are you putting ideas forwards? I just want you to know, if you're part of the actual WWE creative team, you are not welcome around here, right? This is not the stream for you, yeah? Although, actually, it might be the stream for you because there's better ideas being provided here than what I'm seeing on there. So this might be the stream for you, actually. Sean said, I swear, if they start with Ober losing, I am done, says Sean. Well, Sean, let's see, shall we? I think they know what they've got. I really do believe they know what they've got. There's many fires in WWE, and I don't believe that... I mean, put yourself in Triple H's shoes, right? Whatever's happening is happening. TKO are getting involved. Your creative team are a bunch of clowns. The wrestlers have forgotten how to wrestle. Right, you know, there's commercials and celebrities being shoved anywhere possible, right? You're turning around and everything's on fire, yeah? One of the only bright spots that you can cling on to if you're Triple H, yeah? Grab a hold of and just hold close is Oberfemi. That's one of the only bright spots that we've got, yeah? You just hold on to Ober. I cannot imagine a world in which Triple H, with all the fires that are going on, I cannot imagine a world where he's going to go, do you know what, big man? You're going to lose. You're going to lose at... There is so much excitement around about you. I'm going to have you lose. And I'll make it a squash match as well. Brock's winning. Squash match. I just don't believe it. All the interviews that I've seen with Triple H and Paul Heyman is about how this is the real deal. This is the guy. There's been no one come along since Brock that's generated this much excitement, you know? I think they know what they've got. They have got a bona fide megastar. They have got a future WrestleMania, multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer. Roman Reigns was asked who else on the card would you like to face in the future. He said Oberfemi. Maybe another reason as to why Roman likely is not walking away, because, you know, he's answering questions about who he would like to face in the future, and he didn't even hesitate. He didn't say, well, I need to get past CM Punk first. And it was like, Oberfemi. So, you know, Roman against Ober in the future. I mean, Gunther against Ober, Punk against Ober, Cody against Ober. You know, Drew. I mean, imagine Drew against Ober. Imagine Sheamus against Ober. I mean, Ober could win. That'd be a good feud for Ober, actually. That'd be a good feud because those two would go at each other. Sheamus ain't scared of anyone. It'd be a banger, and it'd be a feud that Ober could win. And Sheamus is a name that brings credibility. I think one thing with Sheamus is, you know, he's a fighter. He's a brawler. People know that about him. He brings bangers. So, like, Sheamus Ober, I'd be down for. Just, it doesn't need to be a long feud or anything like that, but just, I'd be down for it because, well, Ober wins. It gives him momentum. I think the match would be good. And, you know, that's just one of those kind of B-show PLEs. You know, it's the kind of thing you'd do at Clash in Italy or something like that. Or certainly in Ireland. If we were doing something in Ireland, you could do Ober against Sheamus. So, yeah, I think that would be something. And I don't think Sheamus has won the IC belt yet, has he? I feel like he still has got to achieve that. I don't know where we are with Sheamus. Maybe Sheamus comes back. Perhaps Sheamus comes back today. We haven't seen him in ages, actually. Hope he's well. He's always a good egg, Sheamus. So, yeah, I think they know what they've got. Lumion said, which show is worse, Raw in 2019 or SmackDown today? SmackDown today. When I say that SmackDown is amongst the worst shows I've ever seen, like the ones recent, I mean it. I mean, it is so... People that have watched this channel a long time know
in fact, I used to get a bit of criticism that my scores were always in the 6s or the 7s. You know, very rarely did I get to the 8s, but never would I go below a 6, really. And the truth is that I think WWE work to a bit of a template where they've got their structure. The structure each week is largely the same. You can take some wrestlers out, put some different wrestlers in, but, you know, the opening match is still going to get X amount of time. It's going to be good. Main event is going to get X amount of time. Normally it's set up with the opening promo. You have some backstage segments, little bit of storyline development, big star to start the second hour, you know, as a way of getting people to not change the channel. There's a template as to how the shows are structured, right? If you've been watching the shows long enough, you'll know a lot of the shows feel very similar, right? There's a familiarity about the shows, and largely that's down to the structure of it and the presentation being, like, you know, the same each week. I mean, I'd imagine it's a template, honestly, that they just kind of then fill in the blanks. And so to me, it that's why, like, the shows don't ever really crash below a 6, because by and large they're largely interchangeable. We're using different wrestlers and maybe telling some different stories, but the structure is still the same. But what I'm seeing on SmackDown at the moment is just the matches are not hitting. The stories, obviously with the Pat stuff, have, you know, descended into nonsense. And are being taken in a direction that is actually offensive. I mean, it's very rare for WWE to do stuff that makes me angry, that actually I find frustrating. I mean, this is why I love WWE, because it's either okay or great. I mean, for most of my life, it's either okay or great. Very rarely do we dip into the bad. And as you said, you know, pandemic was pandemic. I mean, no one could do anything about that. I kind of let them off with that. In regards to 2019, that was bad. I mean, it was. I mean, the stuff that they were doing with, you know, the Fiend in that Hell in a Cell. I mean, the outrage around that was, you know, massive backlash to, you know, that match with Seth. I mean, that was really bad. But the thing with 2019 that people forget is that was the year of the Firefly Funhouse. We had Firefly Funhouse in 2019. Which was fantastic. And there were some really good matches going on Raw as well. 2019, we had, like, Cesaro and Rey Mysterio, Andrade, people like this putting on, like, really great matches. I remember actually in 2019, Cesaro putting on a banger of a match. I think it was him against Rey Mysterio on a Raw. And the next night I went to speak to him. And I was talking to Cesaro, and I was like, man, that match last night, absolutely incredible. And he was like, oh, thank you. Do you know, it's just so easy to wrestle someone like Rey. And it's funny, actually. I mean, yes, 2019 was bad. It was bad. But there was some stuff about it that was good as well. And I think people will say the same about this period. But if we're going to specifically talk the most recent SmackDowns, I mean, I scored one of them a 2. I scored one of them a 2. I could not. I think there was one or two things that I was like, wow, Danhausen was pretty good. And then there was something else that I can't even remember now. And everything else you could have thrown away. And I don't even remember shows in 2019 being that bad. I don't even remember the 2019 shows being where you can just throw it all away. Perhaps I'll have to go back and rewatch some of them to just see if it was. But we were doing watch-alongs at that time. We started doing the watch-alongs in 2018. So actually, I should have watch-alongs for every episode of Raw and SmackDown from 2019. So I should go back, really, and have a look at some of those older watch-alongs and pull out some moments from them and whatever. But because I should have reactions to, like, when Roman has the dog food tipped over him. Like, those reactions should be on the channel. It's kind of crazy in a way that we've been doing this as long as we have. It doesn't feel that way. But we've been doing watch-alongs for like 7 years now. It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like I've been doing it that long. But yeah. Every Monday, every Tuesday, every Friday, you know, NXT, Raw, SmackDown. So from what I recall, there was moments in there that were still good. The shows and the year overall was bad. I think 2019 is very comparable to 2025. I would say there was moments last year that were good, like Evolution, or the John Cena heel turn moment, not the run, but the moment. People love that from Elimination Chamber. People were telling me it was the best heel turn ever. So you're not allowed to change your mind now. You're not allowed to turn around and go, oh no, that moment sucks. The moment was well received. The run after was not. So, there was definitely some stuff last year that was good. Just like in 2019, there was stuff that was good. But the overall consensus was that last year was a bad year, which it was, and 2019 was a bad year, which it was. But specifically bad, exceptionally bad, like to the point where it's hard to find any positives, that would be the most recent SmackDowns. And they are amongst the worst shows I have ever seen. RDG says, quiz of the day, Demolition's opponents at WrestleMania 6, said RDG. Well, I know the answer to this, but we'll allow the chat. Whenever I say that, I feel like it seems like I'm lying, but little and large, would that be enough of a clue? Radiated Zombie said, Days, I take it you didn't like Mania yesterday. I gave it a 5. I think that what it didn't achieve what I was looking for, which was turning the ship around, making a statement. I think, and my 5 feels a bit generous, actually, compared to what I'm seeing kind of out there. Seeing like Bleacher Report gave it a D+. That was their grade, a D+ from Bleacher Report. It's not just me saying it. Bleacher Report is saying it as well. A D+. I don't really know how a 5 out of 10 relates to a grade. I would imagine I'm more like in the C's. I don't think I'm in the D's, but D+ from Bleacher Report. We just saw cage matches on a 2.4 out of 10. So, again, I think my 5 is fairly generous, but I stand by it. I mean, I like the entrances. I enjoyed the Bianca Belair announcements. It was lovely seeing her, and I didn't expect that reveal, right? I enjoyed Paige coming back, and then the shock of her winning a title, right? Tag titles with Brie Bella. I love the Demolition tribute from Irresistible. It's just a silly little thing, but that meant something, I love that. I don't think we pay enough respects to the Golden Era. I feel like the Golden Era is largely Hogan, We don't really pay much respect to the other people from that period. So Demolition getting a little tribute from, of all people, Irresistible Forces. And I thought they looked good in the masks, man. I gotta tell you, I thought they looked good in those masks. Those masks sort of suited Irresistible Forces. I saw Demolition Smash thanking Irresistible Forces. Like, this was such a lovely tribute. Thank you so much. And it's like, oh my God, that's great. Something so simple can have such a great impact. So, fair play. If Nia Jax achieves nothing else, I will say congratulations. If ever I meet Nia for some reason, I would say to her, oh, your gear at WrestleMania 42 was so amazing. I thought that was absolutely fantastic. I mean, there's not much else I would say, but I would say that, Or like, I loved it when you were smashing Lana through the commentary table. That was awesome. Thank you for, like, week after week, for like 7-8 weeks in a row, you were smashing Lana into the commentary table. We had a lot of fun with that. Thank you for wearing the Demolition-inspired gear at WrestleMania 42. And thank you for yelling out, my hole! That one time, because that was also hilarious. Yeah? She's building up quite the resume with me, actually. Do you know what? She's a good egg. She's a good egg. So yeah, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the Alexa entrance gear, the one that was sort of based on the Bray logo. Great. amazing that she paid that tribute. I didn't realize at the time on the back it said "Forever We Are Connected" or something like that. So, great. Really, really cool. So I think like the entrances were good. Cody's entrance was really good. I think the Seth Gunther match by and large was fun. There was moments in the main event. There was flickers of a good main event in there. Just way too much waffle. And trust me, I know waffle. Too much Pat nonsense at the start. The match took a little too long to get going. More Pat nonsense towards the end. Just the end result is you're just left with just this. There's a few good things in there, but it's just a mess, really. And you're just like... So main event was not it. But yeah, there's bits, there's bits that are like dotted throughout that you're like, well, I'll have a bit of that. I'll have a bit of that. I like that entrance. I like that gear. Some decent action in there. The AJ Lee entrance with the girls was nice. Becky with the Wonder Years was a bit weird because it was out of sync, but I get what they were going for. And there was just bits really. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, it felt like an easy watch. I didn't feel like it was a chore to sit through. I mean, this is why I wouldn't give it a bad score. I wouldn't give it a 2 or something like that, like they are on Cage Match. I wasn't sat here struggling to get through it. At no point did I think, I'm just going to turn this off, man. I didn't think that, and I didn't feel that way because I don't think the show was that bad. But it didn't turn the ship around. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't that good either, where it turned the ship around or I need to tell people, you've got to watch this match, There's no match that I would be recommending to people like, oh, you need to, whatever you're doing, cancel it. You need to see this match from yesterday. I don't think there was a single match I would say that about. No Danhausen, very little John Cena, way too many commercials, matches too short. All the stuff that everyone's been saying, I think, is very, very valid. But for me, it probably shakes out at about a 5 or so. So, yeah, I mean, I think tonight, I'm expecting tonight to be at least a 7. I think tonight will be much, much better. I just hope. I think the one obstacle they need to overcome is Ober, and Brock needs to deliver. Brock has got to deliver. That match has got to satisfy. If they get off to a bad start, maybe the Intercontinental ladder match can bring it back, but I think a lot of people are pinning their hopes on that Brock match. That's the one match. I mean, people have said it should have main evented. It should have been the main event, and having seen what I just saw, I agree. That nonsense that we had last night should have been opening tonight, and Brock should have closed last night. I agree. Having now seen what they had planned, I agree. I think Brock should have closed night 1. Some people were saying it should have been Liv and Stephanie, but I mean, we saw the match we ended up with. That couldn't have closed the night. The Beach Kevin said, if Rhea wins, who could she feud with? WWE tried to avoid face. There aren't many main event heel women. If Rhea wins, who can she feud with? She can feud with Jordynne Grace. That's a match that I would be interested in seeing. She can feud with Julia. That's a match I would also be interested in seeing, and she's a heel. I don't mind a little program with Chelsea Green, just in a little kind of maybe build into a B show type pay-per-view. I mean, obviously things settled down after WrestleMania. I do think there needs to be a draft, so we need to kind of switch a few people around. So, there's a few people. I do agree with you. This is where Judgment Day probably need to lose someone. I mean, you've got Liv, you've got Raquel, you've got Roxanne. They're all in that sort of same group. You could probably bring someone out of that. I mean, imagine Roxanne Rhea program. That could be entertaining. I suppose you could still do it depending on how a draft goes. But I'd be down on seeing a little something between those two. Bianca's obviously not around, and Naomi's not around, and that's a shame. We've got quite a few women in the tag division. So obviously we've got the likes of Lash Legends. I mean, does Nia and Lash carry on as a tag team? Probably. at some point Lash will break out and can go off on her own. As well as that, we have got Asuka and Kairi. Kairi needs building. I mean, she's not ready. You could have a little look at Asuka, I suppose. But I don't know if people want to see a Rhea Asuka program again. As well as that, who else have we got that's a heel around at the moment? I agree with you. We're not drowning in options. But I think there's enough there where you can easily get through a summer. More than enough, actually. I mean, I think you could get through a lot of that and it would get you through to next year's WrestleMania. So I think there's more than enough there. I really would like a Julia program. I think that would be very interesting. It'd be a good spotlight for Julia. And also, I think it would show just how good of a wrestler she is, because I don't think she's really been working with the right people to show just how good she is as a performer. So I think the Julia one is very interesting. I think the fans would like to see Chelsea. Imagine those segments where Chelsea's kind of cutting promos with Rhea. That could be a lot of fun as well. And again, you just build to, like, you know, a little something, like a B-show pay-per-view. And yeah, you could always do face-face. I mean, a Jordan Grace one I'm not down on. I think that would be kind of interesting because a mutual respect. Like, we're doing face-face with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Cody and Randy was face-face until Randy turned, of course. So you could get away with doing face-face if you had to. But I just think the most important thing for WWE right now is to just put on the best product that you can. And I don't know that that's possible if you've got Jade as champion. I think, like, Jade is someone we're investing in for the future. And that's fine. I understand that. But right now, I feel like there's not much you can rely on. There's a lot of things that are wrong. We need some certainties. Like, there's so many problems. You need to just fix, like, a few things and just make them better. And one of the things I would say is a quick fix is get the belt off Jade. Jade is not someone the fans have got confidence in, that she's going to be able to provide consistently great women's title matches, the kind of title matches that we get excited for, that we want to tune into, that we're like, oh, I can't wait for that, this show. The thing is, if Jade's in a match, like, people are just automatically like, I might skip that one. And that's a problem, because that's basically you're putting someone in a position she doesn't belong. She doesn't belong in this spot. It shouldn't be a case that people are willing to skip one of the women's world title matches because they don't feel the champion is a good enough wrestler. That's just not a good position to be in. It's got to make more sense to put the belt onto Rhea and have someone the fans are excited to watch perform than to keep it on Jade. It just fixes a problem. It doesn't fix everything. It might only move the dial 5%, right? But at least it does something positive. So, I mean, look, Jade might perform today and we might be absolutely blown away by how incredible she is. She might put in a performance and we're like, where's that come from? And it might turn out that she's been putting in tons of work at the PC. She's made great improvements. I don't have any ill will towards Jade. It's got, I don't mind her. I think she's fine. I think, she looks great. And if it works out, we've got a big star. But just right now, I think there's a lot of fires and we need to steady the ship. So I would be pushing, if I was in the creative team, to put the belt onto Rhea so that people can start getting a bit more excited for future match cards that are coming up. And they look down and they don't see Jade's name, they see Rhea's name. And they can be a bit more confident those matches are going to deliver. So good one. I like that. The Beach Kevin. Sleazeboy said, I'm not a part of creative. Otherwise, Akira would have hosted. I think the head of creative at TKO WWE is AI. And Bob, I've got an idea, Holly. Well, I don't know if AI does get used. There was words that they were looking to bring it in. But whoever it is that is driving those ideas at WWE, we definitely could do with some better ones coming through. Sweet Shan says, happy 12-month membership day. Bah, 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 bah. Sweet Shan, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited for day 2. As we said repeatedly, I think this is going to be a better day. I think this is going to be a good day. Sweet Chan said, can we shout out my annoying kids and partner that are listening? The streams have been a highlight of WrestleMania. Sweet, is it Shan? I mean, there's no E to make it Shane. So, I mean, I have to believe it's Shan, Sweet Shan. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Mrs. Shan. Yeah. Shout out to 4Shan. Shout out to the children Shan, family Shan. The sweet family Shan. Shout out to all of you. Yes, I hope you're having a good WrestleMania time. Big day coming up. There's a lot at stake today. Is today the day that we turn this ship around? That's what people are looking for. Right. Netforce says, I know some people are saying that they want Vince back, but he's out of touch with the fans. Plus, people who are complaining about him when he was still booking. Yeah, I'm not campaigning for Vince to come back. I mean, look, to me, Vince is a man in his 80s. He had some good ideas. He also had some bad ideas. What he did provide was the WWE that we all fell in love with, right? Maybe not all of us. Some of you might have fallen in love with it in recent years when Triple H was booking. But for most of us, Vince gave us The Undertaker, The Streak, WrestleMania, all this stuff that we know and love, right? And people just can't let that go, right? Which I understand. I do understand. But I think if we're going to be honest, we're looking to the future. We're not looking to the past. You know, a guy in his 80s who was accused of being out of touch 10, 20 years ago, I can't see how that makes any sense to go back to in 2026. Triple H might not be the answer, might not be the guy. I don't think Vince is either in 2026. So it's hard to say who the guy is. I can't really sit here and say it's this person or that person or whatever. So it's hard to say who the person is. But I don't know. I don't think it's Vince. Big Time said, Bayley's contract expires at the end of the year. We've done nothing but push her out the company. Screwed her out of 2 WrestleManias for a return pop. Last night was supposed to make up for Mania 41. Maybe. I think in regards to Bayley, last year sucked, right? It sucked. There's no two ways about it. It sucked. That is part of the gig, though, isn't it? I mean, it's happened to EO. It's happened to Carmelo. Like, the truth is, it happens. This year, she made it to WrestleMania, and she got her entrance, and she got to be in the match. I'm not sure where the issue is this year, to be honest. Like, she was there. If she'd have missed out on Mania this year, I would agree. She didn't. She was in the match. She got her entrance. She was on the show. There are other people that were not on the show this year. So, I don't know, man. Are we saying that it's only acceptable if you win? I don't know what we're saying. I'm not sure, like, where the... Because I've seen a few people saying this about Bayley. And I don't really get it. Because last year, she got cheated, and that sucked. And there's many times where she isn't used on promotional footage, and she's not used on posters. And, you know, there's this sort of support for her. But they used her on the WrestleMania card yesterday. She was on the show. She was in the match. And, yeah, she didn't win. But neither did, you know, Asuka. Neither did Alexa. Neither did Charlotte. Asuka is not on the card. Io is not on the card. Kairi's not on the card. Like, I don't know. Bayley made the card, and yet it's still not good enough. I don't know. I think the truth is with wrestling that there's large times where you're a wrestler that are hard. It's not an easy. It's crazy, isn't it? Because if you join WWE and you get cut at the Performance Center level, that's gutting. isn't it? Because you got signed to WWE and you didn't even make it to NXT. You got cut, right? So you might have all these dreams and they come crashing down. Then you've got people that make it to NXT, like Cora Jades, that get cut or leave or whatever. Like Dijak, gutting. That again, you was in the system, you made it to NXT, but you didn't make it to the main roster. Then you've got some people that get called up, don't really get used well, and end up going and getting cut, like a Tegan Knox. So that sucks, right? But then you've got people that do get used for a little bit, but still get cut, right? Like a Braun or a Bray, people that have had good runs and good careers, right? I mean, the amount of people that make it to through the system, make it onto the main roster, get to the top of the card, and stay there is like 0.01% of people. Like, it's just such a slither. It's like, if that is the only measure of success, to be a Roman Reigns or a Becky Lynch, and anything else is deemed as failure, well, I mean, I think we're just looking at the picture wrong. I really do. I think we're looking at the picture completely wrong. It can't be that is the only measure of like success, is being at the top of a card, being used and winning all the time. That's just such a small amount of people that get that, right? I think for Bayley, getting through the Performance Center, getting through NXT, getting to the main roster, being on the main roster for as many years as she's been on the main roster, being a multiple-time champion, being, one of the most recognizable names in WWE, that's a big win. That's fantastic. That has got to mean its weight in gold, right? You are a wrestler that makes your money doing wrestling. Like, that's amazing. And I agree that, it's going to be painful to miss out on WrestleManias like she did last year. But she made it this year. But now it's not good enough because she didn't win. Or she didn't get a big enough moment or something. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like the measure of success is so slim. Like, you've got to be on all the PLEs. You've got to be winning. You've got to be getting moments. And if you're not, then they're doing you wrong. And I'm just like, mate, there's people that didn't even make this card. There's Carmelo Hayes sat at home wondering what the hell he did wrong, because he did all those open challenges and misses out on Mania. Like, I got more sympathy for him than I do for people that actually made the card. So, yeah, you're not alone in saying that. The Bayley conversation has been online, and I must admit I don't quite understand it. I don't quite understand why people are like feeling that she's been done dirty again. I think part of it is because she seemed to walk up the entrance ramp quite quick after the match, and people took it as she was like peeved off, And so maybe people are like feeling sympathy for her because it seems like she's, down about like how it all went. But I don't know, she might just be selling a disappointment. She might just be selling the fact that she obviously went in to try and win those tag titles. And it didn't go her way, so this is how her character reacts. Phoenix said, I don't want Becky to have a long IC run. I think she's done enough to make the belt important. I think it's time for her to have something more. Okay. Hope Liner said, Rhea should win. The company is just getting worse with Jade as champion. The Beach said kickoff show is on. Yeah, I got it on. I got it on in the background. We all saw what yesterday's kickoff show was like. It seemed like background noise to me. So I'll keep it on in the background, have a little glimpse over. But you lot have my attention. I want to know what you're excited for. I want to know how you're feeling. Just whatever. I mean, whatever it is you want to talk about, get your thoughts in. I think it's because last year Becky won the tag titles. She worked hard all year. Her and Lyra have took a back seat. Charlotte, Alexa, Lash, Nia have had their time. Bella's come back and win the titles, says Big Time. I just strongly disagree with that viewpoint. I just think that we say that they took a back seat, but why did they take a back seat? They still made it to WrestleMania. I mean, it feels like we're complaining more about the builds than actually WrestleMania. And that's okay if people want to complain about the builds. I think the build has been a disaster for a lot of people. But again, a reframing would be they made WrestleMania. They got to have their entrance. They, you know, I don't know if they could have had a bigger entrance if they wanted. I don't know. I'm sure they could have. I mean, the Irresistible Forces were wearing that Demolition-inspired gear. I thought that was awesome. I mean, there's nothing stopping them having done something like that if they'd have thought of the idea. So, I mean, they got to wear what they wanted to wear for their entrance attire, which I didn't think was that eye-catching, to be honest. They then came down and they competed, you know, in a WrestleMania ring. Granted, they didn't get the win. But, you know, most people that competed yesterday didn't get the win. You know, as we said, there was 4 women's tag teams. Only one of them won. Only one person in each of the matches was the winner. Randy didn't win last night. And so for me, like, I don't really get the Bayley thing. I don't really understand. This idea that you weren't on the Mania card last year, so this year we're going to give you the tag titles. I mean, that's just something made up by the IWC. There's nothing in that. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we don't live in a world where we don't owe people anything. That's mental. Like, they work for WWE. Like, if you miss out on the Mania cards, I'm sorry, it happens. I'm going to try and get you on next year. That would be the conversation. It wouldn't be, right, we now owe you tag titles, you know? It's not like, oh yeah, we owe you. We don't owe these any. They get paid really, really well. Like, we don't owe Bayley anything. Like, I think she probably has a better understanding than the fans, actually. I think she understands this business better than some fans do. The business is hard. The business is unfair. The business is about trying to get out of it what you can, right? You are fighting for TV time. You are fighting to get onto PLEs. You are fighting to win Rumbles and championships, and you're competing against your peers. And it's a battle. It's a fight. And that fight never stops. You know, someone that really understands that well is Chelsea. You know, this is why Chelsea is like, anytime someone turns something down, I'm saying yes. If someone says they don't want to do it, they don't fancy going to Mexico, it's too far, I'll do it. I'll take it. You know, Chelsea's mentality is, yep, what do you need? You know, I'll do it. Other people turning down opportunity, it becomes my opportunity. And that is the mentality that you have to have if you're in wrestling. You got to make the most of what you get and just keep fighting to try and get more. And, I mean, look, if seriously she is at the point where she's tired of that fight and she feels she's losing more battles than she's winning and she's just not enjoying it anymore, then maybe WWE do run the risk of losing her, you know? But that is the environment. That's where we are. I mean, everyone is competing and battling and trying to outdo each other. You know, people are trying to get positions on cards, and, you know, that kind of competitiveness between the talent should hopefully raise the overall standard. If we lived in a world where, oh, sorry you didn't make the WrestleMania card last year, we're going to give you the belts this year, how's that fair to people that have been killing it with their matches, killing it with their promos all year? Sorry, we're not going to put the belts on you because we sort of promised it to Bayley last year. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. This is where, like, the IWC kind of really lose me. Like, they start making up their own sort of... They start making up their own sort of games. They start thinking, like, their own thoughts and then get into their own heads and whatever. Like, the way I see it, it's just a constant battle all the time. The talent is constantly competing against each other for spots and places and achievements and belts, and that should hopefully make the product better overall as a result. just like players in a football team trying to outdo each other to make that starting lineup, you know? I'm sure it's the same in American football. People training and, you know, if you do well in training, you might make the starting lineup. The same is true in wrestling. So, like, your performances, your promos, your connection with the audience, all of these things are what dictate if you make the actual PLE. And that's how you actually get there, you know? Right. Netforce said, I was thinking that Ober's entrance is going to be a long march to the ring. What, that? I mean, he'll definitely be doing that. I'm looking forward to seeing what his staging is going to look like, because I think his staging is going to, I mean, this is going to be the biggest, obviously, Ober match of his career. This match is going to be a statement. This is going to be the arrival. This is going to be the moment. This might be where a megastar is born. The very first match that we see tonight could be something truly historic. It could be something that we look back on, you know, as being, we never got to see Hulk Hogan in a match before he was in the main event at WrestleMania, right? We never got to see him open up WrestleMania and be that promising young star that would go on. In a way, we sort of did with Cena. Cena competed at WrestleMania 20 against the Big Show for the United States Championship, which I believe was his first championship. So we did see John lower down the card before he went on to be the John Cena that we know. And I would say this is a very similar vibe. There's no belt on the line, but when you're facing Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, it's probably equal to winning like a mid-card title. A win here just puts you in the main event scene. Obafemi, with a win, is in the main event scene. Because he will have beaten Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, and that has to mean something. A loss here, depending on what the loss looks like, could drop him down to the mid-card. I don't know that he loses, but I think he picks up the win. I think he becomes a player. I could see him in a key match at SummerSlam, maybe title match at SummerSlam, unless they start a feud and he's kind of sidetracked. He could win King of the Ring and then go on to, you know, compete at SummerSlam. So, yeah, I think this is huge, absolutely huge. This is a massive WrestleMania match that has got a little bit at stake. We've got a bit of breaking news. I need to just have a look, see what this is. What do you have, Jackie? Cody? Not medically cleared. Yeah. He's got an orbital injury. Okay, so the latest is Cody not medically cleared, which is not a surprise. We all saw last night, and we don't know when he's going to be coming back. So, I mean, I wonder. I mean, if has he broken the orbital bone? I mean, this is where people wear masks. Do you remember when? Do you remember when Undertaker broke his orbital bone and he had to wear that mask? Okay, orbital bone injury recovery, 4 to 8 weeks, 2 to 3 months of complex surgical procedures. So it's potentially going to be a couple of months if it's broken. I wonder at what point they would look to take the belt off him and strip the belt off him if they had to do that, or if they would be willing to just keep going with him as champion, but he would have to wear a mask or something, you know? Don't know. It is interesting. I think that Cody injury is something we really do need to be paying attention to. Hence why when they just spoke about it, I just kind of jumped away over to that, because that could have some repercussions moving forwards. So, Bob Jr. said, who do we think is going to win the main event between Roman and Punk? I'm going to go Punk.
I'm going to go Punk. I don't put much stock in the Roman leaves if he loses stuff. That's not a stipulation that's been shouted about on WWE TV. It was a thing that he mentioned in a YouTube video, and it was a bit throwaway to me. It was a bit like, if I can't beat Punk, then I should go. It's, to my knowledge, not written in the contract for the match. I'm not aware that it's been signed. If he loses, he's leaving, and we have certainly not made that a focus of the match. So I don't really put much stock into it as a result. So I think with Roman being part-time and, you know, potentially like going away after Mania like he does, I don't know that that's the direction I would go. I can tell you he is the favourite. He's been the favourite pretty much all the way up to WrestleMania. So Roman being the favourite is something to be aware of. But I'm going to lean towards CM Punk. I think Punk's a great promo. I think he's on a good run because I thought his promos in the builds were some of the best parts of the builds, honestly. I mean, his promos where he was, you know, on the table, kind of talking to the camera, dropping that, like, pipe bomb, if you will. The bit where he was, like, lower the ticket prices. Pat McAfee, you know, kind of going on about how Roman can't do it on his own and all this type of stuff. I thought that was, like, amongst some of the best work anyone did on the road to WrestleMania. So I think CM Punk with a microphone is gold. We all know that. When it's time to wrestle, he can deliver in a ring, right? His skills might be diminishing and he might be slowing, but he can still go. I'm not worried about the main event tonight. I think his match with Roman will be really good. It might not be 5 stars or 4.5 stars, but I still think it's going to be an acceptable main event. So I can't really give you a reason why we don't go with CM Punk. The only thing I can say is that, you know, perhaps they feel that tickets would sell better and business would be better if Roman had the belt. But Roman is not going to help you sell tickets to King of the Ring, right? And he's not going to help you sell tickets to Money in the Bank if he's not around, you know? If he's not around for those shows, he's not going to help you sell tickets to those shows. So he might help you sell tickets to SummerSlam, but I'm sure we've got plans for him for SummerSlam anyway. So I don't really understand what the business benefit would be of going to Roman unless Roman is going to be doing more appearances over the summer than he usually does. So I don't know if they've teased something to do with the bloodline. Is it a case that we put the belt onto Roman and builds towards next year's Mania? I mean, there's a theory that Roman could win, The Rock could come out, and really we get a moment setting up next year. That's a possibility. I can see the business benefit for doing that. You know, that is a very long-term kind of look, isn't it? That's like a year down the road. That's next year's WrestleMania that we're setting up this year, which we've done before. So, yeah, I could see the business benefit of doing that. But the shorter term of this summer, it would be more beneficial to keep the belt on CM Punk. So I would keep the belt on Punk. I think a Rock Roman stare down or what, you can do that at SummerSlam. I don't think it needs to happen here. So you could do that at SummerSlam. So I think for me personally, CM Punk's on a decent run. This is going to be a massive, maybe the biggest match of Punk's career. Main event in singles match, night 2, WrestleMania. Like, this to me is going to be, this is it. This is it. This is, I mean, even last year when he main evented, people were like, yeah, but it's night 1, isn't it? This is the night 2 main event. CM Punk is main event in night 2 of WrestleMania. This is it. This is it. So I don't know that he ever gets here again. I don't know that he ever gets here. I don't know that he ever has a singles match on night 2 of WrestleMania. So again, for that reason, I'm like, oh, give it Punk. He's staying around after. He's in the middle of a run. He's been one of the best parts of the builds. He might not ever get to this moment again. So I would go with him, and I think it helps us over the summer. And I think it's all well and good looking to next year's WrestleMania, but we've got problems now. You know, we've got issues now. We've got things we need to sort out now. And you can always reform the bloodline with Roman without the belt.
right? He doesn't even need the belt to bring the bloodline together. They can, Roman could realize that he isn't as good on his own, right? And losing tonight could be proof of that. And so he gets the band back together. Yeah, I need my family with me. Me trying to do this on my own, it doesn't work. I need my bloodline. There's a way forward for Roman fans. There's a way forward for Punk fans. So I would be looking at something like that. But if they go with Roman, I won't mind. I'm not a Roman hater, far from it, right? So if we go with Roman, no problems. But I just hope that, that's going to help 2026, because I feel like we've got problems now. It's all well and good build into next year's Mania, but, we need to fix things now. And I don't know that Roman's going to be around much after Mania. Historically, he tends to go away and then come back a little closer to SummerSlam. So I've got to think it's probably the case that he's going to do that. And actually, a lot of people are saying if Roman loses, he said he's going to leave, does that mean he wins? Part of me feels a little bit the opposite. I wonder if that is his excuse to go away and think about things. Because if he loses to CM Punk, maybe I don't belong here. Well, if he loses, that means he's probably got to go away and really think about what's gone wrong. Where am I? How have I just lost for the third time at WrestleMania? This isn't right. And so he might have said it as a bit of an excuse to actually go away and think about things. And then, of course, come back, maybe with a bit more of an evolved character, maybe with the bloodline in tow, maybe with some new people, maybe with Zilla, right? I don't think so, but I'm just saying that a loss here could open up some interesting doors for what comes next for Roman. But of course, Roman fans are going to be like, no, he's got to win. He's got to be the champion. And that's fine. I honestly don't mind. If I had to choose, I would go Punk for the reasons I've said. But if they go Roman and they want to build to Roman against The Rock next year, I totally get that as well. Misfits said, I'm never going to believe this, but according to PW Insider, the role that went to Pat was originally meant for Aleister Black. Oh, do you know what? I can believe that to a degree, because do you remember he was in the background watching? I mean, what was that about? I don't know if that's going to show itself after Mania, but 3 or 4 times he was in the background of the Pat segments with Zelina just watching. So what was that about? People were wondering what he was going to do. And people asked me, what's that about? And I was like, I'm not sure, because he's a heel and Zelina's a heel. So that would suggest that he's looking to maybe join up with Randy and Pat, unless he's going to turn and help Cody and become a face. But he's a heel. He's a bad guy. So that means that he's going to want to be with the heels. But Aleister Black's not the tallest of people. I think he's 5'9" or 5'10". He's certainly not 6 foot plus. And you might remember Pat kind of going off a bit on, 5'5" people, whatever, right? So, I mean, Aleister doesn't really fit the vibe that I think Pat was talking about. So it was hard to see him joining up with Pat and joining up with Randy. So, he was around, but I don't know why. And we haven't had any payoff of that now. So I still don't know why. So, I don't know. Perhaps the plan was he was going to be Cody's next opponent after, and he was just watching how things were going, or so. I don't know. I'm not sure. But either way, Cody's got bigger problems right now. His face is broken. So, all of that might be off the table. So, yeah, I could believe there being, something in that. I still wouldn't have made sense, though. I mean, he couldn't come out and have a go at watching saving the business. I mean, perhaps the message would have been different if it was Aleister Black, I tell you the other thing I was thinking as well, and that was Pat was talking about how wrestling sucked at the moment. And he was talking about how he was tired of watching 5'5" guys wrestle and all this stuff. Well, Pat's gone now, right? I believe he's gone for a bit. I don't know if he's coming back or whatever, but there's been no change. So does that mean that Pat still just feels that same way? All that stuff that he said is just still how he feels because nothing has changed. So wrestling sucks at the moment. CM Punk sucks. Having to watch 5'5" guys wrestle sucks. And nothing has changed. So we've said those messages to the fans. We've said all that stuff out loud. And there's been no resolution to anything. Like, the whole thing was crazy, wasn't it? The whole thing was just dumb. And we don't need to go back over that again. Camden said, Days, I'm wondering, what do we think is more realistic for a main event? A Bloodline rules that interfere in the finish or a post-match angle? What's more realistic for tonight's main event? Bloodline rules where people are interfering. Well, it's not a Bloodline rules match. I think there will still be interference. I think for me, the build has been about, can you do this on your own, hasn't it? CM Punk has said, I'm not the one that needs help, because he'd got beaten up by Roman and they were like, are you all right? Do you need help? And he was like, I'm not the one that needs help. And part of this build has been how Roman can't do it on his own. And so I think there will come a point where the Usos will come down to try and help Roman. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see if Roman is going to accept that help, because part of this build has been, you can't do this on your own. And so he's going to have a choice to make. So I do think that there is a chance of that happening, because it did feature. We all saw Jay kind of saying to Roman, go get him, you know. I feel like that probably comes back into the main event at some point tonight as well. Jay coming down. Plus also, Jay seemed to be really into that and Jimmy wasn't. I wonder if there's anything to that as well that might show itself tonight. And then, of course, everyone's sort of hoping that The Rock's going to appear and set up next year. I would not expect that. I really would not expect that. We made the mistake of expecting that last year and we didn't get it. You might get it this year, but I really think it should just be whatever's happens with the match happens, and then at the end it's going to be, is there anything else? Are we getting a Rock or no? Black screen. Okay, that was that, right? It should be that. I think if you get it, it's an absolute bonus ball. If you get it, it is absolutely an extra. Yeah, it's not something I would go in with as an expectation. I would just tune in, watch the show, enjoy the night. If you get The Rock after, you get The Rock after, you know. But I don't expect to see him. But we'll see. There's a chance. I mean, he will have heard, and TKO will have heard, and Triple H will have heard how sad everyone was last year at not having The Rock. So, they could easily have gone, well, let's make sure we have The Rock next year, But the thing is, you can't always rely on The Rock. The Rock is not the only person that can make this a good or a bad WrestleMania, of course. I think it's a little bit dangerous to have The Rock come out, actually, because this should work without him. And it can work without him. It doesn't need The Rock for today to be successful. So I'm all right with this being like a really good, solid show with some really great matches. That's what I'm hoping for. Really great matches, more good entrances, couple more surprises, hopefully a banger of a main event between CM Punk and Roman, and people going, there we go. That's what WrestleMania looks like. That's what we weren't getting yesterday. And I really, really think there's a chance we could get that today. I genuinely do. I look at the cards and I just feel so much more confidence. As soon as it was announced, we said Night 2 looks better. Night 2 looks better. So, I'm optimistic going into today. Chris said, I'm going to tweet you something. Please see my super chats. Okay, but I don't know if WWE has stated Cody is not medically cleared. We know. That just did the round. Here was your live reaction to the dog food saying, Noah the Geek. Thank you, my friends. Oh my God, that's crazy. Noah the Geek has actually found, look at that. That is
That is crazy. I remember this. This is when I wasn't even in this room. I was in a different room, and I had those posters on the wall behind me. That is crazy. So there we go. That is the live reaction to the dog food segment. I would play it, but it goes for 1 minute 50 odd. So I don't think I'd be able to get away with that. So there we go. Right. User VC said, Days, they showed your reaction on AAA last night. Did they? Oh, well, that was very kind. I didn't get a chance to watch AAA, but I don't even know what my reaction was, to be honest. I don't know. I have been really enjoying AAA, though. I mean, I do need to go and try and watch AAA and just kind of try and keep up with it a bit, because it was, really, really such an enjoyable product, AAA. I think a lot of people have been saying Undertaker's been doing such a fantastic job, you know? So, that's cool. Thank you for letting me know. Right, Days, I think the monster is going to return imminently. You heard it first. Also, last night was -4 stars, said B. Alvarez. When you say monster, what do you mean by monster? What do you mean by monster? Do you mean Braun Strowman? When you say monster, that's what I think you mean. He was the monster amongst men, wasn't he? What's this? That's probably, is that true? I don't know if that's true. Right. Hello again, Adam. Hello. I just had a 2-hour nap. I'm getting older now, so I need naps. They're as regular to me as eating or showering, said Adam. Adam, shout out to you. I could have a little nap, actually. I had a good night's sleep. I knew I was going to need it. But I had a good night's sleep. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling ready, actually. We started a little bit earlier. We've already been streaming for 3 hours. If you haven't left a like on the stream, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. I was really late asking for that yesterday. So at the moment, we're at 627, which is really, really good. But I think yesterday we might have just snuck to 1,500. It would be really, really good if we could do that again. So, if you are watching and not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. Keep getting your thoughts in. I want to get to as many of your comments and thoughts as possible. Let me jump back into the chat. Okay, Johnny said, my concern is that there's only 6 matches. 2 are guaranteed to be over in the first hour. Does that mean an hour of Hulk Hogan stuff? Well, I think what it means is we didn't get Danhausen, so I do expect a Danhausen segment. Now, the Danhausen segment could be the Bianca segment, so time-wise, we might end up with a shorter show. I mean, yesterday ended up going like 3 hours 40, whatever. I believe last year, the first day did like 3 hours 15. So we actually went a bit longer than night 1, which is crazy because last year, night 1 had more wrestling and the show was shorter, which again, I think is why it was so obvious that the matches were short, because yesterday we had a longer show and less wrestling than the year before. But so we had 3 hours 40 odd yesterday. I think today I'm probably expecting about the same. It did not go the 4.5 hours we were expecting it to go. So what I would say is today I'm expecting it to be roughly the same. I don't think they need to go longer. They might end up going a little bit shorter because there's only 6 matches. I suppose it just depends what segments they've got planned. It feels to me like they've not put a 7th match on because they've got something else planned. I think for some reason they want some time today. I don't think there's not really any reason for them to just cut tonight's show shorter than yesterday. It's not really a reason for tonight to go just 3 hours rather than 3.5 or 3:40. I think they'll look to have tonight go about the same length. And so, yeah, that makes you wonder, what are they going to fill that one match with? But then we never got any Danhausen. So is there going to be like a bigger Danhausen segment, like some 10-minute Danhausen segment? I don't know. There's been reports of some mini wrestlers being involved. I think you might see Danhausen coming out with some mini wrestlers doing something. So I don't know. I'm expecting something there. So we'll see. I think it'll be okay, honestly. I think it'll be okay. Yes, you were going to have a lot of commercials. Yes, you were going to see more Hulk Hogan documentary. I can't imagine it's even more than what you had yesterday, though. Dwindler said, I've got The Rock costing Roman, putting winning the belt on of Punk ahead of beating him up, dishonoring the family's name. So you've got The Rock costing Roman. Got you. Russell Squatch said, yes, they did use your reaction for El Grande. It was in a recap package. It was very cool, said Russell Squatch. Oh, Russell Squatch, shout out to you. That is very cool. I'm very appreciative of that. I've said before, I don't put my reaction clips out for that. WWE never tell me if they're going to use anything like that. I'd imagine it's the same for other people that have reaction clips. So I would imagine that's, the case as well, that they don't get told. I don't mind them using them. It's absolutely fine. But honestly, I put those little clips out as adverts for this live stream. That's it. My hope is that people see them, find them fun or entertaining, and then end up joining us here. That's the reason why I put them out. So, if WWE use them, don't use them, it doesn't make any difference to me, to be honest. But it's nice. I mean, I appreciate it, of course. I didn't even see it, though. I didn't even know. So I appreciate you telling me. Bianca is pregnant and also expecting a baby. Have a word with yourself, says Pete Ivy. Bianca is pregnant and also expecting a baby. Yeah, I think that was a well-received moment, honestly. I saw a lot of people saying that was like their favourite moment. Lonzy Jackson said, I'm getting he did a WrestleMania that one-way Goldberg. I wouldn't be expecting Goldberg, but I don't think he's in the good books. He's been very vocal about Triple H and feeling like he was wronged. So, I wouldn't be expecting Goldberg. Well, all bridges can be mended, of course, but I wouldn't be expecting it. Who Dat Saints J, thank you, my friend, firing in some gifted memberships. I appreciate you, my friends. Vic says, it feels like we've already seen the documentary. They've played that many clips. Jen said, today is my oldest cousin's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your oldest cousin. I hope they're having a good day. B. Alvarez said, Days, it's a throwback to when Alvarez said monster news imminent. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I remember him. I forgot that he had said it was monster news. Yeah, Brian Alvarez did say there was like big news or monster news, as you said, coming imminent. And we were waiting, and I don't think we ever got anything. Someone should ask him what that was. I'm sure someone did. What was that? Perhaps it did turn out to be something that happened like the next day or the day after or whatever. But never found out what it was. Cody Not Rhodes said, why is there no Asuka Io? Don't know. They didn't need Asuka Kyrie in that tag match, so why not do Asuka Io? I don't understand. What do you think? Said Cody Not Rhodes. I think that I think the tag story was not correct. The truth is that, there's information out there that come from sources that's not accurate, right? We know that the dirt sheets have got a success rate of, 70% at best or whatever. Maybe it's 60, maybe it's lower, I don't know. But I think, looking at how bad Nikki's ankle is, she's had surgery on it. I mean, she has absolutely messed up her ankle. The reports were she had not done damage to it, and they were hoping it was touch and go. They were hoping she was going to make it, but no, it's nonsense. If you look at her ankle, she was never making it. She was never going to make it. So for me, she is someone that was never going to make it. I think they maybe were waiting to see if Paige was going to come in or not. Maybe that was what they were working on. But the truth is, I don't know that they were ever looking to get the Kabuki Warriors into that match. I certainly don't believe they were waiting on Nikki and if her ankle was going to be okay, because it was not. So if that is nonsense, and the Kabuki Warriors going into that tag match was like an incorrect report. I wonder if there's any little niggle we don't know about. I wonder if there's like an injury to Asuka. I mean, Io seems okay, but I wonder if there's like an injury we're not aware of for Asuka. And then the other thing I wonder is, did they have to weigh up, like, do we go with the 7th match or do we use the time for whatever we're going to get? We're not going to know that until after the show ends. If we've gone 3.5 hours with just 6 matches, then that would say to me something has happened today that was a segment and something a bit different. Like Stone Cold could come out and, you know, do a little moment. Kevin Owens could come out and have a little moment. I mean, we saw Bianca yesterday. I mean, they could have something planned with Danhausen or Kevin Owens or Stone Cold or I don't know, right? We'll have to see. But maybe they want the time for something and they're having to decide, do we add a 7th match, which would be Io Asuka, or do we go with this instead? So I think we'll have a better idea once the show has ended. If this show ends at about 3 hours long, I will not have an answer for you, right? The only thing I could say is maybe Asuka's got an injury that we don't know about. But then even saying that, I would say, why not have Io do an open challenge? Or why not have Julia do an open challenge? Why can't Julia come out and say, I'll defend my belt against anyone? Someone step up, right? And then have Io answer. And we could have Julia versus Io as just a fun out-of-nowhere match, you know? I mean, Julia, Io should bang. They can both work. I think they know each other. I don't know if they've ever wrestled each other. I don't think they have, but I think I think they know of each other, and you know, they both obviously have come from Japan. I would imagine that they could work really well together, and I'd imagine that match would be a fun 10-minute thing that could be really good. So if Asuka has an injury, we always could have gone a different direction and done Julia against Io, which would have got Julia on the cards, and it would have got Io on the cards. So if this thing goes 3 hours, I don't know why Io has missed out. But if it goes 3.5 because we did some other segment, then I think we might have, we might know then why it went the way it went. Right, it's funny, the Hogan documentary must only be for international viewers because of it being on Netflix. I don't recall seeing anything to do with the Hogan documentary. Yeah, I think you lot might be having a slightly different experience to us. I think you lot are getting we're not getting really commercials. I'm not seeing commercials. So I think where you're probably getting commercials, we're getting the Hogan documentary. So in a way, it's probably better for us. I mean, the commercials I remember was that Wheatley vodka one. I remember that. I remember LA Knight being in one, which I think was shown yesterday. There was a Saudi WrestleMania one, but I don't remember sitting here and seeing just general commercials. So I think where you lot have got commercials, we've got the documentary. Little Yachty is with Trick Williams. They are being interviewed by Pete Rosenberg right now. Eric said, I've tagged you in something. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. But I can see it's something to do with Pat, so I immediately did not care. Sally said, that's right. Kevin was supposed to be at WWE Worlds. He was pulled with no reason given. Maybe he appears tonight. Maybe after the Sami Trick match. Well, I mean, if they do a double turn and Sami turns heel, I wonder if like Kevin Owens would come down and help Sami or try and reason with Sami, or I don't know. I mean, I feel like there is a place for him to get involved. Obviously, to our knowledge, he is not medically cleared. So I'm not thinking he's coming down and he's going to be able to, like, you know, physically really do a great deal. But, you know, he might be able to throw a few punches or something like that, right? But certainly I'm not expecting him to be taking any bumps because as far as I know, he is not medically cleared. But then saying that, I didn't know that Bianca was pregnant. So, I mean, it could be a hell of an announcement if Kevin comes down and announces he's cleared and he's back. I mean, that would be incredible. That would be very, very well received. And, you know, I'm not saying they've got that up their sleeve. There's no rumours of that.
So I'm not saying that's up the sleeve, but there's potential, isn't there? There's definitely things that could happen, but we'll have to see what does happen. So yes, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that today is going to be a good day. We're just seeing a young lady dressed as Trick Williams, and she's got her lemon pepper steppers on. She's got the old lemon pepper, and there's the panel smiling away, looking at that young lady with her lemon pepper steppers. Right, big time. Said Days, the last thing the product needs is part-time Roman going on vacation with the belt. We just can't afford it with the current state of WWE. The WWE news has broken that Cody is out with an orbital bone injury. Thank you. Right. Do we think they chose the right people to win yesterday? For me, personally, I would say not all of them, no. I think that looking at the results, I would say who cares about the opening match? I mean, even Paul Heyman was asked, how do you feel about the Vision losing? And he was like, it's just a showcase. When it's time to defend those belts properly, the Vision will be locked in. So even he was like, didn't matter. Jacob winning, I think, was the right winner, yes. I think it's right that we invest in Jacob. I know Drew fans will be upset by that, but no problem with that. Then we had the tag match. I'm not really bothered which way that went. You could have gone Bailey Lyra. You could have gone with Paige, who just came back, and what a message that is. Paige is back and she's champion, kind of like reminiscent of when she got called up to the main roster. And her first match, she wins the Divas Championship. Here's her first match back, and she's now tag team champion. So I think that was probably too tempting for them to turn down. But, they could have stayed with Irresistible Forces. I've got a lot of love for them after the Demolition tribute. They could have gone with Bailey Lyra. As you heard, there's a lot of sympathy for them. They could have gone with Charlexa because, we could have gone with them throughout the summer, being champs, and then maybe lose the belts and head towards them battling each other, maybe at SummerSlam. So we could have gone that way and told that story. We don't need to tell that story. So for me, they were always the outsiders. And then, of course, as we said, the Bellas, they were an option as well. So I don't really mind which way that went. I think whatever they did there, it's, you can tell a story, can't you? With whichever way you go. Becky didn't feel like the right call to me, but then AJ Lee afterwards said, I never got a chance to say goodbye last time. So hopefully this isn't goodbye, just see you soon. I mean, that is basically AJ Lee saying, I'm gone. I'm gone for a bit. It might not be forever, but I'm gone for a bit. And with that knowledge, you go, yeah, Becky was the right call. All of a sudden, that changes my opinion on that. I mean, I didn't think Becky was right to win, but then I wasn't expecting AJ Lee to go away. I thought she was back and, I love my fans and, I'm here and blah, blah, blah. So her going away again was like quite a surprise. So Becky winning, I think, makes a lot more sense. Seth Rollins, Gunther winning absolutely is the right call. Yes. Then we have Liv against Stephanie. Liv winning. I don't know, man. I'm going to have to see what happens after this WrestleMania, because I think that Stephanie is someone that was worth investing in. She was champion. She had not had a great run. I think that her title run is not going to be fondly remembered. She had faced a lot of talent that we just weren't that engaged with. She'd been feuding away and battling away with, Raquel and Nikki Bella, I mean, do you remember, was it Survivor Series, Stephanie versus Nikki Bella? It was a bad match. It was a really bad match. So, I mean, we were doing that with her last year. And then, we get to this year. We haven't seen her compete in that much. And obviously, Liv wins the Rumble and chooses Stephanie. And we get to the WrestleMania match. They get 7 minutes. Stephanie loses. I mean, it's not been that great. So I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what we're doing with Stephanie. I don't know if there's going to be a draft and they want to move her to the other brand, or that will make more sense if that's what we do. But I must admit, I was looking at that thinking I would go with Stephanie, keep the belt on her, do a draft, give us some better opponents. And, let's go. Let's get her a bit more active, defending a bit more, and make her a bit more of a fighting champion, and, kind of get our teeth into, taking this run to the next level. Now it's ended. And we've gone with Liv. And that's okay, putting the belt on Liv. Liv's a credible champion, but I don't know. For me personally, I would have gone Stephanie, but maybe that makes a bit more sense once we find out if there's a draft and where that's going. And then you got Randy against Cody. I think I was expecting Randy to get it, but he looked off in the match. Randy didn't look good in that match. He had some moments towards the end where he got a bit more explosive. RKO, a couple of RKOs out of nowhere, and a crossroads. Nice superplex. These are the things that stood out to me from Randy, but by and large, his movement felt laboured. The match at the start was quite slow. It took a while to get going. I don't know if it was just like selling and quite extreme selling, or if the word was he was going in hurt. And I think having looked at the match, I could believe it. So if Randy is hurt, then yes, it probably wasn't wise to put the belt on him, because, he's probably not in the physical place that we thought he was in. And who knows, if he is hurt, maybe that's scrapped the Backlash match. And because there's reports now that the Backlash match might be off, the tag match might be off. And if Randy's hurt, that might have derailed it. And now, anyway, Cody's hurt as well with the orbital bone. So, I thought that they would go Randy. They ended up going Cody. The fans didn't like it. But if Randy is just broken, perhaps this was, the wiser choice. Perhaps this is something they felt they had to do. So, to be honest with you, I think the results were fine, other than I'm not sure about Stephanie and Liv. That's one that I'm not sure I would have gone with Liv. And the Cody Randy one was not well received, but there could be some injury issues there. There could be some problems that we don't quite know about. So, yeah, that's kind of my breakdown of yesterday. I think the most important one is the very first match we've got in literally, 2 hours, 10 minutes? What are they going to do with Oba? What are they going to do with Oba? What are they going to do with Brock? This is the one that I think everyone's looking at. There's going to be so much excitement for that first match. They got to get that right. They really got to get that right. Days, the last thing the product needs is part-time. Oh, we read that one. Hang on, the chat's all a bit weird. Let me skip down. Chat's a bit. There we go. Boom. There we go. Oh, I don't like the chat. The chat is playing up a little bit. I think it's the computer playing up a little bit. It's struggling to load. Are we okay? Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. I'll have to look here. My chat is not working well. Rapture said, Days, because of what the first two matches are going to be, and that I believe the only cover in the first match of Mania, are we getting the shortest ladder match or the craziest one? Well, I don't think Oba versus Brock needs to be long. I mean, they'll have long entrance. Not a long entrance. I mean, I don't think, 10 minutes for the entrances. The match will be 10 minutes. I think it'll be fine. I don't think that it's going to be a rush, or it's going to be a problem, or it's going to be a drama, or I think it'll be fine. I think an hour is enough time for two matches. Even a ladder match. I mean, the ladder match will be bonkers, but I mean, if it goes 15 minutes, that's fine. I think they're going to have to, try and get everyone down to the ring quite quickly. I think they're going to have to cut down on the entrances a bit. It might have to be one of those where someone comes out. Oh, yeah, I think there is a little wobble, is there? I think there is a little wobble. Okay, my chat's back to working anyway. So, what was I saying? I was saying that they might have to get a bit creative with all the entrances. I don't know that we can afford to have everyone making their way down in the ladder match and having a full entrance, get to the ring, and then we bring the next person down. It might have to be a little bit like when it's a battle royal, where you do the entrance, the person starts coming down, we don't follow them,
they just sort of walk off, and then we do the next entrance, and the next person comes out, and then the next entrance, the next person comes out. Do you know what I mean? Rather than everyone getting like the full entrance experience. The final person will get that full entrance experience. I'd imagine that'll be Ray. It could be Ray or Penta. Penta might come out first as the champion, I'm not sure. But that's the only thing that we might have to just cut down on a little bit, because we might not quite have enough time to do like full entrances for 6 people, which I think would be understandable. I mean, I would understand that. I would understand if we had to sort of cut down on that a little bit. The plan was to have Alistair involved instead of Pat in the Orton storyline, says Steve Folding. Steve Folding, shout out to you. Dwindler said, do we think a lot of the leaks or stories come out of the way they've been pushing characters or stories via social media is a work, like Seth J doing the Cameron podcast? Yeah, I think the Cameron podcast was a work. You'd have to be a bit more specific about whatever we're talking about, but yes, the Cameron podcast was a work. I don't think there was anything to that. Smurfatoon, shout out to you, sent a super chat. Let's get to this. So yes, Sebastian, thank you, my friends, firing in a gifted membership. And Who Dat Saints J, shout out to you as well, buds. Dida said, have we got any wild predictions? Like, could the Vision come out for Brock if he loses? Cheers again, says Dida. To be honest with you, I don't really think there's... I don't think the product is really set up for wild predictions. I suppose, like, you would have had to have predicted that Bianca Belair was going to be coming out and announce she was pregnant. Like, that would have been a wild prediction that you would have got correct. But I don't know what else went down yesterday that you would class as being wild. I don't know. I mean, like, the shows are so safe and steady and comfortable that I can't really say that I'm expecting much in the way of wild. I think like there's a possibility that you get The Rock come out at the end and, you know, stare at Roman and do something with Roman. If we are building to Roman versus Rock next year, then we could plant that seed tonight. So that would be fun. That would be wild. I would enjoy that. There's going to be a Danhausen segment tonight, and the streets are saying there's going to be some mini wrestlers. So that is going to be a segment where I could imagine Danhausen coming down with lots of little Danhausens. Or mini Danhausens. So, I mean, I expect something along those lines. I could see something happening there. And I'm trying to think what else. I don't expect, like, the Vision to come down. I'm not anticipating that. What else have we got with the matches? Judgment Day could try and help Dominic, but I think the Demon ends up getting the win. The Demon should win. I mean, if the Demon loses, that would be very disappointing. What else have we got? I think you'll see EO could help Rhea, because she's not on the show, so it'd be a good way of getting her onto the show, wouldn't it? So I think there's a chance that we see EO coming down. But I don't know, man. I gotta say, I don't think some of these things feel like they're that wild. But looking at yesterday, it's just hard to sort of believe anything that wild is going to go down. I just hope that it's solid. I hope the wrestling is better. I hope we get a bit more wrestling. Not that I think that massively matters, but I do think that if you had an hour and 45 on day one last year, and as I said, it was a shorter show, and this year it's gone longer and you've ended up with less wrestling, I think that's significant enough where it's going to really stand out and it's going to bug people, and it's done exactly that. So I hope that that's something that they look at today. I mean, they can always make a few little tweaks and changes, you know, give matches a little bit more time if they look at it today and go, the stuff everyone was upset about yesterday, we're doing the exact same thing today. Is there a way we can give this 5 more minutes? Or can we give this a little bit more time? Yeah, you know, there's maybe the opportunity to do a few little tweaks. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they've got planned. But I got to say, I'm not expecting anything that crazy. But it doesn't mean that it's not going to still satisfy. I think that the card just naturally looks better today. Smurfy Tombs Gaming said, can you wave to Miss Clown? Because he likes it when you do it. Oh, I'm always willing to do that for Miss Clown. Nothing but love for Miss Clown. Me and Miss Clown went for some beers when I was in London a few years ago and had an absolutely fantastic time. Really enjoyed that. So me and Miss Clown having some beers, just putting the world to rights. It was really, really good. Really enjoyed it. So, yeah, Miss Clown, a goat, a legend of the community. Big Migs said 3 hours 40 and we only got like 1 hour 13 of wrestling. That is disgusting, said Big Migs. Yeah, well, it's definitely the conversation. It's definitely the frustration. It's definitely the thing that people have been pulling their hair out over. So, I don't know that that's going to be drastically different today, but this is where we are, you know. I think that the good thing is that today, by comparison to yesterday, it should be better. It just should be better. People are in, like, you know, a mindset where yesterday just didn't hit for them. And so I'm just hoping that today delivers. I really, really want people to come out of today feeling much, much better, you know? For me, the big problem going into this WrestleMania was the whole Pat stuff. I knew that the night one main event was going to be a struggle for me. I knew that that was going to be a problem. And I also knew that come Sunday morning, I was going to be feeling much, much better because it was done. It was in the past. And that I promise you, that is exactly where I am. I genuinely do feel optimistic for today, and I do feel like if you've got a ticket for today, I think you're going to see a better show. I really don't expect them to mess up Oberbrock, and people are so, I don't know how excited people were for some of the matches yesterday. I don't know that people were that excited for AJ versus Becky or Randy Cody because of the builds, or the women's tag match, right? Or the Vision match. I don't know that people were like, oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait for this match. There will be some, of course, but I'm talking the majority, you know? But everyone is excited for Oberbrock. Everyone is looking forward to that. And I think of the two main events, because this one doesn't have Pat, this is the main event of the two people were more excited for as well. Plus, it's hard to not be excited for a ladder match. So, I mean, today is the day we get the ladder match as well. So, genuinely, today's card, I think, has what yesterday was lacking a bit of. And that is just general excitement. A bit of goodwill towards it. If you go into a show and you're like, okay, let's see how this goes. You know, let's see what they can do. You're not really looking forward to the match. You're watching it because it's WrestleMania. And you're like, okay, let's see how this goes. And then it's just, you know, short and not that great. And there's not much goodwill around. It's very different if you can go in like, yeah, man, this is going to be I can't wait to see what the Demon's wearing, you know? I can't wait for this. Or, here we go, this is the night 2 main event. Bad blood between Roman and Pope. They don't like each other. I think they've done a good job of kind of getting that message across. They do not like each other. And, I mean, Roman dropping F-bombs in the car the other day was like... And he was like, this is why we don't let marks into the business. There's not a single person in my family that respects you. And I think when it gets to that main event, it's going to be like, here we go, man. Here we go. Big main event time. And when we get to Oberbrock, as we said, it's going to be like, here we go. I just think that was missing a little bit yesterday. So let's go, man. Let's go. If people were down on yesterday, hopefully they can be feeling a lot better about today. Right. There's 6 matches. I think the matches will be given more time, said Charlie. Especially if Ober does squash Brock. It's going to give 5 matches more time to do something great. Charlie, shout out to you, buds. I started the show 45 minutes late yesterday, but I was caught up by the end because I just fast forwarded through the abundance of adverts. Oh, there was a lot of adverts, yes.
There was an awful lot of adverts. That was a massive, massive talking point. People really pulling their hair out over that. So, yes, you was not alone, my friends. But I think you'll get it today as well. I mean, there's no way that they're going to cut down on the ads today. I think that's just the TKO way. So you're probably going to get that again, but to be honest with you. But hopefully we can just get some better wrestling this time, that's going to satisfy. Because I think, like, putting up with that stuff is one thing, but then if what the wrestling you get is just really underwhelming, that obviously hurts even more, doesn't it? Okay, we just got a video package on at the moment. Liam said Randy was reportedly originally scheduled to win. The decision got changed in the last few weeks, said Liam. I could believe that, because Randy was the person I was expecting to win. So it does make me wonder if that was to do with an injury. So I can believe that. Super Sorrel, hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Super Sorrel said yesterday, do we really need to see the Hogan documentary? I feel like I've seen it now. I know, buds. I know. That's apparently in America they were getting commercials. I don't think we were getting them over here. So as a result, we were just getting shown that Hogan documentary. I think you're going to be blasted with it again today as well. I don't know why they didn't just mix it up a little bit. It feels a little bit lazy, to be honest. They could have had a few other things ready to play rather than just hammer us with that. And I think you're going to get hammered with it again, to be honest. So, yeah, it was what it was. To be honest, I mean, I just took my headset off when we got to it, and I'll still watch it. I'm still interested in it. But it is true. I think a lot of people feel like they've seen it now. Slate Folding said, is there any chance that Javon is going to go over and win the IC? Second favourite to win it. I think Penta retaining is favourite, but Javon is second favourite. So, yes, there is a chance. I don't mind if they do it. I don't think they have to do it. I'm someone that naturally is a little more inclined to just put obstacles in the way. And I think the reason for that is because in wrestling, the chase has always been where the money is. So seeing people trying to win belts, like Cody, where he was trying to finish his story, the fans can get behind that and they can will you on. Once you actually get to the belts, it's a lot harder to keep the fans engaged, because all of a sudden it's not as interesting you trying to keep a championship rather than win a championship. So if they put the belt on Javon tonight, fine. People like him. People will be excited about it. That's absolutely fine. But I think I might be a bit more inclined to just keep the belt on Penta, because I think Penta's quite interesting as an Intercontinental Champion, and he's obviously got crossover with AAA as well. I mean, we saw an Intercontinental Championship match on AAA recently, and it was quite nice, actually, to have a really good reason to tune into AAA. AAA is good anyway, but he took on Vikingo and defended the IC Championship. I know people will say, well, Javon could still do that, but Penta just sort of works. And Penta's very experienced. I sort of feel like, do we need to put the belt onto a 22-year-old instead of putting it onto someone like Penta, who's got it right now and doing a really good job, and the walk and kids dressing up as him? And I don't know, man. I don't know. I think there's money in the chase. I think Penta's doing a good job. I really don't mind if they keep going with Penta. But if they do pull the trigger and go with Javon, I will happily support that as well, because I do love the young OG as well. I'm a fan of Javon. The thing is, if he doesn't get it here, he could get it at SummerSlam. The kid is so young that he could get it at any point, really, I mean, he's got potentially 20 plus years in WWE. He's got all the time in the world. So yes, to answer your question, is there a chance? Yes, there is. Did you see the camera fall over yesterday, says Cody Knight Rose? I did, yes, I did. I didn't see the other angle, but I did online. What I want to try and do is I want to try and get together a bit of an unseen for the 2 days. So anything that... feel free to tag me and stuff. I mean, tag me in stuff that's not like just the news that's everywhere. But like, you know, those kind of clips of like Lyra tripping over the cameraman, stuff like that, you know, or like some maybe interesting backstage clips or backstage images, or there's one doing the rounds at the moment, which is quite interesting. I don't know if you saw it, but Liv Morgan's gear had references to different parts of her career. So one bit said Riot, another bit had LD in a heart, like Liv and Dom. Another one had like Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. So it just had different parts of her career on her ring gear. And there was another one as well, obviously the back of Alexa's jacket. The backpack said Forever Connected, and it had a picture of Bray. So like those bits that can be sort of easily missed, that sort of stuff is like, you know, great. I mean, I do have obviously an unseen folder that's got a few bits and bobs in, but yeah, I am still looking to like do an unseen. There was just no way of doing it last night. Same as the opinions video. I could have done an opinions video last night, but it would have just like wrecked my voice. I mean, if I'd have done another hour of opinions videos, I'd be like, you know, it made more sense to go, let's not do an unseen. Let's not do an opinions video. We did a long stream. We did a breakdown. Let's save the voice. But I'm looking to do both of those tonight. I'll do a breakdown. I'll do an opinions. I'll try and get some sort of unseen out. And I'll have it so that it's day 1, day 2. And so it covers both days. At the moment, I've got about 14 things from day 1. About 14 things from day 1. There's footage of like Bron Breakker waiting before he goes running down to deliver the spear. So, you know, there's that kind of footage. There's footage of the cameraman falling over. So we've got that. There's the Easter eggs on the Liv Morgan gear, the Easter eggs on the Alexa gear. So it's bits like that, really, from night 1. Nothing essential, but just stuff that people might find interesting. So if you see anything like that for night 1 or night 2, tag me in it. I will try and go through all my notifications. I don't really need the news, to be honest. I think, you know, I already follow like Wrestle Purists and Wrestle Talk and, you know, Ringside News and Sean Ross Sapp. So I feel like those kind of general stories are covered. But, you know, there's lots of little bits that are out there that are kind of interesting. Yeah, I like this actually from Brim, which was good. So WWE said Gunther makes Seth Rollins tap. Gunther makes Seth Rollins tap. And they actually had a community note applied because he didn't tap. He passed out. So WWE's official channel got community noted where people had to say he didn't tap. He passed out in a sleeper hold. That prompted a referee stoppage after the arm drop test confirmed he was unconscious. Gunther won by technical submission. So WWE yesterday got community noted for saying that he tapped when he didn't tap. Gunther makes Seth Rollins tap. No, he didn't. He didn't tap. So they actually got community noted. So that was pretty funny, I thought. That was pretty funny. Seeing WWE get slapped with a community note. And the GIF as well, which I really did like. The Guile beaten up being compared to the Cody being beaten up, which is funny because he's playing Guile in Street Fighter. The other thing as well is Brian Alvarez said, I can't wait to see if Dave Meltzer is going to say that the night 1 attendance was 50,816, or will he say it was 50,817? Because obviously they made out that Bianca's unborn baby is an extra person, and John added that on, right? So Brian Alvarez is like, I can't wait to see if Dave Meltzer is going to actually go with that or not, right? Which I thought was kind of funny. What is the official attendance? Is it 50,816, or does Bianca's unborn baby count? So just bits like that doing the rounds. Jason Baker, who obviously did all the Fiend stuff and did all the costuming and the puppets and all of that, he said always connected, talking about Alexa's entrance. There's this as well with the Benny Hill music. Oh, they have been hitting copyright strikes, you know. That's a talking point as well. Plus, there was that guy who's a content creator who got kicked out because apparently he was like filming the show and he got kicked out. They've really been cracking down on copyright stuff as well. I wouldn't be shocked if some of my reaction clips have been hit. I wouldn't be surprised. So they've really been like cracking down on those things. That was funny though, because it was basically clips from the main event of night one with Benny Hill music. It was good the way that it was edited together. So great one. Thank you. A few of you tagged me in that actually, but these are the kind of bits that have been like really, really funny. Kat was there as well, having a great time. Aaron was there as well, having a great time. Aaron, friend of the, I say friend loosely, he was at WrestleMania. The only video clip that Aaron sent me, right, the only clip that I have seen that he has sent over, like, hey, here's me at WrestleMania, was 30 seconds of Liv Morgan singing her song. That's the only clip that he sent me. Nothing else. No fun little behind the scenes information or anything that's, you know, it's just, this is my view. And when you play it, you have to listen to that awful song. He knows what he's doing. He knows what, look, even there, look, you can see the little laughing faces, yeah? Just for you, says Aaron. I got this just for you. And it's 30 seconds of that flipping Liv Morgan song. So even people in the actual stadium are flipping messing me around. even people in this community are trying to find new ways of frustrating me. Benny said Rhea is going to win. Dominic is going to exercise the demon. Really? Let's get physical. Come on, demon. Here we go. Feel the burn. Physical. Yes. Brock is going to squash Oba back to NXT. Sami is going to win. Oh, imagine that. Imagine the reaction to that. Danhausen's going to turn heel and curse the entire arena. Rusev is going to win. Oh, due to Aiden English. Imagine that return. Corey said, The Miz marrying people earlier this week there could be more pregnant ladies in attendance tonight. What do you mean? Oh, okay. I thought you meant The Miz was like, do you know what I mean? Getting with the brides or something. Oh, you mean like the honeymoon? Well, listen, that's what Vegas is known for. I bet many a baby has been made in Las Vegas. Yeah. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but annoyingly, you have to wait 9 months, don't you? So that's not true. So, do you know what I mean? The Miz might be putting it about a little bit, but unfortunately, those problems won't be staying in Vegas. Yeah, they'll come knocking, they'll come a calling. But I don't think the Miz is that way inclined, to be honest. This shiz is horrendous, said James. What, the Liv song? Is that what you're saying? Wrestling workouts brought to you by Wrestling Days. Could be quite good, actually, each morning. You know, I'll do a stream where we just have our morning routine. That'd be good for me. Blooming now. I need it. We're seeing a Goodyear blimp up in the sky right now. Obviously, we had some Danhausen blimps. There should be a very entertaining Danhausen segment that goes down today. WrestleMania Night 2 starting in just 1 hour, 45 minutes. So WrestleMania is getting closer. Obviously, we're just chatting away until it begins. We started a little bit earlier today. We've already been live for 3 hours, 40 odd. So I'm feeling good, actually. We're so used to doing this. I think I grow into the streams. Like when I first start, my voice is a little bit off and I'm a bit still waking up. But you know, as we get closer to it, I peak at the right times, which is good.
Big Time said, Days, imagine if Randy, after a punt kick, handcuffed Cody, goes in the crowd, snaps and attacks Brandy. A homage to Randy and Stephanie in front of Triple H. A visual of Cody's kid crying. Could that have changed perceptions? I think it would have helped, but you still would have had the Pat nonsense. So, I mean, something was signed, and I still don't know what was signed, but something was signed, wasn't there, on SmackDown? I don't know if we're meant to know what that is. I don't know what that was, but Pat signed something, and I had people saying, "Oh, he didn't even read what he just signed, the idiot." And I don't know what that was. So if they had found a way of, like, on SmackDown, basically saying, "You've just signed that you're banned from ringside." Right? You are not allowed to be, like, in the ringside area. I mean, we could have had Pat arriving with Randy, and we could have had a segment. I mean, there was no backstage segments. There was no post-fight interviews. It was just entrances, matches, adverts, entrances. That was it, really, wasn't it? It was just that. Very strange that they just stripped it back to, like, bare bones. But if they had made, like, a way of saying that you've just signed, you're not going to be at ringside, and so he didn't come out at all, right? That would have helped, because then we could have just had Cody, Randy, and the focus be on them. Do you know, it was a little not disappointing, but it was a little bit like, I felt it when we were looking at, like, Cody, and there is his gear from when he first started. Do you know, I feel like Cody's entrance did more to dig into Cody's history and his relationship with Randy than the build. Because you had, like, all these different eras of Cody, when he was dashing and when he was making his debut, and the Stardust character. Like, we dug more into Cody's journey and more into his, like, how he got here and all of that stuff with his entrance than we did the flipping build. The build was about Pat, but the entrance was really good. And I really enjoyed Cody's entrance. Thought it was maybe the best entrance of the night, right? And imagine if we'd have done that, and then Randy came out, and we had the two of them just going off. Maybe the start wasn't as slow. Because the other problem is, right, that Pat wallops Cody at the beginning of the match before the bell sounds. And my reaction to that is, do you know what I mean? Like, now Cody's been, like, injured or hurt before the bell has even sounded due to Pat. Like, Pat has now got involved, and got involved early as well. Got involved before the bell's even rung. I mean, like, you're starting off the match, like, and we could have avoided all of that. Just ban him from ringside. Don't even have him out there. And actually have it so that we do Cody, we do Randy, we have them come down, we do the entrance announcements, get into the match. Hopefully it, starts a little quicker, because it was a bit slow started. But then it got to, like, a good place with the crossroads and the RKOs and all that stuff. Didn't need the run-in. That was nonsense. That was another moment where you go, didn't need that. Get rid of that. And then maybe if you did what you just proposed, where Cody wins, but afterwards there's, Cody handcuffed to the ropes, and there's a Brandy moment or whatever. Maybe that could have, like, changed perceptions. I think so. If you'd got Pat out the way, that would have massively helped. And if the match had started a little quicker and hadn't had that kind of slow start, I mean, I was seeing people going, the crowd are dead. I feel like I'm watching this in slow motion. I mean, seriously, the start of that match feels like we're heading to a car crash. The start of the match feels like this thing is going to be an absolute dumpster fire. For me, it did pick up, and it did get to somewhere not bad. I think the superplex, the RKO by Cody, the RKO by Randy,
the crossroads by Randy. These are moments that I enjoyed. I think that, like, you know, it got to a point where, oh, you know, there was big reactions. People were, like, into it. That, to me, stopped it from being, like, a complete disaster. But it just when you're getting into it, here comes Pat, you know? And you're like, oh, my God. Ah. So, yeah, I think there was definitely a way of saving this. There was definitely things they could have done. I mean, if TKO wanted Pat involved in the build to help sell tickets, he didn't have to be involved in the match, right? I know some people might be like, oh, well, that's a bit harsh, but I don't care. He didn't need to be involved in the match, right? It was not beneficial in any way. So, yeah, I think there was definitely a way of making it better than what we ended up with. But hey-ho, we ended up with what we ended up with. And as we said, today will be better. Or at least I believe it will. Rapture said, I'm surprised that Stephanie didn't win versus Finn just showing up ringside playing mind games with Liv and Judgment Day. It was just Roxanne and Raquel, and that was a turn. I don't know that Finn's problem is obviously on his own, and I don't think like he is necessarily, you know, trying to help out Stephanie or anything like that. I think Finn is focused on doing what Finn needs to do. That is the Demon on night 2, whatever the Judgment Day get up to on night 1, whatever. It's not his business. His job is to just systematically take them down. You know, he's going to take down Dominic tonight. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think has he already faced JD? I mean, he might go hunting after JD. What he'll do in regards to the women, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I mean, maybe he joins forces with some female. I mean, this is where it gets tricky, isn't it? There's not loads of guys for him to battle in Judgment Day. Does he reach out to Mommy after? You know, is he going to reach out to Rhea afterwards? Could this lead to a Liv, Dom, Finn, Rhea type situation, or a Liv, Dom, JD versus Damian, Finn, Rhea? Could it be that type of a situation? Could it be Finn, Damian, Rhea, EO against JD, Dom, Roxanne, and Liv? It does mean Raquel misses out, but I don't know. Could there be an 8-man, an 8-person that we kind of get out of this? 2 guys, 2 girls. I don't know. There's maybe ways forward, but I can sort of understand him being focused on, that's not my problem at the moment, right? I'm focused on Sunday. I'm bringing the Demon back, and, you know, they're all going to get what's coming to them eventually. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we needed loads of run-ins. I don't think we needed, like, people coming down all the time. So, it was all right. I mean, that match was just short. It was just a problem in other ways, wasn't it? 7 minutes. That's all they had. It's crazy for a women's... I mean, people were saying that thing should have headlined instead of Cody Randy. They were like, this should be the headliner. It's kind of crazy that did just only get 7 minutes. I don't know if, like, some people said, like, maybe Liv's head injury was, like, worse than we know, and perhaps, like, they kept it short for that reason. I don't know. You never know. I don't want to be making excuses for them, but I don't know. It was a bit strange. A women's world title match getting like 7 minutes. And the thing is, online, there is this real perception that WWE are really down on women's wrestling and not really giving it like opportunity. And like, you know, stuff like that really does not help. That does not help that perception at all. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's see how today goes. Let's see what Jade and Rhea get if they get a bit more time. I mean, there will be quite a bit of outrage if it turns out that the women's matches today get very little time. Okay, keep getting your thoughts in. I want to get to as many as possible. Obviously, when this gets really swinging, it gets a little bit harder to kind of jump into the chat. So definitely get your thoughts in. Mad Dog said, Pat replaced Alistair in the Cody Randy feuds. Thank you, buds. Yeah, that news doing the rounds. I haven't seen it myself, but enough people are talking about it where I'm guessing it was just kind of out there.
Days, another WrestleMania looking at the past year has been a bit stale. Shout out to you. We are on the cusp of surprises, says Hannah. Hannah, shout out to you. Connor, hello. Days, WWE has announced that Demon Finn Balor versus Dominic will be tonight at WrestleMania and is now going to be a street fight. Well, that probably ups the chances of outside interference, doesn't it? If they've announced it as a street fight, I think it's definitely going to increase the chances of outside interference. There are reportedly plans in place for Gunther versus Roman Reigns feud down the line. That's what the streets are saying. That's what the streets are saying. And by the streets, I mean Wrestling Observer. Plans in place for Roman Gunther. No, I wouldn't say that's a great surprise, to be honest. I wouldn't say that was a great surprise. I could see them two crossing paths eventually. So, yeah, obviously word coming in about Cody not being medically cleared. I was just looking. I just wanted to read that Alistair thing myself. Randy was originally going to win, but that decision was changed. We've heard about this. Thank you to people letting me know as well. There were discussions for Liv to be Leave Me Alone by Renee Rapp. It is unknown why this didn't happen. Trouble was made with a similar sound. Never even heard of Renee Rapp. But apparently she was going to have a different theme song. Someone really does hate us. Cody needed multiple staples in his head. WWE has stated that Cody is not medically cleared due to an orbital injury. It's nasty. It's moody, man. It is moody. It is moody. I haven't seen the Alistair news yet, but I believe it. Enough people have been talking about it. Okay. Oh, what's this? What's this? There was a pitch for Randy's WrestleMania role to involve... There it is. There you are. There was a pitch for Randy's WrestleMania role back in January that involved Alistair trying to bring out the old heel version of Orton. It's unclear how far that pitch progressed through WWE's creative process, but echoes of the original plan appear in Pat's role. So at some point, Pat replaced the pitched version featuring Alistair, right? Do you remember, though, Alistair was around Randy, wasn't he, for a time? There was a time where he was kind of around Randy. So, I mean, that does make sense. The seeds were definitely there for... oh, hello. What's this? CM Punk and Paige.
Fancy meeting. Oh, wow. What are you doing here? No. This is great. I'm happy Fancy meeting. Oh, wow.
Fancy meeting you here. So there we go. CM Punk and Paige reuniting backstage. Jake Cargill asked Danhausen to curse Rhea Ripley. Danhausen said, I'm going to need some good human monies to do that. So there we go. Everyone's asking Danhausen to curse people now. Poor man. Guys, I know what you're thinking. Jay was winning world championships at last year's WrestleMania. He was leaving with gold from last year's WrestleMania. What is Jey Uso leaving with at this year's WrestleMania? That's the big question everyone's asking. He left with a championship belt last year. But what is he leaving with this year? We have that answer. It's a giant bag of popcorn. Yeah! There it is. Congratulations to Jay. Nice. In many ways, I would say that's better. It's a big bag as well. It's family size. It's definitely family size. So there he is. It's another successful WrestleMania for Jey Uso. Very good. Very good. Love that. Love that for him. With the cost of living right now, he's done well there. Adam said it's crazy that Carrion was so over for a bit and doing the same thing Alistair is trying to do now. WWE guess that the Carrion gimmick but preferred Alistair instead. It does feel like they've given the creative you would give to Carrion to Alistair and Zelina. Yes, I agree. I think that it's very hard to get your head around why Carrion did not stay, because the fans liked him. They were chanting for him at SummerSlam. And to me, it just felt like WWE tell us they listen to the fans, certainly the live fans, yeah? I remember, like, on a podcast of Bruce Pritchard's, he was asked this question. And Bruce is very important in WWE. He was Vince's right-hand man, right? You could argue he's sort of Triple H's right-hand man. All the producers respond and answer to Bruce. And Bruce has got a podcast. And Bruce said, the question was, what's the one thing you listen to the most? What's the most important thing? Is it online? Is it comments on YouTube? Is it merch sales? What is it? What's the most important thing? And without a shadow of a doubt, he said the absolute number one thing that we listen to that kind of guides our direction. And I don't know if this is true. I feel like there is some truth to it, right? He said is the live crowds. It's the live reactions. That is what we listen to. And what he was saying was the people that complain online, they've not spent their hard-earned money to buy a ticket, right? They're not like necessarily buying the merch and all that type of stuff. They're watching the products and they're critiquing it, right? But people that are actually putting their hand in their pocket to buy a ticket to go to the show, those are the people that are spending the money, right? Those are the people that we are listening to. And they're, every night we get feedback. Every time we do a show, every segment gets feedback from the live crowd. I think that's fine and fair, but I think it's also misguided because the live crowd are having a very different experience to the crowd at home. The live crowd have spent money and have had a few beers and are with their mates and are having a very different experience to those of us that are watching at home. And there's more of us watching at home than there are people there live, right? So, I mean, like, some of you will go to a live show maybe once a year, but most of us will not. And we watch the show every week. So the idea that you would only listen, or the most important people to listen to, are those that are actually there over everyone else that's watching at home, the majority that watch at home, it is sort of crazy in a way. But that was his answer. That's what he said. So he was saying, like, we listen to the live crowd. So when you hear that live crowd coming out of SummerSlam chanting, "We want Cross," and Triple H is sat there on the press conference after SummerSlam and he's like, "You want Brock? Well, you've got Brock." I don't know if he misheard or if he was just, trying to make out they were saying something they weren't. I'm not sure. But, yeah, he was like, you want Brock? You've got Brock. But they were chanting, "We want Cross," right? And it was all online and it was really, really loud. And so for me, I really could not get my head around why they had let him go and why they hadn't found something more for him to do. I mean, you had someone there that was using social media really well, was maximizing opportunities he was being given. I don't get it. I didn't get it at the time. I don't get it now. I didn't get it to the point where I genuinely wondered, is this a work? Like, are they going to have him go away for a little bit and then bring him back? Maybe they don't have any plans for him at the moment. So they've said, listen, why don't you go away? We'll have the fans, like, really demanding you more, and we'll build that up and we'll make a thing out of it. And I was like, I wonder if that's happening, because it just didn't make sense. And it still doesn't make sense. I think it started to make a little more sense when we saw how Alistair and Zelina were being booked. Because you go, right, that's basically Carrion and Scarlett. So it does feel like what they've done is they've just gone with them instead of them.
And, you know, that feels like what's happened. So it's a little bit like we don't need that version of Coke. We've got Coke at home. And it's like we don't need Karrion and Scarlett. We've got Alistair and Zelina. So I don't know if they just feel like they didn't need both and they're a bit too similar to each other and we only need one. Karrion's contract was coming up. I think they did try to renew, but I think the offer was quite low. And as a result of that, he kind of turned it down. And, you know, we ended up where we ended up. What's this? Who's this? Who's this person? Marcelo Rodriguez. Oh, okay. Okay, he's saying this is a legendary Spanish announcer, but I don't know who he is. So, yes, I agree. Karrion, crazy. There's plenty of people that would have loved to have seen him remain within WWE. Right, everyone is shizzing on Braun for having that amazing sprint and then missing the spear. I don't think they realised that it was supposed to go like that. It was just a bad camera angle, said Shining Wizards. Shining Wizard, shout out to you. To be honest, that doesn't even really register with me. I think that there were so many other problems that, it doesn't even register. I think that match was a good match. It's a bit of a shame. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong that Braun got involved. I think we were expecting him to get involved. It protects Seth. It gives Gunther the win. It protects Seth. I get it. I think, though, yesterday was not a struggle, but it wasn't. I found it an easy watch, actually. But yesterday, I think, needed a banger of a match. And I think the closest we got was Seth Gunther. Now, on Cage Match, people have said it's like a 7.7. I do find myself wondering if Braun didn't get involved and we had a clean finish, what would that have got? Could it have got in the 8s if that had just been a banger and we just had a clean finish? Did Braun getting involved with his shenanigans, did it just maybe take some away from the match? Because all of a sudden now the result is, the result because of outside interference. I don't know. I get why we did it. I'm not saying it was wrong that we did it. I'm just wondering that, if the match would have been better received if it had just been clean rather than Braun coming back. So, don't know. I feel like yesterday really needed one of those kind of real classic matches that we can go back and rewatch, One of those matches, maybe Braun could have got involved and maybe the match could have continued a bit after. Maybe Braun could have got involved to try and cost Seth, but it didn't work. And so Braun's looking a bit frustrated on the outsides. Match carries on. Gunther ends up getting the win. And you could maybe make an argument that Braun's interference contributed, but Gunther achieved it as well because the match had carried on past that point. And perhaps that would have been a way of booking. I don't know. I get it. I get why it happened. I'm not complaining about that. As I said, there's way more other things to complain about, but I think it just would have benefited if that match could have just really cemented itself, as being in the 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10 range, rather than in the 7s. So, Days, if they listen to the live crowd, they booed Cody hard. They don't want him winning the belt. The crowd also want Randy to win. So if they listened, why did they put Cody over? Well, the word is that Randy was going to go over. So I think that there is maybe some truth to Randy having an injury. So if reports are to be believed, as of a few weeks ago, the plan was that Randy was winning and they changed those plans. And yeah, I mean, we know that Randy is hurting. That's what was said. So it could be legit that there is an injury issue there. I mean, obviously, we're just speculating because we don't know the true answer. But it seems like if reports are to be believed, Randy was going to get the dub. Dragon Slayer says, my predictions are that the Vision is going to help Brock beat Oba tonight. And The Rock is going to come back and help Roman win the title. I think we're just going to have to wait and see. I think that I think today will be better than yesterday. I think there's a chance that The Rock could come down. And if he does, that'll obviously be a massive moment. I don't think we got anything as exciting as that yesterday. Could it be that we didn't get anything as exciting as that yesterday because they're going to do something more exciting today? Maybe. If we look at last year, though, we got to the main event of last year and people were expecting The Rock and you got Travis Scott and that was it. So I think my advice to you would be don't get too excited. Don't get your expectations that high. Just have it that, you know, what will be, will be. I think my expectation for today is that this is going to be better than yesterday. That's my expectation. I expect to be more positive about today's show than I was yesterday. And I don't think it's going to be hard to achieve that. I don't think that's going to be hard. There's no pat on this show, so it's pretty much borderline guaranteed that I'm going to enjoy today more than yesterday. So this is why I can be optimistic. That's my expectation. But I think if you start expecting The Rock and stuff of that magnitude, I don't know, man. We all saw the Royal Rumble, didn't we? I mean, we were all waiting for some big surprise there, and the biggest surprise we got was Brie Bella came back. And we all saw that crate, didn't we, where people were kind of speculating what was in there, and then it turned out to be Danhausen that no one had heard of, right? I mean, that's not true. People had heard of him, but the majority of people had not. And so that's why people were like, who's this guy? What's this? I wanted Jericho, you know? And so people were down. People love Danhausen now, but it would be rewriting history to say that that was a well-received reveal. And then in regards to who's on the phone, is it The Rock? Is it going to be, Shane McMahon? Who's on the phone? And then it turned out to be Pat. So, I mean, WWE has got a history of sort of under-delivering. I don't know if we can really go into this night of WrestleMania thinking they're about to blow our minds and over-deliver and give us The Rock and give us all those kinds of things. So I would err on the side of caution. I don't want people to feel disappointed because it didn't meet their high expectations, if you will. My expectation is tonight is better than yesterday. I think that's a fair expectation, and I think that it can be very easily achieved, honestly. Sign in the crowd said Sammy Hogan. There's a Sammy Hogan sign. Connor said, here's what I'm saying. Do we see Nikki Bella turning on Paige at some point where Nikki is medically cleared? There's a possibility for it because, of course, Nikki can be upset that Paige took that moment, but Nikki was injured and Nikki was saying that she brought Paige in as a result. So, I don't know. I mean, there's a story to be told there, but I don't think it's one they're looking to tell at the moment. It might be one that you have to tell over a period of time where Nikki starts to feel like she's being sort of pushed out because of Paige being in. So, yeah, there's an option to go that way. Alan said, I just heard that Dom's match against the Demon is now a street fight. Yeah, I apparently it was announced on here, but I've not been paying it a great deal of attention. So, yes, apparently it is. That probably increases the chances for, obviously, the others getting involved. So, we'll have to see. I mean, I'm really, really hoping, of course, that we're going to be seeing a good night for the Demon tonight. I'm really hoping that he gets the win. I think it'd be such a shame if it was a case that he was going to fall short. I think that would be a real, real shame. I think to have not had the Demon for 3 years and then you bring him back and we end up with him losing on the first time coming back, that would be very disappointing. So, street fight, normal match, cage match, Hell in a Cell, whatever it is, I just hope the Demon gets the victory. Craig said, if I was to predict The Rock returning and plans for Roman Rock next year, he could turn up after Roman wins. If that's the case, I'm not going to have the expectation too high, said Craig. Yep, I think that's wise, honestly. I think that's good. I think to go in thinking, oh, there's a chance. Yeah, I'm with you. I also think there's a chance. But just I don't want people to if Roman wins and he's got the belt in the ring and then the show fades to black, I don't want people to be like, oh my God, man, I really thought The Rock was coming and be disappointed, you know? It's like, for me, in that moment, if Roman's got the belt, I will be watching going, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? No, it's fade to black. Okay. No Rock, but we said, didn't we? Don't have it as an expectation. Good main event, though. Really enjoyed it. Much better than night one. I thought the show overall today was better than... I'm hoping that's going to be part of the conversation we have later, yeah? I'm hoping that's what we're going to be saying tonight. Sally said, I could see Roxanne eventually turning on Judgment Day and joining up with Finn Demon again. Maybe tonight, says Sally. Ooh, maybe. The girls in AJ's entrance were her family, said Mark. Were they? I didn't know that. That was her family, was it? She's got a big family, hasn't she? There was one girl that went running to the back, wasn't there? Which was pretty funny. We looked at that on the breakdown. Boom, let's go down. The Demon is definitely winning tonight, and I can't wait. Bring on the darkness, says Batman. Batman, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate everyone joining us as hopefully that excitement is building as we're getting ever closer towards the start of the show. We're only 1 hour 15 away. 1 hour 15 away. Okay, I think wrestling fans like to moan. They never seem to share the good points. They always think they can book better, says Michael. Well, I think it's understandable to think that because of where we are right now. I think because wrestling is in a place where it's sort of struggling at the moment, and, you know, the storylines are not hitting like they were a couple of years ago and whatnot. I think it's easy to think that because there are so many complaints around. But that's because we're going through a tough period. If you'd been online looking at stuff like when things were in a better place a few years ago, there was more positivity around. I mean, yeah, there was still complaining. You're right. There will always be a degree of complaining and people not happy with certain things. That's always going to be there, but not on the magnitude that you're seeing now. This is not normal. What you're seeing now is not always the case. You know, we're in a situation where the shows are just consistently underwhelming people and, you know, not really delivering what the masses are looking for. And as a result, like, people are just, you know, dropping scores that are really low. I mean, for example, last year's Manias on Cage Match. Let's have a look at Cage Match. Again, it's just a little... I don't really have another go-to, really, to have a look at, like, breakdowns on this level. But if we go to last year's WrestleMania on Cage Match, they're just showing people arrive into the stadium, so we're not missing anything. Let's go over here and have a little look at Cage Match, shall we? I think there might be a way. I don't really know how to do it, though. There might be a way to just have a look at all the scores for WWE. So there might be a way to do that. But if we go to April... Have I got to it yet? I can't remember what date. Can't remember what date the WrestleManias were. I think they were later, weren't they? I think they were well into April. WrestleMania Saturday. So if you look at last year, WrestleMania Saturday got a 5.6. That's had 750 votes, and it got a 5.6. That was last year's WrestleMania Saturday, right? And I remember coming out of that, and it felt a bit similar, actually, where people were like, oh, we'll have to see what tomorrow brings. And then, of course, the next day had that disastrous match, but that's got a 5.7. So last year's WrestleMania, which was not seen as a good WrestleMania, right? Actually, the Mania before at 40 was very well received. People loving how that ended. People at WrestleMania 39 was well received. 38 was well received. Last year was the dip, right? Well, that got 4 and a 5.7. And we're talking like this has got 670 votes. The other one's got 700 votes, right? The reason why I'm showing you that is because where we are right now is historically bad. This is yesterday's score for WrestleMania. I mean, last year was a badly received Mania, and both days scored 5 point something. Whereas yesterday, the Mania's just scored a 2.7. Granted, I mean, it's got 285, so I mean, it's still got a lot more votes that it needs to get. We might see that go into the 3s. We might see it raise up a little bit more. But at the moment, like, we're in a bad spot. We're in a spot where people are just like really struggling, even compared to last year's show. So I think at the moment you can be looking at the landscape and getting the notion that the fans are just never happy. They're always complaining. But that's because where we are at the moment is in a bad spot where, like, the shows are just not hitting. I mean, 7 minutes for a women's world title match yesterday. And I don't think any of those matches massively delivered. I mean, Seth Gunther was probably the best match, but it is a mile away from the main event of last year's night 1. It's a mile away from that triple threat that started night 2 with the women. And again, praise for that. There's praise for that. People will score matches fairly, highly, if they deserve it. Again, if we go back to last year and have a look at how people scored those matches that I would say deserved praise, then we can have a look at... I've just got to try and find it again. We can have a look. Here's Sunday. So, I mean, look at that. 9.27. This was only last year. Io, Bianca, Rhea. It's had over 1,000 votes on Cage Match, and it's got 9.2 out of 10. Drew McIntyre, Damian in a street fight, 7.4. The Fatal 4-Way IC match, 7.8. If the matches deliver, IWC will give it the credit it's due. They will come out and say this is goods. You know, as I said, 9.2. And that was last year. This time last year, the second day of WrestleMania, it was getting 9s and in the 7s and all that stuff. And the overall rating, 5.7. Not brilliant, of course. We wish it was higher. But hopefully this puts into context just how bad things are at the moment in comparison. And this is why you are seeing the scale of negativity. So, yeah, for some people, you know, even yesterday, a 7.7. The best match was Gunther-Seth, and it deserves to be given a thumbs up. And people came out and went, yeah, that was good. I enjoyed it. 7.7. But there wasn't really, I mean, that was 6.1. That was the second best match. Everything else just fell short. And then you've got the argument of the matches were too short, way too much commercial time. Where was the hype packages? Blah, 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 blah. You know, all of that stuff then comes in. So I get that. I get that thought process. I get that argument that, oh, the IWC, they're never happy. I get that. But again, I think that is sort of, it's taking the blame off creative, who I think deserve blame. It's taking blame off them, and it's putting it on the IWC. It's that would be the Nick Khan argument, wouldn't it? That would be, we're doing great. We're booking the shows fantastic. We're not the problem. It's just online fans will never be satisfied. That would be Nick Khan's argument. And I don't think that's true. Because I think when things are good and deserve to be praised, I think we can see evidence of where it does receive that praise. Higgy said, I think people are playing follow the leader with complaining. WWE hasn't been the best, but it hasn't been as bad as people are making out just because they don't like a story, says Higgy. Well, that is your opinion. I mean, I would say that it is less engaging than it was. I would say we haven't got anything remotely as compelling as the Bloodline story from a few years ago. I would say the Liv Rhea story was fantastic as well. The stuff we were doing with CM Punk Drew, which led to that fantastic Hell in a Cell match, I would say that was really good. I think 2025, we focused very heavily on John Cena's retirement year, and they made the mistake of trying to force him as a heel and making him heel. And there was just a backlash to that. There was just we don't want that. And so that was a big focus for WWE last year. Understandably so, John Cena's final year. And then on the other side, on the red brand, you had the Vision. And it just felt very undercooked. And even Nick Khan has come out and said we're just allowing Bron Breakker to develop at his own pace. Like, it's right that he finds his feet and he develops at his own pace. I mean, that says to me that they know that he's not the finished article, that he's still a work in progress, that he's still someone that's learning and, you know, working this out. And that's fine. I'm not down on that. I'm not against that. But he was a big part of the vision last year. And I think it just reinforces the belief that that group was undercooked. So, I mean, I just think that last year was not a great year. I just think that last year was definitely down on where we were in 2022, 2023, 2024. Certainly when the bloodline was riding high. And when Cody was trying to finish his story, people were more engaged with Cody. And then, of course, you had The Rock getting involved, where The Rock almost took that WrestleMania 40 main event away from Cody. And imagine that. I mean, do you remember when The Rock tried to do that? We did the press conference. We had the bloodline thing on screen. You know, those times were quite exciting. And we had the final boss, and we had loads of these great online social media promos. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. That was 2 years ago. And I promise you, because I was here, there was plenty of praise. There was plenty of stuff that was around of people saying this is really good. This is the good stuff. Like, we're enjoying this. We like this, right? There was plenty of praise around. I just think that, like, you're going to get the reaction the product deserves. If the product is down at the moment, you're going to have people down on it. If the product is good, you're going to have people praising it. And I think there might be some people out there that are trying to be negative all the time. Maybe they're like AEW fans that are trying to be negative. I'm not sure what you're seeing compared to what I'm seeing. But what I can tell you is that people I follow that I think really think about these things and are being very honest with what they're seeing, and I think their opinions come from a good place. They are saying that, you know, the product is struggling at the moment. I'm not really interested in those accounts that are just looking for engagement, and so they're just ranting and raving because it gets them a lot of views and a lot of clicks. I'm not interested in that. I don't even engage in those. I don't even see those. But when Bleacher Report are giving yesterday a D+ grade, you know, that's a company that is just scoring what they're seeing. You know, when 411 Mania give yesterday like a 6 out of 10, you know, that's a company that just reviews the shows and are normally one of the more positive sort of outlets, actually. And they gave it a 6, which was above what I gave it. But, you know, still down on what you would sort of, what they normally give. You know, it's just, there's something to this. I'm struggling to agree that those accounts are just following the leader, you know? I think they're being very truthful, just like how we're being truthful with what we're seeing. But yes, I think there are bad faith accounts out there that might be showing themselves that will just be down on WWE, whatever they do. But that's why you've got to be very, very careful about whose opinions you want to listen to. I mean, if you're not interested in any opinions, then you can block all that out and shut it all out. But if you do want to listen to some opinions, then, you know, just be selective with who you think is giving you truthful opinions, who you think is coming from a good place. Because there's people out there definitely that are not. There's people out there that I agree rant and rave and it will never be good enough. And, you know, they can say that something's rubbish and it will get them attention. And yeah, I agree that that's out there. But I am very selective with where I go. And the accounts that I look at, I believe, operate in good faith. And the general consensus right now is the product is not where it needs to be. Did we find out who the guy in the bathroom was smelling after he walked? No, we didn't. That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it? Where Cody was making his way to the ring and there was someone behind him coming out of a toilet and he was like, whoo, like that. No, I don't know who that was at all, to be honest. Billy said the bottom line is that after Bloodline was done and Cody finished the story, I think WWE just went a bit flat and thought they could coast with Cena saving 2025. I think Creative took a bit of a vacation for a few years. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that I think that I was optimistic this year because I was believing that last year we did rely on the Cody finishing in his career, and that didn't really work that well. And this year we couldn't do that, could we? We couldn't do that. So this year we were going to have to do something different. And that's why I had more confidence about this year. And actually, I did see some green shoots. I really did. I saw some stuff. I was like, okay, this is good. This is good. There's some green shoots. And I do think Raw, by and large, has been an okay show. I mean, we've had some good Raws. We've given some like 7.75s out of 10. I think one of them might have even hit an 8 out of 10 in March. So it has been a bit of night and day between SmackDown and Raw. Raw has been the stronger of the two shows. The whole Pat stuff, that really derailed things for me. That I struggled with all of that. But Punk Reigns tonight should be good. So I enjoyed last night, says Russell. I'm not saying it was great, but it was enjoyable. I don't listen to others' opinions until after I watch the show, so that I have my own opinion and not someone else's opinion. I think that's fair. I understand that if you haven't seen the show and you look online and you just see all this negativity, that it could very much influence how you perceive the show to be, right? So, watching it and making your own mind up. And I think if you do that as well, then that means that when you do hear an opinion different to yours, you've got your stance, they've got their stance, and you can sort of then try and figure out, like, right, why do they feel that way? And why did it not strike me that way? And you can sort of then analyze it that way. Again, all of this should be fun. And I think that can get lost a little bit, Like, that should be something that you enjoy doing. And I think there's people out there that don't, to be honest. I think there's people out there that just want to watch and not really go to those kind of depths. They're not, they just want to watch what's going to happen next and leave it at that. And yeah, I mean, there's a place for that. Absolutely. That's how I used to watch wrestling. When there was a lot less noise around, that's how I used to watch wrestling. It would just be to watch it. And that's happened. Where's that going? And, leave it at that. But where we are now, there's just so much information that's out. There's so much chatter about this was meant to happen or that was. And so people are like, why do you think that's happened? And why has this happened? And, you kind of get stuck into things a lot more these days because there's just so much more information around. So I suppose the point I'm making is, wrestling is a fantastic comfort blanket because you can go as far with it as you want to. If you're someone that just wants to watch the show and not go any further than that, you can do that. If you're someone that wants to keep up with the show and just a bit of the news and the rumors, you can do that. If you're someone that wants to really dig into why have creative done this? Like, if you want to try and understand a bit more as to why are we doing these things? Like, why didn't we have hype packages yesterday? Why were there so many commercials? Why did they go Cody over Randy? Like, if you've got those questions and you're seeking more answers, you can go further with that as well. But obviously, the further you keep going, the more that you keep looking for, the more opinion that's going to kind of come with it as well. So it's great. Wrestling is great because it's a show. It can be nothing more than a show. Just like how you watch, I don't know, Severance or something else that you have, you can just watch it and leave it at that. Or you can go a bit further and get the news or a bit further. You can go as far as you want. Or you can end up doing like this, where we end up doing hours and hours of streams where we just talk about whatever people want to talk about, and we're just kind of looking at the news. We're doing that. So you can just go as far as you want, really. So, yeah, I think the most important thing, though, is to find what is the most enjoyable to you. Find what you find interesting and engaging and what, you enjoy kind of interacting with. Some people like going that far because they like that sense of community as well. Some people like to really get into it because they have got opinions they want to share. And there's, they want to see what other people's opinions are. And, and then you kind of end up in places like this, where we have a community and people sharing their thoughts and chucking ideas around and chucking theories around. And did you hear this new? And then, I'd say this is like one of the more extreme sort of places you can get to with wrestling, where, the show hasn't even started and we've already been live for 4.5 hours. So I'd say this is one of the more extreme places. But, I love it. I love all of the conversations. I know that, like, even the conversations where we're critical of WWE, as I've said before, it comes from a good place where we want to see it get better. We want to see it be a better product. And, people are talking about why they're struggling, where the struggles are, what they would like to see be done differently, how the product can improve, what was good yesterday, what was bad yesterday, what we're hoping to see today, why today should be better. All of that stuff, So, yeah, just make sure it's enjoyable for you, because there's a lot of noise out there. A lot of noise. The ads were a bit too much, said It's Kaz. At this point, there's just no need to show that documentary on Netflix, because we have already seen it. Will said, I hope that Roman wins. Don't mind if he doesn't, though, as long as it's going to be a good match. I think we will know if they go by the live crowd in that first match. If they put Brock over, they don't care what the fans think, says Eric. Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing as well is you've got to remember they've got long-term stories, so it might be the fans are demanding a certain thing, but we know where the story's going. And so we are going to stick with it because we know it's going to get somewhere the fans will enjoy. It's a little bit like you might have said, oh, they're not listening to the fans because Cody didn't win at WrestleMania 39, but they knew he was going to win at WrestleMania 40, and they believed that it was worth kicking the can down the road and that the fans would be more satisfied by making them wait, So sometimes, I'm not making excuses for them, but I'm just saying sometimes that is a reason, where something can happen that actually you go, I didn't want that, but ultimately they just really believe that it's going to work in the long game, And I'd use that WrestleMania 39, WrestleMania 40 as the example. Someone has to say yes to whatever they decide to put out a story. Who is that person? Triple H. Yeah, Triple H is the head of creative. So Triple H is the one that has the final say on creative. Obviously, we've heard of rumors of TKO coming in and, demanding certain things, like how Pat be involved. Which if rumors are to be believed, Triple H was not looking for that. He was not driving that. And a story came out earlier, it was going to be Aleister Black in that position. But it seems like TKO wanted to use Pat's show more. And so obviously they wanted him involved more. And so this is how he ended up getting involved. So Triple H does have the final say on creative. He is the top guy that oversees the creative teams. But there are, some other voices occasionally. But to be honest, those other voices are only really going to come in when it's big shows like WrestleMania or, maybe something to do with Saudi. But the week-by-week Raw and SmackDown stuff, I mean, that's just pretty much Triple H. So, yeah, this is why you're seeing him getting so much grief at the moment. Because, a lot of that frustration is kind of going to TKO. They're getting a lot of grief. Frustration's going to Triple H. He's getting grief. And so that's why you're seeing their names kind of getting dragged through it a little bit. The doors are open, of course. We've only got 52 minutes to go. Big Time said Tony's got crazy engagement with his troll tweet. He's done it every time a WWE PLE goes off air. He did it for Saturday night's main event when Cena was tapping and Pat was revealed. Yeah, is that where he's like, AEW is where the best wrestle? It's why, isn't it? I mean, look, if there's so many people that are really feeling disconnected with the product and are struggling with the product. Tony Khan going, hey, don't forget, AEW are here, you know? Can't say that it's, you know, why stay quiet? What's the benefit in staying quiet? You might as well go, hey, listen, come and join us. I do you know, I actually think they have not been very welcoming. I think Tony Khan made a massive mistake when AEW started. And if he is moving away from that massive mistake, I think that's only a good thing for him. And the massive mistake that he made was taking shots at WWE. WWE were always going to take shots at AEW. AEW are competition that WWE does not welcome. Like, they don't need them, they don't want them, they're not grateful for them, so they are going to do whatever they can to discredit them and to, you know, take shots at them. That was always going to happen. But Tony had a choice. Do I bite and fire back, like, and make this a war, or do I just take it on the chin and rise above it, right? I think he made the wrong choice by fighting back, because what happened was you actually started this tribal war, right? And you immediately got a lot of passionate WWE fans to be sort of anti-AEW, right? There was no goodwill towards them. It was like, I don't like them. I don't like this company because they're taking shots at... I can take shots at WWE because I watch... and I will keep watching, and I am support. I'm here right now, you know. I'm watching WrestleMania, I'm watching Raw. I didn't stop watching SmackDown. I didn't stop watching Raw. I watch NXT. I watch Evolve. I'm watching WrestleMania. You know, we're talking about WWE all the time. They love the noise. They love people talking about them. I am contributing to that, right? People would say I'm part of the problem, right? Because I'm contributing to that. So, you know, I can be critical because I want the product to get better. So if he's going to take shots at WWE, that's coming from a very different place, isn't it? That's him saying my promotion is better. I'm better than WWE. That's what he's saying. And what you did was you got a lot of WWE fans' backs up. And all of a sudden then, we don't want to check out your promotion. We don't want to see what you're doing. We're not interested in AEW. You have not made it welcoming. I don't feel like I'm welcome to watch your product, right? I don't feel any warmth towards your product. Your anti-WWE stance has not warmed you to me. Like, so I think that was a mistake. I really do. I think he could have been like, listen, we love what WWE do. We think they're fantastic at, like, you know, entertaining people. We just want to try and entertain people a different way, slightly different way, and possibly on a different day as well. You know, we're looking to give fans more and maybe some a touch different. You know, nothing negative about WWE, but just being like, we're here as well. Come and check us out. Everyone is welcome. Yeah, we'd love for you to come and check out our product. Make it open door, welcome in, come on in, everyone's welcome. We'd love to have you come and watch. But instead what happened was, because it went tribal, online you've just got AEW fans going off at WWE. It was like pick a side, wasn't it? That's what it became. It became pick a side. What side? Are you WWE or are you AEW? I think when you're trying to start a new wrestling company, alienating a load of wrestling fans is not a very good start. That's not a wise start. That's not a clever thing to do. So if his stance now is to be a bit more, you know, come on in, you know, I'm not going to take shots at WWE. It doesn't benefit me to do that. So come on in. Yeah, we're here for everyone. Watch them, watch us. Just, you know, just see what if you like us or not. You know, just check it out. I mean, I never partook in that silliness of like WWE. I watched AEW for 4 years. The only reason I stopped watching was because I didn't enjoy their product anymore. So I didn't personally partake in it, but I think that hurt their growth. I think it alienated a load of people that it didn't need to alienate. So I don't know. Perhaps he's got a second go here where he can be a bit more welcoming and just, you know, maybe have a bit of a different tone. And maybe this could be beneficial for AEW. where if WWE are going to keep struggling and not giving the fans what they're looking for, perhaps Tony can be like, hey, come and check us out. So I think it's quite wise for him to do that, to be honest. Some people didn't give AEW a chance. They just avoided that wrestling. If it's what you watch and then don't like it, okay, said Alicia. Yeah, I think that AEW is a good promotion with a really good roster. I mean, I found less and less about it that I was enjoying. I thought when Punk was in, that it was really, I think 2021, 2022. I mean, I found those couple of years to probably be the most enjoyable for AEW. But I found 2023 to be a real struggle. Things started going wrong in 20. I mean, that's the year Punk goes. And I think there's a bit of chaos behind the scenes. And then they do a story with MJF and Adam Cole. And I just really was not landing for me. And it just felt like, I'm watching Julia Hart. And I just, it was a bit. She was like their version of Maxine, really, where it didn't feel like she was ready for that sort of a platform. If they had an NXT, she should have been in it. So there was like some talent I was watching that didn't feel like they were that good. There was some stories I was not engaged with. Punk had gone. I think there was some behind the scenes drama. Kenny was injured, and that was one of my other favorites. And it just got to a situation where I was like, I'm just not enjoying tuning in on a Wednesday anymore. This is just not working for me. I'm not going into these streams excited. So I just don't need to be doing this. So at the end of 2023, I stopped. And to be honest, what I saw in 2024 seemed to be as bad. I think 2025 looked to be a bit of a revival for them, and I think they're in a much better place now. I've said before, I wouldn't be shocked if I tuned into AEW and actually started to enjoy their shows, because I think there's a chance that they're doing some really, really good stuff. From what I've seen of some clips and whatnot, and just some of the feedback that's around it, there seems to be some good buzz around. There seems to be some good vibes around. I think they're in a much better place than when I stopped watching. So I don't have any plans to bring it back onto the agenda. I don't need it. I've got enough wrestling in my life. I'm more than happy with the amount of stuff that we do and watch. So it's not something I'm looking to bring back. But if you watch AEW, respect. I ain't got no issue with that company. I think they're doing some good stuff from what I've seen. But the point was more like if Tony is kind of being a bit more welcoming rather than being more anti-WWE, which is going to get some backs up, it's probably going to be beneficial for them, and they could benefit from doing that. Abdullah said it's crazy how people hate on WWE, especially they announced the correct attendance. Yes, I was surprised at that. People were saying that they were lying. WrestleTix announced it was 51 so far. They still hated but watched. Well, I don't know. I mean, again, this is what goes back to the comment we made earlier. There's people out there that are bad faith, that are going to tell you that everything they do sucks. And if those people aren't pointing out some of the good stuff, like the Demolition stuff, the tribute, which I really loved, the Cody entrance, there was some moments in that main event I thought was good. Seth Gunther was a decent match. Drew was a decent match. My score yesterday was a 5, which I think was fair compared to what I'm seeing on Cage Match or the D+ from Bleacher Report, or, the reaction online where people have been even more negative than a 5, right? So I think my score was fair. But if there's people out there that will just hate on everything, there's nothing WWE can do. But my advice is don't listen to them people. Those people are not giving you honest reaction or reflection of kind of what's actually going on, I think, this is why I enjoy getting your opinions, and we will do an opinions tonight, because I know I'm speaking to people that want this product to be the best product it can be. So if something good happens, I know you're going to tell me you enjoyed it. If something bad happens, I know you're going to tell me you didn't. And that's all I want, is just that honest reaction. So if you honestly enjoyed yesterday and for you it was a 7 or an 8, that's great. If you're telling me the truth, that's great. Tell me why. Tell me what about it was that grabbed you. Why, you seem to resonate with it better than others. I'd like to know, And that's why we're very fortunate when we do our opinion videos that we get that sort of feedback. So, yeah, I haven't seen that, Abdullah, about people going off about the attendance. It was an honest attendance. I know they did get to that because WrestleTix said that they had got to that. Grand Prairie, shout out to you, my friends. Greetings from Texas. Hello, Texas. Shout out to Texas. Texas, I hope you're ready. We're only 40 minutes away, and we all know what that first match is. That first match, unmissable. They say everything is bigger in Texas. Well, nothing gets bigger than Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. That is our first match tonight. So, Texas, shout out to you. I'm getting excited, actually. Now that I'm starting to think about what that first match is, I'm starting to get excited. Angel Imperious, hello. Says, hello, everyone. Days, are we still expecting a 7th match? Not really, no. Or will it be longer matches? I think the matches will be the same. I'm personally expecting a segment. I think that there will be a segment tonight that we didn't get yesterday. And I think that will take place of a match. So I don't know what the segment is. Obviously, we didn't get Danhausen. We're going to do the attendance thing, right, tonight. We did that yesterday with Bianca. So the attendance thing might be where Danhausen makes his presence felt. Or Danhausen might get his own segment. And I don't know what that looks like, right? So I don't know. Part of me thinks the reason we didn't get a 7th match is because there is something else planned tonight, a segment that's planned, a WrestleMania moment. Something like, do you remember when we had Triple H and Stephanie in the ring at 31, and then The Rock came down and they did that Ronda moment? That was kind of a bit of a segment in its own right. So I could see something along those lines. They might give some of the matches a little bit more time. They could do that, of course. But genuinely, I expect us to have the same amount of commercials, the same amount of Hulk Hogan documentary. I don't think any of that's going to change. If they didn't have any hype videos yesterday, I don't expect any today. And so I'm expecting a lot of the structure to be the same as yesterday. And yeah, I think the reason that we've got 6 is because I'm expecting some sort of segment. That segment could be a bit of an impromptu match. I don't know what to expect there. Like Danhausen ends up having a match at Mania. His segment, it could be something along those lines. But I'm not really expecting like Io Asuka to just be announced, because I think they probably would have announced it on the kickoff show. And then, we would have, breaking news, Io Asuka's been added to the card type thing, So, yeah, something along those lines is where I am. Michael said, I really think we get The Rock setting up WrestleMania 43. Well, we could do, Michael. It's definitely one that we have not ruled out. We've just been saying all night, don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen, right? Don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen, because I don't think it's guaranteed. I don't think it's guaranteed. I think it could happen, but I don't think it's guaranteed. But yeah, definitely something we'll be obviously keeping an eye out for. If he's not shown up by the end and Roman's in the ring, everyone's going to be watching to see if that music hits and if he's about to make his way down. Right, where are we? We've got 37 minutes. It's getting closer. I think the AEW has been on a decline, said Dwindlers, for a while. The TV was average or really good week in, week out. Pay-per-views were always a great watch, but the last few pay-per-views have just felt like great dynamite, said Swindler. That's interesting. I can't massively comment, to be honest with you, because obviously I don't massively know. But what I can say is that I've seen really good reactions to, like Brian Alvarez said he thought Dynamite the other day was one of the best Dynamites he had ever seen. And so I see comments like that on a more regular basis, where people like really enjoy segments, or really enjoy like Dynasty, or I see Dave Meltzer's ratings and like a load of matches have got 4.5 to 5 stars, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just the people I follow are just seemingly really into it all, but I don't know, the general mood seems to be a lot more positive around it at the moment. There does seem to be a bit of a vibe shift. So, but as I said, not on my agenda, not on my radar. It's not something I think I'm going to, be bringing back in anytime soon. Abdullah said, I agree. We love WWE and we do want it the best. There will always be haters. That's true. There will. By the way, WrestleTix announced about 50 minutes ago that it is 51.3 today. Okay, that's good. I would expect that, actually, because I think traditionally Night 2 does better than Night 1, because Night 2, I think, is sort of seen as the true day. There is this sort of stigma to Night 1, because obviously WrestleMania just used to be one day. I think people see the Night 2. CM Punk's commented how he's been told Night 1's not the real main event. Night 2's the real main event. So I think there is a little something, not much, but a little something to Night 2 being seen as the day. And so that means that I could believe yesterday does 50,000, today does 51. I could believe the attendance being that touch higher today. Connor said, this is going to be the match order. Cena kicks us off. Brock Ober, IC ladder match. Sami Trick, Damian Dominic, Jade Rhea, Punk Roman. Is that the actual order? Because I like that order. Because you start with Brock Ober, can't wait. Then we've got the IC ladder match, can't wait. Then we start the show with controversy. Sami Trick, and the reactions that they're going to get is going to be very interesting, because I don't know, what kind of support is Sami going to get? I mean, he's been getting booed hard. I mean, is this just going to be overwhelming boos? What kind of pop is Trick going to get? This is the arrival of a king when Trick Williams comes down. I mean, whoop that Trick. I've waited years to hear that entrance music on a WrestleMania stage. As soon as we heard his entrance music in NXT and, the whoop that Trick chants were going, we knew that this was going to be on a big stage. And here it is. And I'm looking forward. Like that match, I think will be really good. But also, I'm really excited to see the reactions and a little bit of a controversial start, because, well, the babyface might get booed out the building and the heel might be cheered to high heavens. So a lot of people thinking there could be a double turn in that match. Then we get the body paint of Demon Finn, which is going to be very interesting. Then we have the women in the co-main slot, which I think is right. That the women take that position. Co-main. And then the main event, as we knew, is going to be Punk Roman. I like that match order. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you did the women's match early, that would be it for the women, really. They've only got the one match today, I believe. So that it makes sense that you kind of put them in that co-main slot. Let's go down. Do we think that the people on the internet are applied in real life sending death threat? Oh yeah, that's crazy. People sending fake information. We can ruin someone. No one will do that in real life. I don't know quite what the question is there, Mr. Del Jr., but I think, yes, you've got to remember that there are people online with mental health issues, and there's people online that don't really operate to the same standards that some of us do. So yeah, I mean, listen, there's people I know, well, not personally, but people I'm aware of that enjoy trolling. Like they enjoy the process of upsetting people and causing pain and all that. Like that's something they enjoy doing, and they don't care about it. It doesn't even register with them that this is something you shouldn't. They don't have the same moral code as a lot of us, right? And so when we talk about like online and all of that, I don't really ever factor those things in, but those things exist. You know, those people going around people's houses or sending death threats, or, you know, I mean, Rhea said she's getting like hate online where people are saying that she looks terrible. And, you know, at the moment she's got a bit of an eating disorder, she's come out and said, because I don't know if it's because of the comments online, but people have noticed that she's not as, you know, big as she was. And apparently in an interview, she said she's just dealing with a little eating disorder that she's, you know, trying to keep on top of. You just never know, do you? I mean, I saw an interview where Liv said, I think it might have been with Chris Van Vliet, she said that she throws up like 4 out of every 10 matches or something. She'll be throwing up backstage because of how anxious she is. You just never, ever think about these things. Never think that they're... And actually, you know, Rhea has had panic attacks before WrestleMania. That's been shown in Unreal. WWE Unreal has shown that she has panic attacks. And, like, you know, people have to go and, like, calm her down before she goes out. It's because they are presented as being just untouchable, larger than life. Nothing can stop them. It's hard for us to sort of realize these are just people in a way, or not us, but there's some people out there that just think they can say whatever they want to these people and it doesn't matter, you know? It doesn't matter who these, it doesn't matter what they say because, you know, these people can take it or whatever. So, you know, there's people out there that aren't operating with the same moral code as us. Let's keep it at that. And when I talk about, like, online and all that, I don't ever factor those people in because, to me, they're just... Do you know what I mean? They're not really part of the community I operate in. The people I surround or read are people that are diehard wrestling fans that really care about wrestling and want it to succeed. And, you know, those are the accounts I follow. Those are the accounts you see in Unseen, you know? And when I see those accounts saying, oh, I didn't enjoy WrestleMania for this, that carries a bit of weight with me because I know if they did enjoy it, they would say they enjoyed it. But yes, there are people out there that just hate all the time. There are people out there that send death threats. There are people out there that stalk wrestlers. There's people out there that go to airports to get 1 million things signed that they then go and sell. You know, there are trolls that just love doing nothing but trolling, and their goal isn't to make a point. It is just to upset people. All of that is out there as well, yes. Just got to be careful, haven't you, at the end of the day? Mr. Full D, shout out to you. Hello, said, I'm staying cautious with the Brock match. We all know that he can be hard to work with. Doesn't like to put talent over. The matches can be short. Metal Mama said, I have bad ones because of my spinal cord injury. It's not mental, but it turns into one. Too much stimulation noise. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, my friends. She said, I feel for people that talk about it more. I hate to say, political world encourages trolls these days. Yeah, I don't know why it happens. I mean, I suppose there's some out there that are just in a really bad place and maybe feel a bit better by trying to make others feel bad. I don't know. It's a messed up world, isn't it? It's a messed up world. I suppose, you know, you just got to do the best you can, really. Do the best you can and, you know, try and get out of life what you can get out of it. So, yeah, surrounding yourself with those accounts and those people, I really don't recommend it. Lumion said, do we think that WWE does unthinkable? Roman's contract ends next month. Maybe they do Gunther Roman at the next pay-per-view and then Roman's contractual situation as a way of writing him off for a while, said Lumion. I think it's all on the table, to be honest. I don't expect Roman to be leaving WWE anytime soon. I think that he is someone that is earning great money. He has got the schedule that he wants. I don't think that he's too taken with Hollywood at the moment. Hollywood would be there for him. But I think, you know, I think he's still enjoying, like, being a wrestler. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm really not expecting Roman to sort of be going away or anything. I mean, we're talking about him being at WrestleMania next year. He was talking about how Oba is a future opponent for him. There's rumors that have come out about a feud. I mean, they use the word feud rather than match with Gunther. So, I don't know. I just sort of feel like Roman could win tonight, could lose tonight. I'm not really fussed. If I had to choose, I'd pick Punk for the reasons I've stated many times. And I just hope it's a great match. I really today would like a match that I go, oof, that feels like it's 4.5 type range. I mean, that was really good. I think I'd just like something like that today. And I think main event stands a chance of delivering it. I don't know that Ober Brock can deliver it because it might not be long enough. It might just be, you know, Brock being chucked around, Ober looking like a beast. We might be like, oh, this is good, really enjoy. But it might not be long enough to really satisfy. It could get a good score, but I don't know that it's going to be hitting that sort of 5-star range, you know? It's just going to be, oh, Daniel Cormier is there. Daniel Cormier is there. Big smile on his face. I'm sure is hyped for this first one. This is definitely a match, isn't it, that people are not going to be missing. You ain't getting into this stadium late. You know, you are definitely getting in and not missing this one. At ESPN have done well, actually, to get this one. ESPN have done well to get this Ober one because I think it's brilliant that they've put it here. I think it's the right place for it. But the reason why I said they've done well is because this genuinely is the one I think people are most hyped for. This is the match that has had the most sort of excitement from our community. So, and it's going to be on ESPN. It's a great way of showing off Ober. This whole thing has made Ober an even bigger star. And not only are the casual wrestling fans going to be introduced to him, but just those people flicking channels that stumble across WrestleMania are going to be introduced to Ober. So it's a brilliant spot for him. They have put the rocket on him. They couldn't have done any more. So yeah, Lumion, shout out to you. We'll have to see what happens with Roman, but I think the exciting thing is that it looks like there are future plans in place for him. So I don't think anyone needs to be worrying that tonight's the last time we see him, right? All the streets are saying there are these future plans in place. Johnny Boy Jammin said, with Rhodes out indefinitely, do we think Punk will retain? Otherwise, they might have both heavyweight belts not on the show for a few weeks. Well, Johnny Boy, shout out to you. It depends what they want to do, really. I mean, it depends how long. If Cody's out indefinitely, what does that mean? How long's that for? I mean, we could honestly be looking at him being stripped. We could be looking at that belt being removed. I mean, I don't think they put the belt on Randy because I think there's probably some truth to Randy being injured. So I think they didn't want to go in that direction for that reason. If the streets are right, a couple of weeks ago he was winning and something has changed. And we know that he's come into this match hurting. So, and it seemed a bit slow. So I would not be shocked to find out he was going to get it, but didn't because of injury. And we know that Cody picked up his injury, I think, from the punt. I'm not aware that he had that before the punt. So I think it was the punt, like the very end of the match, where, you know, he's done his orbital. And as a result, that was obviously not planned. They obviously did not plan for Cody to do his orbital. So they are now in a situation where I think there's a lot of unknowns. I don't know that it's going to necessarily change the result tonight because tonight probably has got repercussions going forwards. So, but the problem they're going to have is how long is Cody out for? Is he going to have to be stripped of the title? I mean, if they want a bit of a bombshell for Raw, if they want to make some noise on Monday Night Raw, start the show by saying Cody Rhodes has been stripped of the title. Cody's been stripped of the title because of the injury he suffered at the end of the WrestleMania match. And as a result, there's going to be a tournament and we're going to crown the new champion at Backlash or something like this, you know. New WWE champion will be crowned at Backlash and do some sort of tournament, and maybe Brock's in it, maybe Ober's in it, I don't know. But, I mean, that could make some real noise. But I don't know that they'll change the main event tonight because of the fact that I think that whatever story is in place for wherever Roman is going, I mean, if Roman's going after Mania, They might not have been putting the belt on him anyway. But if they were going to be putting the belt onto CM Punk, they'll probably just keep doing that. If they were putting the belt on Roman, it's because they probably had a plan and they're probably going to keep sticking to that plan. So I don't know. I don't know that it changes anything. I think the more interesting thing for me is what the hell are they going to do if Cody is out for 2 months? I think they got to strip him. They got to take the belt off him. He's got to vacate. And honestly, I don't think the fans would mind that, because I think there's a lot of fans that are like not really wanting that belt on Cody anyway. So I don't think many fans would mind if he had to vacate. And that could inject a bit of excitement. I think that'd be a hell of an announcement to make on Raw. I mean, Monday Night Raw, the Raw after WrestleMania, you never know what's going to happen on that show. You never know what's going to go down. That'd be a hell of an announcement. So I'm not pushing for it, right? I'm not saying it has to happen. I'm not a Cody hater. I mean, I don't mind Cody, but I'm looking for something that's going to provide excitement and it's going to hit that reset button. And you know what I mean? I'm looking for something that's going to really, let's go. And hey, that could do it, couldn't it? Cody's out. Championship vacated. We got to do a tournament. Blah, blah, blah. Paranormal Presence said, sorry I'm late. I got hit on my motorbike today. Well, Paranormal Presence, I'm very sorry to hear that, but I just want you to know that that was nothing to do with me. I know that yesterday you consistently let us down with lies and saying that you'd sent things over when you hadn't, saying that Ted DiBiase Jr. was going to get involved when he didn't. But I did not set that up. My anger towards you did not lead to that. So I hope everything's okay. Some people are saying it's karma. Some people are saying, I'm not saying that. Some people out there on the streets are saying it's karma. But I'm not saying that. And I hope that everything is okay, my friend. Jono said, if Oba wins, yes, do we think he'll fight for the title at SummerSlam? Well, he'd have to win King of the Ring. King of the Ring is the tournament we do where the winner gets a title shot at SummerSlam. There is another belt that you can go for, so I suppose there is a way of him not winning King of the Ring and going for the other title, but I would have him win King of the Ring. I think having him go through a tournament where he beats people round after round after round and then gets to the final and wins, I think that's a good achievement to have. That then absolutely cements you as a rightful number one contender. And, you know, you go into SummerSlam, go for the belt. Would I do that? Yeah, I think I would. The thing with Oba is, like, he's red hot right now. He's legit. There's so much excitement around him. I feel like you can kick the can down the road, but I don't know why I'm doing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone is just losing their minds right now. And sometimes you kick the can down the road so it's more satisfying when someone achieves becoming champion. You know, like with Javon, I would say people are not losing their minds over Javon. They like Javon and they're rooting for Javon, but they're not like, it's not desperate that he wins today. I wonder if you could just kick that can down the road to just get people a little bit more desperate that he gets, you know, a belt, right? I think a lot of people are excited by him. They like him. He's young. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But I think that people aren't like, oh my God, I need this guy to win. It's not like that yet. I think that's why with Javon, you could delay it. With Oba, I don't think people could be any more excited. I don't think people could be more excited. Everyone is flipping losing their minds. Everyone's doing the walk, right? Everyone's doing the Oba struts. This is the match everyone's most excited for. Oba is being spoken about by Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman and Triple H in interviews leading up to this event. He's the talk of the town. Apparently ESPN wanted that Brock Oba match as one of the matches that would be on free to air, and WWE were happy to accommodate that. I don't see the point in him like not getting the belt at SummerSlam. Let's wait to next year's WrestleMania. I don't know that I could make an argument that people would be any more excited for him further down the road than they are now. So for me, I have him win King of the Ring, have him go to SummerSlam. Yeah, let's go. I don't even care who the champ is. Over Punk, over Cody, over Roman, over Drew, over Gunther, over whoever. I think like all of those matches are matches I want to see. So let's go. He's an unstoppable force, isn't he? He's an unstoppable force that is just gonna keep plowing forward. And I think if you've got that sort of momentum and the crowd are with you straight away, it's rare. This does not happen often. It's rare that like someone gets over this quickly and this passionately. I think, yeah, capitalize on it. Why not? Why not? People are desperate for him to win here. So people definitely want him to win here. And that momentum, I mean, it just feels like this is what people want to see, yeah. If the title does get vacated, is Backlash going to be enough time for a tournament? Maybe not. I mean, it is quite close, isn't it? It's early May. I think it's like May 8th or something. I mean, this is what they would have to decide, wouldn't they, as to how they would go about it. I don't know how big a tournament would be. WWE don't really like tournaments. We never do big tournaments. I mean, I would be willing to go longer and have the payoff longer, but to be honest, I was probably anticipating a semi-final on Raw, a semi-final on SmackDown, and then a final at Backlash, and it being something quite small. Like 4 people involved getting down to a final 2. You could go bigger than that. I mean, I've said that I would be really interested in all of the guys and all of the girls on the main roster being in a tournament where like every match matters on Raw and SmackDown. And, you know, if you have to do the odd match on live events to make live events, you know, a bit more interesting, or you have to do some of the lower level talent, maybe like Akira Tozawa, whatever, people that are clearly not going to win, do some of theirs on main event so that the main event shows those matches have a significance, and do this massive tournament where it really, you know, whittles down. I have not worked out the logistics of how the graphic, the grid would look or anything like that. But I think if you did a tournament that was just over like all the matches in a month period, that whatever month King of the Ring is, you know, you just build towards the final. Everyone was in it, apart from the champs. The 2 world champs aren't in it, but everyone else is in it. And use all the shows, main events, Raw, SmackDown, and like all the matches are basically like, you know, working your way through the first round, people getting in them, and you could have such amazing matchups as well. I mean, you can have face versus face matches that you wouldn't expect to really get booked, but well, here we are, because well, they won their match, that's interesting, you know. I mean, you could do some really, really interesting stuff. For me, the bracket is always so small. There's still some interesting stuff there, but I don't know. I mean, like, I would make it bigger. I would go bigger with it. But they just don't really like tournaments. I don't know if it's too much of a commitment or something. I don't know. Or they just think that the early rounds are dull and people don't really want to watch first round matches, which I can sort of understand, to be honest. You know, watching first round matches is not as exciting as watching the later round matches, but you got to get through the first round matches to get to the later matches. So I do understand that. That's why I'd use some house shows and I'd use some main events, because the early round matches are fine, but the tournament really gets going when you get further into it, of course. And that's why, you know, if you can use other shows to, you know, get through them, that would be better. But I don't know. There's no word that they're ever going to make tournaments that kind of a size. So I think any sort of tournament they would keep relatively small. We've seen it before, haven't we, where they do like a triple threat the winner goes to the semi-final. Triple threat, winner goes to the semi-final. Triple threat, winner goes to the semi-final. Triple threat, winner goes to the semi-final. So, I mean, you could do all of those triple threats in 1 week. 2 matches on Raw, 2 matches on SmackDown. Then the next week you do the 2 semi-finals, and then the final would be at Backlash. Something like that you could imagine them doing. They just don't seem to ever want to go any bigger than that. I'm stunned that Jake Hader said F you to Tony, said Benny, on live national television. I'm sure a lot of people wanted to do that. Do you think AEW hosting mega event in USA during 43 would help them? Yes. Yes. If WWE are going to Saudi Arabia, why the hell would AEW not put on a big event in America for all those fans that are not going to go to Saudi and all those indie promotions that rely on WrestleMania week? You know, you've got all these indie shows that like to be a part of the WrestleMania build. Because if you've got 50,000 fans going to Las Vegas, then those 50,000 fans are going to want to see, you know, wrestling on the Friday and the Thursday. And so you get things like Bloodsport. And you get things like Stardom, and you get all of these promotions like going and putting shows on. And so, yeah, are those going to go to Saudi? Probably not. Certainly not on the scale that they go to Vegas. So as a result, why not put on a massive show? Why not cater to those American fans that are not willing to go to Saudi Arabia? Put on a big stadium show around the time that WrestleMania would be taking place, not the exact same weekend, maybe a week before, 2 weeks before, and get like all the indie promotions involved. And yeah, I don't see why AEW wouldn't do that. Ospreay's been saying they should do it, and I completely agree with him. Personally, I think every match at Mania should be at least 15 minutes, unless there is a monster squash match, like how Ober Brock's going to be, said Rapturous. Rapturous, thank you. Jono said, these 3 big events, Backlash, Saturday's night's main event, and Clash in Italy. Haven't seen that before. So what, is that 3? Are all 3 of those in May, are they? Well, can I just officially say we will be here? We are here tomorrow for Raw. Whatever goes down in the fallout for WrestleMania, we're here. I would also like to tell you we are starting earlier than usual. We always start 2 hours before. I will start at least 3 hours before, right? Because my only goal for tomorrow is to find out how we're going to wrap up WrestleMania weekend. WrestleMania weekend ends tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, that is the final. I don't think NXT on Tuesday is at the Performance Center, so that's not in Vegas. So really, tomorrow is the last Vegas show. And that's going to be Monday Night Raw, and that Raw is normally pretty fun. It's the WrestleMania crowds, just seeing how we're going to wrap up WrestleMania weekend. There's normally call-ups, big rumors that JC Jane from NXT could be getting called up on that show. Maybe a return, maybe a Sheamus or something like that. Normally there's some WrestleMania rematches. It's a show that I would recommend people checking out, because if you want that full WrestleMania experience, I think the Raw after Mania is very much a part of it. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to be doing all of those shows that have just been mentioned there by Jono. Saturday night's main event, Backlash, Clash in Italy, all of that coming up in May. So, good. I mean, for me personally, the more, the merrier. I know people are kind of down on the amount of shows, because the belief is trying to build to all of these shows has actually hurt the current product. Like, we're not letting anything breathe because we're just constantly building to the next big show. It's just on we go to the next thing, you know? And maybe there's some truth to that. But obviously, I enjoy being here chatting with you guys. So for me, having all of those shows coming up is quite exciting for me. I'm quite excited by that. So, yes, let's get through WrestleMania first. But there's plenty on the schedule coming up in May by the sounds of it. Paranormal Presence said, Days, who's going to be the biggest star, Gunther or Ober? Well, I feel like Oba is the one that's got the greater aura. So I feel like, and he's younger as well. So I think it's Oba. I think Gunther is legit. He is a true throwback wrestler. I think he's got good aura, but I think he's being eclipsed at the moment by Oba. And listen, we're going to find out if the hype is true. Up next is Oba Brock. We are literally 6 minutes away from WrestleMania. We know the night 2 is going to start off with. Cody. But our first match is going to be Oba Brock. So yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. Let's see if he can shine on a stage as big as WrestleMania. And if he does, and of course I believe he will, this is the arrival of an absolute megastar. Right, does The Rock help Punk win and set up Rock Roman in Saudi, said Comrades? Well, people are definitely looking and hoping that we are going to see The Rock tonight. I am not expecting to see The Rock tonight. If we get him, fantastic. I'm not expecting it. But, yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance he makes his presence felt, but nothing more than a chance. There's been no word that he's there. There's been no sighting of him or anything like that. Okay. Big E says, if Oba doesn't win here, maybe a lot of that promotional push gets scaled back. So Big E is saying there's a lot at I like that from Big E. He's saying there's a lot at stake here. There might not be a belt at stake, but if you want that promotional push behind you, you got to be getting wins on the grandest stage. Florida Man said, thankfully, I'm off work during night 2. Yes. Florida Man, shout out to you. Lucius, shout out to you as well, my friends. Jesse, hello. Connor said, Days, here's what I'm saying. Bron Breakker returned. He speared Seth. Does that mean that Seth Bron is 100% locked in? Well, it's locked in, yes. I mean, I can't say it's Backlash. I would imagine that they will run that as soon as possible, yes. Okay. People are filing their way in. Joe Jonas is about to perform. Let's go. Joe Jonas. Okay, he's in the ring. Joe Jonas in the ring. Okay, we've got a drummer in there and a guitarist in there. Not sure I'm loving the drums. His voice is fine. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this version, though. But his voice is good. It's got power to it, hasn't it? Okay, I've heard enough. I'm going to jump over to Netflix. Okay, Florida Man, shout out to you, buds. Steve said, just got home from a day out with the family. Ready for a great show. Let's go. Well, all the time for talking is done. The reaction to yesterday was underwhelming, to be honest. People weren't crazy about it. But here we are, night 2. We open with Oba Brock, and this is the match. This is the match. This could have been the main event of yesterday, to be honest. Probably should have been the main event of yesterday. So, yes, Steve, shout out to you, my friends.
What do we think the future's going to hold for Ilya, says Harvitas. I think the future's good for Ilya. Honestly, I think it's good. I mean, I think Gunther is the future for Ilya. They had a banger in NXT UK. I think that he is someone that they put a mid-card belt on. They were doing a whole thing with him and Carmelo. They had a banger. I mean, they just know what they've got with Ilya. They've got someone who's just so intense, so passionate. Put him in a ring. He's going to absolutely deliver. I think the future's good for him. I mean, I could see him get into a world championship eventually. I don't know that that's in his immediate future. I doubt it is. But, yeah, I think he'll have some feuds. He'll have some banging matches. And ultimately, eventually get to a world title. I could see him with the World Heavyweight Championship. Don't know about the WWE Championship. But I could see him getting to that World Heavyweight Championship. But again, that's in the distant future. I don't feel like that's in his immediate future. I could see Gunther getting it and Ilya being the one that maybe takes it from him. You know, Gunther's going to lose that belt eventually. I could see him losing it to Ilya. Then commercial break. Now commercial break. Forever commercial break, commercial break, commercial break. That is good. Creative humour are a very fun follow. Okay, there's Rhea. There's Rhea Blummin Ripley. There's Jade's. Booze for Jade Cargill. That's okay. Okay, we're starting off with John Cena. We know that John Cena's going to be making his way out. Ober Brock is going to be our first match. Okay, here we go. We're inside the stadium. Last night, right. We've just got a last night's. Okay, last night recap. Edward said, Days, it'll be a storyline. Cody won't get script. He'll only have a black eye. I've been kicked in the face before and it wasn't bad, so Cody won't get stripped. They will fight at SummerSlam, says Edwards. Edward, shout out to you. Days, what's the biggest reason you think Punk retains, said Dad Stuff. Well, I don't know that he does. I don't have a strong read on it. The only thing I would say is that I can't really give you a reason for Punk to not retain, because he is someone that is around all the time. And, you know, if we have got a Saturday night's main event and a Backlash and all these things coming up in May, I don't know that Roman's here for those. So I think Roman's reduced schedule, that part-time schedule, I think that's Roman's biggest problem, really, when it comes to picking up wins these days. Is because we need people that are going to be defending belts and are here on a regular basis. What's the reason in taking the belt off CM Punk? He's a great promo. He's here all the time. People like him. Granted, he might not be as big of a superstar as Roman, but that doesn't mean much if Roman's not around. So that's my thought process with CM Punk retaining. But I am not saying that that's what's happening. The bookie's favourite is Roman Reigns. Charmaine Elevates. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Okay, we did this yesterday. We're doing it again today. Who wins? Who wins? Let's start off, shall we, with Oba. Femi. Okay, there we go. We just had the hype video. Femi, Brock Lesnar. Here's John. Big match, John. They love doing that, don't they? The black and white going into the colour. Stu, they didn't fire me. They didn't fire me. I get to host night 2. It's a great shot, isn't it? Like, all those people.
John Cena back at WrestleMania. An event where he main evented a number of times in his Hall of Fame.
John Cena making his way down to the ring wearing a suit. We riot if Brock doesn't win, said Gaming. Oh, you might be rioting on your own there, but that might be a one-man riot. Mark Foster, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you, buds. Really appreciate that as people get in memberships. Don't forget, we do member streams 5 days a week, including tomorrow. So all these new members, make sure you're joining us. Okay, here's John. We kicked it off with an incredible night 1. The stage is set for a historic night 2. Booze for ESPN. John says we've already made history. This means we've got to start with something big. Okay. Pyro goes off. We're starting with something big. Is this going to be the arrival of the ruler? Okay, we got WrestleMania, we got WWE. I think they've just sort of changed. Okay, no, they just changed over the graphics. See, someone thinks this is good. Here we go. Here we go. Oba. His music hits. Yeah, someone thinks it's good or interesting that they just changed the graphic over to this style. I mean, I changed my background. I didn't even mention it. Here he is. Obafemi comes walking out. You're about to see 50,000 people do the Oba strut. We got Oba chants ringing out. Ah! Everyone's ready. Everyone's ready. Listen to those Oba chants. Look, they're going already. They're going already. Ah! Put the belts on him. Put all the belts on him. Put every belt on him. Put the AEW belt on him. The excitement around Obafemi is infectious. Look, you got George Kittle. He's doing it as well. The Kettle Man is doing it. The Oba chants are loud. Oba has arrived. Look, even those people that don't know what to do are doing it. Oba. 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 Honestly. Some of these people, you can tell they've never watched WWE before in their lives. But that's okay. Welcome. Okay, Oba's in the ring. Oba is in the ring. Oh my God. Oh, I just wet my pants. Look at this man.
The way it's going, Brock's going to win, said Jeremiah. What, you just saw that and you thought, oh, Brock's winning this? Dude, look at him. Give him the belts, all the belts. Flipping tag belts, 24/7 belt. I wonder if Triple H is like, oh, this should have been the main event. Oh, but... Oh, amazing. No, even on the front row, they're still going. Right, Brock's music hits. Brock's music hits. The beasts. Okay, he comes out with Heyman, making his way down to the ring. No pop for Brock. There's a pop for Brock. Oh, man, this is going to be so good. This is going to be so flipping good. I don't want this to end. This feels like WrestleMania. Wrestle Purists said he's never opening WrestleMania again. It is main events from now on for this man. Loud Ober chants. Sportskeeda said you can feel the aura coming through the screen. It's insane. It's insane. You can get as carried away as you want when it comes to Ober. The hype is real. Brock Lesnar making his way down to the ring. If anyone knows what it is like to be a big superstar making a big impression right out of the gates, it's Brock Lesnar. He arrived, made a splash, got to that world championship really quickly. He did everything that Ober wants to do. A win here for Ober Femi is huge. Oh, this is good, man. This is so good. If the doofus son-in-law makes Cody vacate the championship, then I'm done, says Ovo. Yeah, but what if he can't defend it, buds? Streets are saying, like, he's in a bad way. Brock getting in the ring. We got tail of the tape. No video package, no hype packages. Obviously, we didn't get these yesterday, so we weren't expecting them today. Jared said, you had my presents Tuesday, Saturday, and on Sunday. Jared, we are blessed. Jared, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it as Paul Heyman takes the microphone away from Alicia Taylor. The real ruler. Okay, Heyman is giving it everything here as he announces Brock's name. Ober standing in the ring. Ober Femi getting his intro. He doesn't get jumped. I wondered if he was going to be. Heyman on the outside looking lovingly up at Brock Lesnar. The bell for this about to sound. We have been waiting for this one. Everyone's been waiting for this one. The wrestling world has been waiting for this one. The bell has sounded. And hesitance from Brock Lesnar. The two of them lock up middle of the ring. We got a test of strength right now. I thought that there was this going to be explosive, like going at each other. Instead, they lock up Ober. Ober driving Brock back a couple of steps. Ober outpowering
Brock Lesnar. Brock manages to break out. Smile on the face there of Lesnar. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we thought this was just going to... I think they know, man. People have been really looking forward to this. They lock up again, and it's good, isn't it? Oba takes a step back. Another step back. So they've shown that Oba has got the ability to drive Lesnar back. Lesnar has got the ability to drive Oba back. Neither guy quite getting the advantage at the moment. Brock picks up Oba, drives him back in the corner, driving the shoulder into the midsection. Oba back in the corner, screams out at Lesnar, pushes Brock down. Whoa, Brock gets right back up. Brock comes over, big clothesline. Oba takes it. Brock against the ropes, another big clothesline. Oba takes it. Boom! Big clothesline by Oba. Brock goes down. Oh, look at him. Look at Heyman. Oh, my God. And the fans break out into loud Oba chants again. Oba Femi just drew a line in the ring. Look, Brock staring over at Heyman. Brock very frustrated, kicking out at those steps. Yeah, I mean, we've just seen a bit of a test of strength there. Yeah, scream out there by Brock. Brock showing signs of frustration. It's good. It's really good. Look at me. Look at me. Oba grabs Brock. Heyman just went, he's not human. To the outside, Oba Femi is going to get picked up, driven into the ring posts. Okay, Brock's back in it. Brock is back in it. Is that Rick Rubin? Yeah. Into the ring post again goes Oba. Into the ring steps goes Oba. Okay, this could be the opening that Brock Lesnar needed. This could be the opening. Oba getting thrown back into the ring. Brock getting back in as well. Oba down on one knee. Looking for a German. Going for a ride. Suplex City. We're going to Suplex City. There's one. What? And there we go. Yeah, the smile's on the face now. He's trying again. Another one. Bang! Another suplex there by Lesnar. 2 suplexes by Brock Lesnar. Grabs Oba again. Knee coming into the chest. Oba definitely feeling that. Looking for a third German suplex. And this is the Brock Lesnar that we know. This is the Lesnar that we're so used to. Ragdolling people around. Taking them to Suplex City. Gained that upper hand. And now is not letting it go. Back elbow there by Oba. Shot coming in. Lesnar scurries over to the corner. Oba has got him in his sights, charging in. Uppercut. Going over again. Back in the corner, charging back over. Another uppercut coming in there by Oba. Oba again. Oh, on the shoulders. F5. He's got him up. F5. Oh! Oba Femi gets F5'd. And he's already on his knee. He's not totally down. He's back up. He grabs Brock. Goes for a chokeslam. Oba Femi. Look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. Heyman on the outside. Can't believe what he's witnessing. Brock Lesnar up. He's got him up. Power bomb. 1, 2. Oh, Oba wins. Oba wins. Man, Heyman on the outsides. Looked like he had seen a ghost. Oba Femi survives the F5. They pull the trigger on Oba Femi. Man, it's his world. It's his world. We're living in his world. Look at his face as well. He's like...
Could it have gone a bit longer? Could it have done a little bit more? Maybe there'll be some of those conversations. But Oba gets the win. I love that sort of test of strength that they had at the start as well. I thought it looked really good. He got F5'd. He survived it. Let's get people's thoughts. Let's see what that first reaction is. How are people feeling? This was the match that everyone was so excited for. I think we knew it wouldn't be long. These matches are never kind of going to go long when you've got these two big guys in there. But Obafemi walking away. The fans still cheering his name. Brock Lesnar still down. Yeah, they're really telling a story that's he is still feeling the effects. Brock Lesnar selling like he's just been hit by a flipping truck. It seems to have played well with the live crowds. They're just chanting Oba's name, man. Oh, so good. I could have done with 5 more minutes, said Chris. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it could have done with a touch more time. I agree with that. Maybe Oba could have survived another F5. Perhaps it should have took a little bit more to put Brock away. I think they're very fair criticisms. But then saying that, if we'd have got those things, would we be looking at an all-time match? You know, if you've got to make a choice, was it bad? Was it good? Was it great? Was it all-time? I mean, I don't know. It was still very... What we got was... Oh, I could have done with more. Yeah. I mean, it was good. I could have done with more. Brock Lesnar still down. And actually, the camera focuses on Brock at the moment. Is that Brock's final WrestleMania? Is that Brock's final appearance? What if this is where it... Oh my God! The gloves are coming off! Brock Lesnar's taking the gloves off! Brock Lesnar's taking the gloves off! Oh my God! Brock Lesnar's crying? Oh my God, look at this. Brock Lesnar in tears in the middle of the ring. As the fans are saying no, they're saying don't do it. Someone just yell, "Can I get your boots?" The crowd burst into thank you. Why did we not close night one with this? Why did we not close night one with this? Brock Lesnar has just took the boots off, has just took the gloves off, puts his arms in the air. Oh, look at this. Heyman's getting in, and look at this. Think of the journey that those two have been on. Brock... Heyman comes over. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know what Heyman is saying to Brock there. I'm not sure we'll ever find out, but what a completely unexpected moment this is. We all expected Brock to go to SummerSlam, finish up at SummerSlam. Instead, it ends in a WrestleMania ring. It ends at the hands of Obafemi. Wow.
Who expected this? Not for a second did we speak about this happening. Not for a second was this even a thought or a consideration that this could be a moment that we was going to see. And I suppose, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking he's going out live on ESPN right now. Not only is he going out at WrestleMania, not only is he going out in front of this crowd, not only is he going out, you know, on the normal broadcast, just normal people on ESPN are seeing this moment right now as well. So I wonder if that's the thought process for him going out now rather than last night. Heyman's in tears. Paul Heyman is in tears. Jeez. I mean, you wanted a WrestleMania and you wanted WrestleMania moments, and we didn't get them yesterday. I mean, there was things. There was Bianca, but this is just incredible. This is incredible. I need the Unreal episode for this, said Chio. Yeah. Brock says, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Wow. For the people that watched Heyman and Brock together at the beginning, that hug hit different, said Dirty Hippo. Well, good luck to the ladder match participants following that. Do you reckon the Intercontinental ladder match people backstage are like, we've got to go out there now and do something? I mean, we just got a really great match, right? I think Brock is great. The criticism would be we would like a little bit longer. But then when you realise that Brock has just left the gloves in the ring and retired, obviously that was going to need a bit of time as well, wasn't it? Maybe if he wasn't going to retire, then you could have had a few more minutes of a match. But he's just retired. He's just been smashed by Oba. And that's enough to tell him, like, that's a passing of the torch as well, isn't it? That's him passing the torch over to Oba. Incredible. Gemro, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, well, I got asked earlier for a wild prediction. I didn't have it on the bingo card to say that Brock was going to lose and he would retire on this show. I didn't have that on the bingo cards. Jared said it's the right call. Oba's time is now. And do you know what's interesting? Is the fact that a lot of people were saying, if he loses to Oba, how do we build him back up so that he can then retire Gunther or be retired by Gunther? How are you going to do that? How can he lose here and at SummerSlam? It seems like the way that they've worked around it is they've gone, yeah, no, let's just have him lose to Oba and we'll call it quits. So there we go. I think we all thought that we had him at SummerSlam and that it would finish up there. So, yeah, that's a moment, isn't it? DeGrim one said Oba is the one that beat the one in 21-1. He's lost to a few people. He's lost to Roman, of course. But yes, I mean, well, he's the one that retired the one in 21-1. So, yeah, I mean, that is crazy, mate. That is crazy. Yeah, get your thoughts in. What are people thinking? Junk Wax Obsessed said it being unexpected just makes it so much more sad for me. Yeah, well, yeah, out of the blue. I mean, you just don't see it coming, do you? And so it makes it hit a lot harder. I mean, incredible. It was an incredible moment. The match was fantastic. The moment after, to be honest, I don't think you can really ask to go out a better way. I mean, I understand the main event would have been maybe preferable because it's the main event. And imagine like last night ending with this rather than with what we've got. But again, when you remind yourself this is being shown on ESPN, then it starts to make a little bit more sense as to why, you know, doing it here. I think this would have benefited, though, from it being night as well. Imagine if it was nighttime and it was dark and all of that. I think that would have been a little nicer. But again, I get it. I understand why we've done it now. I didn't at first, but I do get it now. Mercy19, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. And Sean said there's hope for WWE. I think that's an all-time start. Let's go. Well, it just makes such a difference when you actually have a match that people are really amped for, really hyped for, really excited to see. Do you know, I nearly put a tweet out earlier, and I'm glad I didn't, because I'm trying to not be moody and negative. But I nearly put a tweet out earlier, and I was like, doesn't it feel like we are so far away from those Undertaker street matches? I mean, if you look at what we got yesterday and think about the matches we had yesterday and then compare it to the magic of the Undertaker when he would come walking out and we never knew if this was the time the streak was going to end. And it was magical. It felt like you was in another world. You felt like you was watching something just so special, as, you know, the Undertaker's entrance was just so aura inspiring, and, you know, it'd slowly make his way down, and you never knew, was this the time it was going to end? Would it be Shawn? Would it be Triple H? Would it be Punk? You just didn't know, right? And there's nothing that got even remotely close to that yesterday. But what I just saw there did. The aura, the magic, the crowd involvement, just everything that I just saw from the moment Oba came out to the action where, you know, they're chucking each other around, they're testing each other's strength, to then the unexpected Brock retire. That is WrestleMania. What you just saw was WrestleMania. So again, it just goes back to when those people are like, oh, this isn't it, you know? It's because those are the moments that people are looking for, and I'm not sure we got anything like that yesterday, so I completely agree. That was mind-blowing. The reaction online, people are just losing their minds. The reaction in the chat, people are losing their minds. We've got Ray, we've got people in the ring. We are moving over to our next match, so get your thoughts in. Want to know what people thought about that Brock match. Jeff Threek said Oba seemed to tip his hat to Brock as he left. I didn't think much of it at the time. Classy if he did that for him. Here's Ray. Wow, Ray coming down all in red. Is that like a Daredevil kind of inspired gear? Is it? Is that Daredevil? It's giving me Daredevil vibes as he makes his way down. Man United Hodge said, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that to hit me that hard. Actually, I'd imagine that's something that Brock said as well. I would imagine Brock said the exact same thing. I wasn't expecting him to hit me that hard either. So, yeah, Rey Mysterio making his way down to the ring. Get your thoughts in. Get your votes in. We're going to have to end this poll soon. Okay. Mike says, Oba getting the beast torch passed down. No, that's big, isn't it? I mean, it's big. That is such a gift to Oba. That is such a gift. I mean, what amazing. It's amazing. Jono said, Oba is going straight to Triple H. Give me that title shot now. I don't know how you stop him. I don't know how you stop him from getting a title opportunity. The only thing I can say is try and delay it for the biggest stage possible. I mean, the only thing I would do is save it for SummerSlam. It's funny because, like, we've been having conversations about, is SummerSlam too early? I mean, Ober only arrived earlier this year, so is SummerSlam too soon to put a belt on him? And we've said no, we would do it. We would have him win King of the Ring and all of that. Now it's like, how do we wait till SummerSlam, you know? After what I've just seen and what Brock has just done, how do we even wait that long? I mean, put the belt on him now. Put the belt on him tomorrow on Raw. But, you know, we need to stay level-headed. You know, we've got a massive show in SummerSlam, which, imagine if Ober's competing for his first world title at SummerSlam, how, you know, marketable that would be. So I think let's try and stay level-headed. Let's have him go through the process, and I would do it at SummerSlam. Here's Penta backstage. Okay, Kyle said after looking at ESPN's post, Brock is not retiring. After looking at it, I think he is retiring. It definitely feels like he's retiring. Okay, here is Penta. Oh man, he's got a sick-looking mask on. He's got a sick-looking mask. That's nice, isn't it? I bet that was done by probably Jason Baker, was it? Okay. Let's go and get the score. Brock versus Ober. Bang, 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 bang. You lot said it was... That has come out as great 75. Great 75. So it hasn't clicked into all time, but it's got great 75. How does that compare to yesterday? It puts it about in line with Seth and Gunther. I think it's hard, isn't it? Because of it being such a short match. It's hard. Okay, Penta making his way down to the ring. So, is advertising Mortal Kombat? So, is this like a Mortal Kombat character or something? I see ladder match coming up next. This is going to be our second match of the evening. Penta takes off the... Okay, we're underway. Rusev's in there. We are underway with this match. Okay, we've got Penta, who's on a ladder. Cross-body there by Penta. So, I mean, this is just going to be fast-paced. It's going to be loads of fun. Kick coming in there by Penta. Shots coming in there by Rey Mysterio. Goes to the outside. Penta coming in. Goes up. Drop kick there by Rey. Oh, and again, JD McDonough's really getting it here. JD McDonough on the receiving ends. Okay, Rey Mysterio looking around. So right now we got Dragon Lee, we got Penta, we got Rey Mysterio, we got all three of them in the ring. Into the ring steps, picks him up, lands on his feet, goes against the ropes, drop kick, down goes Rusev. Against the ropes again. Oh, ladder there by Rusev. Okay, we've got another ladder being introduced here by Rusev, but it's being balanced between the edge of the ring and the commentary table. JD and Rusev are the correct people to be put in there against the Luchas. They're solid workers, said Shining Wizards. Going over to the outside. Ladder smashed in the face there of Penta as Javon. We hadn't seen Javon, actually. We hadn't seen Javon. Javon goes over the top. Oh, again to the outsides. Dragon Lee in there with Ray. They've both got a ladder. And these two throwing down. Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio going at it right now. Back against the ropes. Shot coming in there by Dragon Lee. Over the other sides. Ray going against the ropes. Trying to take over Dragon Lee. No joy. Looking for that Styles Clash. That Styles Clash has been a good addition for Dragon Lee. Against the ropes. Looking for a 619. Ah! Super kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. As a ladder is being set up. That bit's thrown down. I am jazzed on Ober's win for a while. My heart is full. My disappointment non-existent. My joy immeasurable. My day is made, said Jadam. What if Roman leaves tonight, says Matthew. Well, I'm not expecting that, but I wasn't expecting what we just got either, so I think we've had enough retirements for today. But I'm not expecting Roman to retire. We've heard lots of words about where the plans are for him moving forwards. Okay, shots coming in there by JD. Rusev right by a ladder. JD comes crashing down on that ladder. Crashing down on the ladder. Yeah, that was nasty. JD is always taking crazy bumps, says Jesse. Okay, right now, Rusev climbing up. We're seeing that ladder in the ring. He's got one hand on the Intercontinental Championship. Shots coming in there by Penta. Penta making the save. Penta goes down. Okay, Dominic is going to save his father tonight. They're going to get reunited and it's going to feel good, said William. Made by Dawn said it's the NXT head ref that's in there. Javon down. Penta. Whoa, he gets knocked to the outsides. Okay, JD is climbing up. Javon is stopping him. Shots coming in there by Javon and JD. They're both battling away. It feels like this ladder's going for a ride, and it is. Javon. Yeah, I don't know where the camera didn't quite catch all of that. Javon just went flying to the outside. I don't know if that was a great landing. Oh, yeah, Javon's okay. He's right up, springboarding. Whoa, big spot. Amazing moment there by Javon. Javon gets dumped outside. Right now we got Dragon Lee. He's in there. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. Drop kick to them. Oh, my God. Drop kick from the back there by Ray. 619 with Dragon Lee in a ladder. God, mate. I don't even remember what yesterday was like. I don't even remember what they were giving us yesterday. It's irrelevant. Isn't WrestleMania so much better when Pat hasn't put his grubby little mitts over it? Look at this. So much better than yesterday. Right now we've got Javon in there. Jumping over Ray. Trying to climb up. Ray grabbing his leg. Ray is climbing up Javon at the bottom of the ladder. Shots coming in there by Javon. Super kick coming in there by Penta. Kick coming in. Ray is caught in that ladder. Javon with the big boots. Javon again. Another kick. Penta over by that ladder. Suplex as Javon gets hurled into it. Right now we got Dragon Lee climbing up. Drop kick. Oh my God. Ray was upside down on that ladder. Yeah, this is brutal, mate. This is brutal. We're seeing some great spots here. Right now Dragon Lee has got a ladder. Days, do we think the Ray looks a bit like Deadpool? Yeah, I think that is the inspiration. Right now he's climbing up. Dragon Lee gets caught. Bang, down goes Dragon Lee. Rusev is back. Joe said it's chaos. That's fun, isn't it? It's really, really fun. This is what we thought this ladder match was going to be. So, yeah, really, really good stuff. Rusev grabs a ladder. Sets ladder up. He's got it between the corner, and he's got it between the corner and between the ladder that's in the ring. He picks a Uranagi to Javon. Javon is kind of caught on it, hooked on it. So Javon in a bit of a bad way. Okay, right now we got Penta in there. He's going to try and stop Rusev from getting the championship. Ray on the outside. Rusev climbing up the ladder. He goes down. Shot coming in there by Penta. Kick coming in there by Ray. Rusev spills to the outside. We got ladders set up everywhere. It feels like there's a couple of big spots coming, because there's ladders everywhere. Kick coming in there by Penta. Against the ropes. Kick coming back there by Ray. Oh, that was a big spot, wasn't it? Rusev goes through the ladder. Guys, Kofi Kingston has tweeted out, "Avenged at long last." Kofi Kingston comments on Brock Lesnar retiring. Obviously, Brock destroying Kofi Kingston in like 7 seconds, taking that title away from him in, was it 2019? Another classic 2019 moment. Look at that. Rusev going through that wooden ladder. Triple H has commented, he says, "Holy shiz. This is a WrestleMania debut." So he's kind of more focused on the debut than he is the retirement of Brock. Okay, right now, Penta against the ropes. Ray gonna go for another 619. 619, bang, connects. Yeah, he is looking good. He's climbing up. He's climbing up. Word coming out that Brock Lesnar personally chose Obafemi for the WrestleMania match. So, who's reporting this? Via Body Slam. As seen at WrestleMania 42, Oba defeated Brock. Lesnar would then leave his gear in the ring and walk away. Reported in February is that Oba Brock was discussed for WrestleMania. Sources indicate it was Brock that personally picked Oba for the WrestleMania match. Dragon Lee goes to the outsides. Kicks coming in. This match is fire, says Denley. Right now we're going for a Styles Clash. Boom! Connects. So the Styles Clash has landed. Right now, Dragon Lee is going up. Shots coming in there by JD. Dragon Lee getting towards the top of that ladder. Shots coming in here. We're going for Spanish Fly. Big Spanish Fly. Yeah, JD with a Spanish Fly to the outsides. Referee's just checking if he's okay. Look at that. Oba did put Brock's daughter. There's possibility new. I don't think people have considered that, says Trini. Okay, fans are chanting, "This is awesome." They're really enjoying this ladder match. This is awesome. Chants breaking out as JD's climbing up. JD climbing up. Penta on the other side throws in a big shot. Another shot coming into JD. Chop coming back there by Penta. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth, JD. On the other side, we're looking for a big superplex. Big suplex, actually. JD looking to suplex Penta. There's a ladder behind him. No joy at the moment. Another kick coming in. Okay, now we're going to go for a destroyer, Mexican destroyer. Penta is looking around. He wants to go for that destroyer. He's going for it. Boom! Gets it! On the ladder. Well, that's JD done. That's JD done. Penta taking a bit of an impact from that as well. Look at that. Oh, it's executed perfectly as well. Wrestle Features said the energy is just completely different today compared to yesterday. Bang. Okay. Back in the ring. What's going on? Javon is in the ring. Penta's down. Right now we got Javon climbing up. Is Javon going to do it? No, Rusev's coming in. Javon's got his hands on the... he's swinging. He's swinging. He's above the ring, the young OG. Rusev's pulling him down. Javon comes down. Javon gets sent to the outside, and there's just bits of ladder absolutely everywhere. There's not really a soft landing to be found. Boos for Rusev. Boos for Rusev. Rusev is alone in the ring right now. Is alone in the ring. That belt is swinging away above the ring. I think Rusev might have just injured himself, said Alex. Yeah, he's hobbling his way up, but the young OG... What's Javon doing here? Javon in the corner. OG cutter. Oh, OG cutter! Big move by Javon! Man, the people didn't want Rusev winning that, and Javon just made sure he didn't. He might have just absolutely bust his knee, though, by doing it, but look at that. Oh! OG cutter by the young OG. The fans are now willing him on. I can see some movement, though. It looks like, is that Penta getting in? Penta might be the one to... Mexican destroyer. That might have just took the fight out of Javon, and it might be a way now for Penta to climb this ladder, secure a victory. Penta on one leg, climbing up. I think people will be okay if Penta gets it. I think he's going to get it. I don't know. We're seeing JD move, though. JD's moving, but he ain't going to make it in time, is he? Penta's going to do it. Penta sat atop of the ladder, gets that Intercontinental Championship. The champion retains. But oh my God, what a match. What a great match. So many great spots in that. Really, from the opening with Brock and Oba to get into this match. So good. Let's get a score, shall we? See what people thought about this. It was an awesome match. This is how WrestleMania is supposed to be. Yeah, man. I'm loving the good vibes. I agree. So good. So they're just showing some highlights, some replays. We've only got 4 more matches to go. I forgot about the Spanish Fly. That looked good. The Mexican Destroyer looked good as well. There was spots on the outside. Rey Mysterio chucking his body around. I mean, Rey Mysterio's in his 50s. I mean, he did not look out of place in this match whatsoever. But, so good. The spot with Penta and JD was phenomenal, said Tojo. If JD doesn't make it to help Dom later, I think we could all understand, said Phoenix. Don said that was incredible. I like the fact we're staying with Penta. I think Penta is a very, very deserving champion. I'm interested to see kind of what he can do with a Intercontinental title run. And you know that Javon's time is going to come. Sean said, it's official. I think the Raw writers have booked Night 2. Do you know what? That's interesting, actually. I think the Raw writers probably booked the Raw matches and the SmackDown writers booked the SmackDown matches. But if you told me the SmackDown writers had done Night 1 and the Raw writers had done Night 2, I would believe you so far, yes. This is how it feels with WWE. Monday tends to be really fun, entertaining. Like, we've had some really good shows. And Friday, jeez, makes us question everything. So they're just showing a replay of Ober's victory. Obviously, they're still on ESPN for a few more minutes. So they're just replaying that. He took off his boots, took off the gloves, and he seemingly said goodbye. Michael Cole says Brock Lesnar seemingly said goodbye. The boots are off, the gloves are off. There was emotion. Look at Heyman, look at the tears from Heyman. Michael Cole says, if that is it, I just want to say a big thank you to Brock Lesnar. Once the emotions calm down, things can change, says Wade. There we go. Lesnar forever, says Davids. I can remember the night that Brock debuted, said Eric. Days, the more I think about it, Vegas makes sense for Brock to retire. A lot of special moments, Brock in Vegas, with him winning that UFC championship, says Notorious Nightmare. Metal Mama said the athleticism, the gymnastics used with wrestling, it's a beautiful thing. Seeing them choreograph it so well. Great job, guys. Well, just listen, I feel like I say this. I feel like for some reason I say this a few times with wrestling, and that is let the praise be as loud as the criticism. We've said that before as well. You know, there is a lot of criticism that's out there, and when the product is bad, it deserves it, but when the product is good, it deserves the praise. And I just hope that, you know, all those people that were critical yesterday, myself included, are ready to praise the product when it deserves to be praised. What we have seen so far today has been fantastic. That opening match was great. The only criticism, I wish I could have had more. I wanted more. It was just, I was enjoying it so much. Then you get the shock, of course, of, you know, seemingly Brock retiring. I mean, no one wants to say it's definite, but, I mean, we can all see what we can see. And then you just follow it up with just a really fun ladder match with some great spots. Obviously, loads of luchas in there. So, I mean, you've got all this flying around. It's just bonkers. I mean, Mexican Destroyer and the OG Cutter and Spanish Fly and big spot to the outside by Ray. Driving, I think, was it Rusev through that ladder, and it was just bonkers. It was fun. I don't see how anyone watches that and goes, yeah. You know, that was just what I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else you could really have out of that. It was just everything we always hope for. And well, that is WrestleMania. Yeah, that is WrestleMania.
Wrestle Features said, my timeline is just raving about this show. Seeing fans enjoy this product, this effing rules. So, and WWE Creative Humor just said, should we all agree to pretend that night one just never happens? So, honestly, people are feeling how we're feeling. Paranormal Presence said, if Brock did retire, less muscle Brock will be crazy. Well, I don't know that he'll ever stop kind of working out. I think that's been his life. I don't know that he did it just for wrestling. I don't know. I think that's part of who he is and part of his life. I think that's part of his identity. I should imagine he enjoys the process of, you know, like working through a schedule and, you know, today I do back, today I do chest, whatever it might be. So I don't know. I don't know that you'll see him in the future. I mean, maybe when he's very, very old, but I don't know that you'll ever see him in the future and he'll be small. I just think this is who he is. Part of it might be genetics as well. I don't even know if he could get that small. We've got more Hogan clips. More Hogan clips. Fightful Select are reporting that many in WWE were expecting Brock to retire at SummerSlam. That was the general consensus from the fans as well, so certainly not surprised by that. I think a lot of us expected him to be retiring at SummerSlam. Joy Marie said, I hope that Finn wins against that scumbag Dominic Mysterio. Well, that was bonkers. I think what you'll find now is WrestleMania will just settle down, right? The thing is that you've been given, you know, all this stuff and it's amazing. I think it'll just settle into a groove now. You know, we're going to have Finn and Dominic. We're going to have Sami and Trick. We'll build to that women's match of Rhea and Jade. Hopefully that can deliver. And then hopefully we end this on a big high. Really great match. I don't know that we get The Rock. I'm not expecting anything like that. If we do, amazing. I mean, imagine if Roman wins. Or imagine if, like, Rock comes out and costs Roman. CM Punk leaves with the belt and we finish this off with a Rock-Roman stare down. I mean, opening with Brock Lesnar seemingly retiring and closing with a Rock-Roman stare down. It would go down as one of the greatest WrestleMania days ever. So, yeah. I'm not expecting that, though. Yeah. It's a big open, though, isn't it? It's a big open to this show. Do we think that he did this without anyone knowing in the back? Well, Triple H would have known. Heyman would have known, of course. But yeah, I think the average person wouldn't have known. To be honest, I'm not sure that he's that chatty, is he? I think he keeps himself to himself. I'm not sure that he will have felt a need to have told lots of people. He might have given someone a heads up. Maybe The Undertaker had a heads up or something, but it would have been kept to a minimum. Yeah, imagine if you missed that start. Imagine if you were late and you missed the start of this thing. Okay. So yeah, I do. Notorious. I think it was kept on a need-to-know basis. Oh, they found a highlight of the night from yesterday. What have they? Oh, right. Highlight of the night from yesterday for them is what? Is that the highlight of the night? Randy RKOing Cody and Pat running down is the high. Well, that sums up last night, doesn't it? It's such a slow count from Pat. It doesn't in storyline even make sense. Actually, on reflection, it makes total sense why Randy would RKO him. Pat came down and counted so slow. That was your highlight of the night. I wonder if Cody's eye was already busted up by this point. I don't know at what point it... I don't know. I don't know at what point it kind of got absolutely battered. Meet CFC said, in the immortal words of the Iron Sheik, I'll make you humble. Okay, we are seeing an aerial shot of the stadium. We're seeing inside the stadium. Okay, they're talking about Club WWE right now. Club WWE. Okay, Wrestling Junkie said, another season, Days. Happy to be a part of this community. I appreciate all you do. Love the honesty and how you never sugarcoat things. Night 2 has been entertaining so far. Wrestling Junkie, shout out to you, my friends. Yes, I agree. Fantastic. Big thumbs up. All the thumbs are up. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying it as well. Hope everyone's enjoying it. Keep getting your thoughts in for that second match. We got the Oberbrock score. That came out as great 75. I think that ladder match is going to be right up there as well, you know. I think it's going to be right up there. Right now, they're just promoting Club WWE, so you're not missing anything. So Wrestling Junkie, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. We got JOP in the crowd. Jared said, why would The Rock help Punk, though? They hate each other. Well, it's not really about helping Punk. It would be more about hurting Roman. If for some reason The Rock has become disillusioned with Roman, thinks Roman is an embarrassment, doesn't want Roman to win the championship because he doesn't want to have to pretend to respect Roman anymore. You know, perhaps when Roman lost that championship at 40, it sort of damaged their relationship. You know, he believed Roman was the one and he couldn't beat Cody Rhodes. He's not prepared now to allow Roman to win the championship here and then have to pretend that he, like, respects him. So instead, don't allow him to win the belt. CM Punk keeps the belt, not interested. And I'm going to show you who the real person in this family is. So it'd be more about stopping Roman than it would be supporting CM Punk. If that was a story they wanted to tell. I mean, they can obviously tell the story many different ways. Kelt said, what is the bigger bottle job? Is it WrestleMania Night 1 or is it Arsenal? I think they're the same, but honestly, I think Night 1 was Arsenal. You'll have to decide what Night 2 is so far. But, yeah, I did see that result today. I didn't see when the goals were scored. I'm not sure if it was like a late winner for City, but, oh, that's bad, isn't it? It's bad. Okay, here's Sami talking about this reaction might be bad. Sami Zayn is making his way out. What's the reaction going to be? What is the reaction going to be? Sami Zayn coming down. Well, he's not getting booed out the building. Okay. Well, it's hard to hear exactly the crowd reaction, but he's not getting, like, horrific boos. Or not that I can hear. I'm sure there are some boos there. Once this music drops away, we might hear it. Okay, great 89 for the ladder match. You lot enjoyed the ladder match even more than Oba versus Brock. Okay, Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams. I saw Cody get caught by a Randy punch before the RKO that cut him open, said Jeremiah. Is Sami a face or a heel? Is a face. But a lot of people are thinking he will turn heel here. A lot of people are expecting the double turn. Okay. There's a sign in the crowd that says Sami Zayn. Kind of making out that he's a snooze fest. Okay, this will be good. He's facing Trick Williams, and the Trick Williams theme is a banger, mate. I've been waiting to hear this at WrestleMania. I'm looking forward to this. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Sami in the ring.
You can hear whoop that Trick chants already. This place is going to go bananas, mate. It's going... Little Yachty's coming at Jesus. Why? Little Yachty is here. He did not get a great reaction. Okay, Little Yachty. Ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Trick's on a platform. I don't know, like, I feel he was facing us and now he's turned away. They're spinning him rounds. There he is, Trick Williams. Everyone with their phones out is really annoying, isn't it? We live in a world now where people are more interested in recording and capturing moments on phones than they are, like, really just experiencing this.
The man who has taken WWE by storm, where the Americans
I'm a little let down with it, honestly. I mean, they had Little Yachty come out to just pour a bit of cold water on it. Trick make look at that train that he's got. Look at that trailing behind him. Even Stephanie didn't get that. Where's Trick got that? Why has he got that? Looks like toilet paper, said Jesse. I would have expected Stephanie to have had this. I wouldn't have expected Trick to have had this. I don't need Little Yachty. I don't need him. That's got to be a world record, said Alex. Okay, Trick is making his way down. Trick hasn't done anything at this level. So Trick is the heel. Sami is the face. This match should be fun, though. Sami can work, mate. Christine said it's so ridiculous, it's actually funny. Well, there we go. Trick Williams is in there. People are chanting away. It's Kaz said, that long train is needed for my wedding dress. They'd better bring it, said comrades. Trick is just a Poundland Booker T. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, shots coming in there by Sami. Duck underneath by Sami. Sami going against the ropes. Trick Williams goes down. Boos for Sami. Boos for Sami. You could hear a little bit once the music had died down during his entrance, but I think they're going to be all over him here. The fans love Trick. The fans want Trick. Sami throwing down some shots on Trick. Trick down in the corner. We're an hour and 12 minutes in for this one. Sami in green, throwing in a chop. Sami going over against the bottom rope, springboarding over Trick, clothesline. Nice. It's good. Boos for Sami. Sami looking around at the WrestleMania crowds. He's going to go over against the ropes. Trick Williams is in. Big clothesline. And again. Kick coming in there by Trick. Sami goes down. Sami picking up Trick. Looking for a Blue Thunder Bomb. Couldn't get it. Chop coming in. Net breaker there by Trick Williams. Kip up by Trick. And he gets it. He hits it. Trick in the middle of the ring. Sami down. Okay, we got whoop that Trick chance. Trick is looking out at the crowds. Jumps over. Sami is coming up, picks him up, looking to Uranagi him down. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up there by Sami. Shoulder up by Sami. Little Yachty staying at ringside. Heel Sami is coming, says Kyle. Definitely Scott Hall vibes. Never getting a world title, but mid-champ, says Alec. Big boot coming in there by Blue Thunder Bomb connects. 1, 2, a little bit early. Ooh, it was close though. It was close though. He drove him down. I think Trick winning King of the Ring is a logical choice, said Jeremiah. He's got a chance. Kick coming in there by Sami. Crowd booing away as Sami is in control. I think Mello could get involved, said J.W. Yeats. Fred said, Google is describing Brock as a retired wrestler and mixed martial artist. Real World Protagonist said, here's my thought process. Gunther goads Brock out of retirement. Gunther beats Brock at SummerSlam. And then that leads to Gunther versus Ober. Sami on the outside. I don't think it's impossible that Brock could come back, but I don't know. I don't know if they'd want to go as far as they did with the gloves off and the boots off. Maybe if he got upset, gave Heyman a hug, but didn't take all that stuff off. I don't know. Into the barricade goes Little Yachty. Sami dealing with Little Yachty. Trick on the edge of the ring. Trick gets shoved into the ring posts. Oh no. Again goes in. I don't know what just happened to my light. My light just died. Again going into the... There we go. She's back. Okay, Sami just smashing Trick into that ring post. As we said, I think WrestleMania was always going to just settle down when we had such an explosive hour. Oh, they're saying that we just got a flipping brainbuster type move. He didn't go for a full rotation for a souffle. That is, mate. God, just absolutely drove him down on the edge of the ring there, Sami. Trick Williams on the outside in a whole world of pain right now. Johnny Boy, jam in. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. We got people sticking up their fingers to Sami. Right now we got Trick on the outsides. Sami charging over, looking for a haluva. Big haluva. Down goes Trick. Brock meets the dead man and will be in the 2027 Hall of Fame, said Dave. Oh, Brock going in the Hall of Fame next year. I don't know if Brock would be bothered about that happening in Saudi. I don't know. There's maybe a chance of that, yeah. Okay, so Ride or Die is painted on Sami's knee pads. We're up to 8,
9. Trick Williams breaks the count, gets in. So we got up to 9. So a brainbuster on the edge of the ring. I mean, I thought that was a sick moment there by Sami. Referee just checking on Trick. Sami is backing up. Trick Williams in the corner. Sami looking to charge him. Trick Williams in the corner. Sami looking for that haluva. Little Yachty is back. Oh, I'm so pleased he's getting involved. Kick coming in there by Trick. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Sami. Shoulder up by Sami. Trick is in the corner looking for the trick shot. Trick Williams all fired up at the moment. Oh, Sami moves. Roll up by Sami. 1, 2. 2 count. Trick comes over looking for a exploder. Yeah, this is where he hits that haluva, and I gotta tell you, the crowd aren't keen. The crowd aren't on boards. Trick Williams over in the corner. Sami looking to charge in. Trick shot. Trick shot. 1, 2, 3. Trick does it. Trick does it. The crowd love it. He's the man, and he is the guy. They've pulled the trigger. Sami didn't need it. Trick is the new United States champion. Stadium bursts out in whoop that Trick chants. Little Yachty is in there celebrating with him. Sort of knew that Sami was going to lose, said William. Let's go, said Gang Life. That's cool. We got a new champion, said Zingbot. Not a fan of the match, though, said Big Half. Well, we're going to get scores, see what you lot thought. How did you feel about that? I think Sami now goes full heel, said Spawny Boy. This could be interesting. See what goes down after the match. How bright is the future? So Michael Cole said, how bright is the future? Obafemi, all of those people we saw in the ladder match, and now Trick Williams. Trick Williams holding up that championship. Oh, that's Trick Williams' mom and dad's. Trick Williams' mom and dad. There's Sami. Sami is gutted. There we go. Look at that. There's Trick with his mom and dads. These are the moments you love to see from heels. I love seeing a good heel celebrate with his parents. Yeah, I mean, there ain't nothing heel about this guy. The crowd are going absolutely crazy. They are absolutely loving it right now. Trick Williams, of course, in a relationship with Lash Legend, so... She lost her belt, but he's just gained one, so... There we go. It was a great match, says Tyler. Whoop that Trick. Eula said that is a true heel moment, yes. Come here, Mom, I love you. Even heels love their mothers, you know? So there we go. That was match number 3. We are officially halfway through the show. And we've had an hour and 20 minutes. So we've got 3 more matches to go. Obviously, the most time will go to the main event. And we haven't had any Danhausen, so... I don't know. Do they do a segment now? Or what do we do? Do we just go straight into the next match?
They're just promoting the next line of WWE superstars, the big LJN things. Days, I'm sorry, I know you like Sami, says Mark. Oh, I knew he was losing, but I knew he was losing. I like Trick Williams as well. Okay. There's still plenty more of WrestleMania coming up. Oh, hello. Hello, Mario. Get tickets now to the #1 movie in the galaxy. The Super Mario Galaxy movie. Yes. Yes. What is this? Build your own champions. Some mobile game. And now we're back to the Hogan documentary. Let's go. I hate Dom. I really can't stand the guy. He needs to stop hanging onto Eddie's coattails. I'm hyped for the Mortal Kombat movie. I used to play the game with my mother. It was peak childhoods, says Heidi. Heidi, shout out to you. Okay, word coming in from Fightful Selects. On the latest Fightful show with Sean Rossap, we have been told that WrestleMania 42 is expected to have longer match times, but that is not guaranteed. So, expected to have longer match times, but that is not guaranteed. So, that coming from Fightful. So, perhaps that's why they went with 6 instead of 7. Perhaps they will make these matches longer. Question being asked, where does Sami Zayn go from here? And that is a great question, isn't it? I mean, there wasn't the double heel turn. I can't say Sami is coming out of this as a heel. I mean, he is in the eyes of the fans. How would the fans feel about him now? I mean, does that negativity stick with him? Is it like a bad smell that you just can't escape from? You know, what happens with him now? Because people weren't crazy about him, I think largely because he took the belt from Carmelo. Well, he doesn't have the belt now. So, does that negativity stick around? I feel like it does. I feel like wrestling fans haven't really got a reason to change their booing, you know? You got to give them a reason to change. So he's in an interesting spot. What next for Sami Zayn? He's got go away heat, said Expose Him. WrestleMania, the grandest stage of them all. It's also the shortest show of them all, said Howard. Sami could go after the WWE belt, said the Ribs. Maybe if he's a heel. I mean, maybe that's an option if he's a heel. Heel Sami against... Imagine like CM Punk versus heel Sami. I would not hate that, actually. That could be really good. Do you want to know an entrance that we missed was Dragon Lee. And this is doing the rounds. He had a special entrance attire. Look at this. Dragon Lee got that sorted for WrestleMania, and then they never showed his entrance. Dude made his way out, and it never made it onto the show. We were at commercial break when he was doing his entrance. When we came back, he was already in the ring. And honestly, he needs bigger wings, because he's got those little baby ones that I keep making fun of, and he's gone out, and he's gone and got these ready for the WrestleMania stage. And we just haven't shown him, you know? Lol. That's life, isn't it, eh? That is life. Wow, said Connor. Okay, Roman Reigns SCN said, Oba beating Brock was a fantastic moment. The IC title ladder match was crazy good. Trick Williams becomes the United States champion. It's all hits so far. WrestleMania said Night 2 has already cleared Night 1. in terms of good booking. The matches are longer. There are still annoying ads, but this night feels like WrestleMania. There we go. There we go. Okay, we should be coming back from this commercial break soon, because I feel like we've been in it for an age. Trick Williams' face turn was discussed a month or so ago. I mean, I don't know that was a face turn. I mean, he's a face already, isn't he? He's already a face with the fans, so... I mean, if he just starts... I don't know. I think... What is he doing that's heelish? He's not going off on the fans, is he? Okay, we're just seeing WWE Worlds. The celebrities are out. It hit me that we lost Brock, Cena, AJ in the same year. The shift is changing, says Billy. There we go. We got Tyrese Halliburton with George Kittle. Let's see how the Demon Finn Balor entrance is, says Connor. There's Tony Hinchcliffe. Grok is in the crowd. Okay, we got Kittle on one side. We got Grok on the other. Okay. Okay, Bella sounded. Look. It is straight to the next match. Mate, it's going to be Demon versus Dominic. Demon versus Dominic. Let's go. Match number 4. It's got to be Dominic first, doesn't it? Yeah. I was going to say everyone's waiting for the Demon. I don't think you lead with that. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Bozo Shay. You feeling a bit down, bud? Oh, look at this. Oh my God, look at that entrance. Look at that. Dominic is on a throne. I mean, I feel like, is that going to raise up? It feels like it's on a cherry picker. Dominic making his way out. This is quite an entrance. This is quite a WrestleMania entrance. Dominic Mysterio on a throne. Oh, he just jumped down and they caught him. Okay, and there's lots of people in masks with him as well. I mean, cool entrance, bro, but I think you're about to be overshadowed. I thought he was on a pile of cardboard boxes. Dom making his way down. For those that aren't able to watch, there he is, Dirty Dom. Okay, let's end the poll. Okay, so he's paying tribute to various different luchadors with his gear. The contract said Finn Balor. But he is facing the Demon. This is going to be a big entrance, mate. This is going to be so good. This is a little bit of a WrestleMania moment. We haven't seen the Demon in 3 years. Okay, Trick Sami came out as good 93. So a step down in quality there. I think it's a shame that match wasn't a bit better, but probably could have done with the little yachty involvement stuff, you know. Okay. This is a street fight that was announced on the pre-show. A lot of people want a lot of people want Dominic's juice. The hell is Wade Barrett on about? Don't answer that. Okay, we're just seeing a shot of the stadium. 50-odd thousand in there again today. Obviously down on what we had last year, but it still looks really good. Here we go. We've been waiting for this. The Demon returns. The Smoke on stage. Oh, mate. Is that a heart? Yeah, it is. There's the Demon. You can't quite make out the body paint yet, but oh, it looks so good. It always looks good. The Demon has arrived at WrestleMania. He looks great. Mate, he has got a murk Dominic Mysterio. Oh, I love the blue. I love the blue. There's like a flash of blue. Mattel are going to be wetting themselves. Oh, on the back as well, it says Demon. Has he got a Dominic in his hands? There was a mouth, and it looks like there's a Dominic that's being fed into a mouth on the back. I just saw a flash of something there. Got all these streamers that have come down. Oh my God, what's this? Oh my God, we're adding extra elements. Let's go, mate. Let's go. What a presentation this is. Dun, dun. Oh, look at the screens. You see all the hands and the people on the screens. Oh, my God. Mate, Mattel are just like, they're on the floor right now. I'll tell you someone else that's on the floor right now. That's Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio hiding behind Michael Cole. Finn Balor making his way down. We've got to score what you think about Balor's entrance. There seems to be like a mouth and a hand, and I think it's feeding Dominic into a mouth in the back. And now we got smoke coming out. He's got flares going off. Now we got streamers. God, what else could we have? Flares, streamers, the hearts, body paint. Oh, he looks so good. Doesn't he look so good? The hands on the screens as well. Oh, Finn Balor. Demon, welcome back. Give him the belts. Oh, it's sick. I don't know what more you could have done, honestly. I don't know what more you could have done.
I love the blue. I love the... Yeah, look, Dominic's worried, man. Dominic's worried, and he should be worried. Michael Cole said Dominic was talking a big game on the kickoff show. But as of yet, he hasn't managed to get in the ring yet as the Demon is over in the corner. Finn Balor just staring over. Dominic is slowly getting into the ring. Vince tried to ruin this, says Aya. Bella sounded. Bella sounded. We are underway. The Demon crawling his way over. Okay, Dominic is getting into the ring. Slowly trying to make his way over to the Demon. The Demon rises up. I like the facial expressions there by Dominic. Down goes Dominic. Demon all over Dominic right now. Chop coming in there by the Demon, by Finn Balor. He's wrestling in that sort of black kilt. Over. We don't normally see him wrestle in that. That's normally just part of the entrance. Kick coming in there by Dominic. Down goes Dominic. Stomp coming in there by Balor, stomping away. And now the skirt, the kilt comes off. Clothesline. Dominic goes down. I forgot this is a street fight, says Glockness. We are underway. This is match number 4. Where is WrestleMania going? We're already up to match number 4. We got the women's match and the main event after this. Finn Balor with a kendo stick. Bang! Kendo stick coming in there by Balor. Another shot as well. Corey said, Finn said he doesn't do Demon because it takes a lot out of him with how he has to wrestle. Well, yeah, I mean, but you can see why. I mean, how long must he have been in makeup getting all of this done? Table is being introduced. To the outside goes Dominic. Comes crashing down on Balor. Kendo stick to the midsection. Shot coming in there by Dom again. Another shot to the back. Dominic just unloading on Balor right now. Back in the ring goes Balor. Right now we got Dominic going underneath the ring, grabbing a chair. Okay, we got chairs being thrown into the ring right now. Oh, chair to the midsection. Driving the chair into the back of Finn Balor. Dominic steps through the ropes. Over the top to the Demon. Got a picture of that back piece. There it is. Kicks coming in there by Dominic. Dominic grabbing a chair. Setting the chair up. Setting the other chair up. We got some weapons in the ring. Finn Balor has been in control. The Demon's been in control. But right now we've got a little moment here for Dominic. Dominic getting back into it. Dominic gets planted onto those chairs. The Demon sling blades. Dominic goes down. Finn Balor in the corner. Jump. Thought he was going to be setting up for a coup de grace.
Right now, 619 by Dominic connects. He's climbing up. Looking for a big splash. Frog splash. One. Just a one. Just a one. Kick out at one. That's where kick outs at one can be so good. His tongue is black. Finn Balor's tongue is black. Right now, shot coming in. Swing and a miss there by Dominic. Oh. Balor getting back into this. Getting back into control. Balor goes back. Charges over. Drop kick. He's in the drop zone. Demon over the other sides. Drop kick again. Down goes Dominic. Demon looking for the coup de grace. He's climbing up here, Balor, looking for the coup de grace. No. Doesn't get it. Nah. Smash with the chair. Balor goes down. Dominic coming over, looking for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Finn. Days, I think Rhea is going to win because Jade has got a new faction that was supposed to make her better, but it's just making things worse. I think Rhea needs it more, said Farmer Market. Farmer Market, thank you. Replica said this match will probably only be about 10 minutes. David said Finn's eyes have changed colour. They were both red, but now one is blue. Ooh, okay. How's he done that then? How's he managed to change? Does he put some in? Right now we've got some table being brought in by Dominic. Dominic's got a table. Demon is down. Table being set up in the corner. Finn Balor just trying to climb up. Kofi Kingston says, big shout out to Javon Evans. He showed out. Congrats, kids. Over in the corner, Balor stops himself from going into the table. Another sling blade to Dominic. Demon, I love this body paint. I think the body paint looks so good. Kick coming in there by Dominic. Demon goes through the table. Dominic hurling Finn through that table. He's getting a back up chair shot to the back. Demon over against the ropes. And he's putting a chair over the head of the Demon. 619 connects. Dominic is climbing up. Balor is down. Dominic, big splash, connects. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out by the Demon. Metal Mama said, yeah, man, that paint is sick. Yeah, 619 with Balor having a chair around his neck. And a frog splash, which has put so many people away. But the Demon kicks out. Right, let's get rid of the poll for the paint because I don't know how much... Oh, a chair shot coming in there by Dom. Okay, all-time 54. You lot absolutely loving the Demon body paint. All-time 54. Absolutely nailed it. Okay, right now we got Dominic grabbing that table. So we've already put Balor through one table. We're grabbing another table. That's being brought into the ring. Demon is down. Dominic is grabbing this table. I just saw someone online saying there's nothing better than a vicious street fight than seeing a Slim Jim sponsored table being introduced. Oh. He is having a few issues with the table leg. Dominic looks out at the crowds. Dominic looks out at the crowd as they're kind of mocking him for the table.
Balor rises up. The Demon rises up. Charges over. Clothesline. Big clothesline. Okay, right now we got Demon with a chair. Chair shot there by Balor. And again, unloading on Dominic. Another chair shot coming in there by Finn. And again, Dirty Dom being dragged over. Right now, we got a chair going over the head of Dominic. Surprised we haven't seen any of the members of Judgment Day kind of coming down. Charging over, drop kick. Oh! Dominic in the corner. He gets put on the... Oh, he's going to coup de grace him. Coup de grace through the table. Coup de grace through the table. Balor. Here we go. Dominic, coup de grace connects. Mate, he drove him through that table. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. 2, 3. The Demon wins. The Demon wins, driving Dominic through the table. It's a win for the Demon. It's the right result, of course. The paint looks amazing. The Mattel figure of that is going to be insane. So good. So good. Dun, 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 dun. Bum. Bum. Oh, he just closed his eyes. Right. Roman Punk are going to have like an hour and a half minute match. Cheers, Demon, for winning, says Colton. No way this show is going to end at 3:30 with the post-show happening. There's only 2 matches left. Well, we're coming up. We're about 10 minutes away from this thing going 2 hours. So we've got what, about an hour and 40 minutes for it to do 3.5 hours. Hour and 40 minutes, and we got 2 matches. It's got to be another segment coming, unless they are ending early tonight. We haven't had any Danhausen. We're nearly 2 hours into the second night. We haven't had any Danhausen. It's going to take Roman 20 minutes to get to the ring. That's true, actually. That's a really good point. You're not factoring in the Roman Reigns entrance. Dude can move slower than The Undertaker at times. Okay, we're just seeing Allegiant Stadium. Rhea Jade coming up next. That's our next match, but is it going to be our next? Okay, well, we've gone commercial break. Cena is going to come out to do the attendance. Yes, that will eat up a little bit of time. It's hard to say, though, that Rhea Jade, which I don't think is going to get loads of time. I don't think it's wise that Jade wrestles a long match. You know, if you think that Stephanie and Liv got 7 minutes, Rhea Jade gets 10. With their entrances, let's say the whole thing takes half an hour. That would still leave an hour for the main event match. An hour to do the main event match and the attendance announcement. Don't know. I mean, perhaps it's not going to go as long. Or maybe there is going to be a little extra surprise. They need someone to announce the attendance. Maybe Danhausen will be then, said Final Boomer. Radiated Zombie said, this has been way better than Night 1. They should just merge the nights again, said Radiated Zombie. Did feel like a regular match, though, that just had a few weapons in it, said Vic. Yeah, I mean, I think that was still better than Trick Sammy. I think Trick Sammy is the
the worst match we've had so far, but even that resulted in a new champion. This match had fantastic body paints. And yeah. People are saying that Pat is being promoted for SummerSlam. Pat's being promoted for SummerSlam. I wouldn't be shocked. Not for a second did I believe that I was fortunate enough to get rid of him. But I haven't seen that. What does that mean? Is he just being like part of the advert or something? Oh, great. Another main event he can ruin. There's only 2 matches left. This weekend is flying by. Burton said, this feels really rushed. Punk is gonna retain, said Thomas. This has been way better than night 1. Matches are just too damn short, said Big Dice. I got a feeling that we're going to finish at about 1 a.m. or 1:30. Monique said, no more Pat, please. Monique, I am very much with you, my friend. You are in the right place. A tag team match could be possible, said Steve. Okay, we are at commercial break. We should be coming back from this very, very soon. Get your thoughts in as to what you thought about the Finn Balor match. So, match lengths. Ober Brock, 5 minutes. Ladder match, 15 minutes. Trick versus Sami, 9 minutes. Demon versus Dom, 13 minutes. I think that's better, actually. They feel a little longer than yesterday. Obviously, the 5 minutes between Ober and Brock is a bit short. That absolutely could have gone a little bit longer. But, yeah. They've got the thing here. What's this? Pat was shown during the package. Was he? Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was shown during the SummerSlam video package. Okay. It's going to be attendance time, said Alec. Do we think this finishes at 2? What, in an hour? That would be 3 hours. No, I think we're a bit longer. I mean, last year there was one that finished at 3 hours, 16 minutes. So there was one that went 3 hours, 16. At the moment, we're at 1:55. So I think we'll go over 3 hours. I just don't know how far over 3 hours. Junkwax Obsessed said maybe WWE is sandbagging so that the Saudi Mania will be better in comparison, said Junkwax Obsessed. Oh, I don't think that's their game. Otherwise, they did it last year as well. They did that already. Okay, we're going back. No way in hell that Roman's losing 3 Manias in a row, said Big Dice. There's Minute Maids. Oh, I could be in that. I could be part of that. Priority pass. Is this someone that spent loads of money? Part of the prize is that you get to sit on commentary. What's this? Is this Jade? Storm is coming. Who's that? I don't know who that is. They said it was a priority pass thing, so it must be that you pay for the honor. He seems a nice enough guy. I ain't got no issues with him. Here's Jade. Get excited. Get excited. This feels a lot like yesterday. Like we've got somewhere to be. We're just... Do you know what I mean? I don't get why there's no hype packages. I don't get why there's not anything before the match is telling us why we're about to watch this match. How does that make any sense? Jade makes her way out, and she is... Okay, what's this? I feel like this is a reference to something. What's this? She makes her way down. It's all happening so fast. It is happening so fast. It's all a blur. She's coming down on her own, you know. Guys, I just want to show you all Andrew Weitzman. There he is. I hope Mattel make a figure of him. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, Jade making her way down. 169 days as champion. No hype packages again. No real special entrances, says Drive By. Rhea Ripley might get something. She might get something. Okay, Jade in the ring looking out at the fans. She's like, nah, forget you. Forget you. Okay, here we go. Rhea about to get her entrance. This is my brutality. We got some skulls. Oh, she's in white. That's unusual. I think she wore white, but it was not this at WrestleMania 36. My life. Yeah, no special entrance here for Rhea. Adam Weitzman. So if you want to know who this guy is, Adam Weitzman is an American entrepreneur. He is the owner and chief executive officer, CEO of Upstate Shredding. Weitzman Recycling. It's a scrap metal processing company. Adam Weitzman. Adam Weitzman. Yes. Upstate Shredding. Love this. I've loved his work for so long. I'm such a fan. They really do bring out the big names for WrestleMania, don't they? Love that. Rhea making her way down to the ring. That's a lovely find by Slamex. Lovely find. So this gear is her escaping from an insane asylum because Jade has been driving her insane. There we go. Rhea making her way down then in some... It's nice gear, actually. It's cool. Mattel will be all over that as well. They need to make an Adam Weitzman first, though. Joe said Rhea looks spectacular. Well, apparently it's based on people in mental institutions, so... You should go to one of those places, Joe. See if they've got any spare jackets or anything, if you think it's looking trendy. Oh my god, I love this style. Okay, Rhea then in the ring. Josh said you'd be disappointed on commentary for this match. Yeah, I wonder why they chose this match, actually. That's a good point, that is. Wonder why they chose this of all the matches. I wonder if he could choose. Do you reckon it's a perv?
Do you reckon he was like, I want to be ringside for the Rhea Jade watch?
He is, actually. I know Adam Weissman. He is like that. Allegedly. Allegedly he's like that, I should say.
Oh, I want to be at ringside for the Rhea Ripley.
Are you sure you don't want to be ringside for, like, CM Punk and Roman?
No. I want to be ringside for Rhea Ripley.
That's my Adam Weitzman impression. I didn't think I'd have to break that out today, but here we are. Joe said, Lord knows I need it. Okay, let's go. Let's end the poll, shall we? The Demon versus Dominic, you lot said was great. You enjoyed it. Okay, that's going to be great 74. Yes. We're back, baby. We had one good match, which was Trick Sami, and then we were back to great. Let's see what this can do, shall we? Kyle said, if Brock is retired, what is, guys, their favour? Oh, Gunther. What's Gunther's favour? We're going to find out. We is going to find out. I mean, when he did that the other day, it was only the other day. I'm sure they would have known about this. I'll be surprised that they did that and then found out he was retiring after. What if he retired, actually, and no one knew? What if, like, that just caught everyone by surprise? I didn't even consider that. What if that ended and he just took the glut and, like, no one expected? Even Triple H was like, what's this? Stay on him. What's this? I don't know. I've got to think, though, that when they did that whole I want a favour thing, he knew. Or Triple H knew. Oh, slam there by Jade. That was nasty, mate. That was a big slam there by Jade. One thing Jade does have is power. She's strong. Kick coming into the midsection there by Rhea, picking up Jade's. Down she goes. Gets the ropes. Drop kick to the side of the head. Jade rolls out the ring. So I'd say this is probably the match people have been most worried about for night 2. They're not worried about Rhea. They're just worried if Jade can put in a performance. Jade coming in, charges into Rhea. Rhea against the ropes, picks her up. That's nice. That's nice. That was nice. Barged into Rhea. Rhea off the ropes into a power slam. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing. Some nice little bits. Gaddy said, okay, Jade is okay so far, yes. In the corner goes Rhea. Forearm shot coming in there by Jade. Kick to the midsection. That looks quite good. Jade having a word with the referee. Rhea down, slumped in the corner. Jade coming over, grabbing Rhea. It's got Rhea, chucks her through the ropes to the outside. Jade kind of going to the outside, having a word with the referee. Jade going over, grabbing Rhea. She's round the back, jumping on the back there of Rhea as Rhea goes down. Tristan said the favour is going to be a match with Roman. As is being reported, Gunther will ask to get the title back. I don't know, is Heyman able to organise such a thing? He's not really in with Roman at the moment, is he? But that could be the direction that we go. What if the favour is that he wants Heyman to work with him? I mean, if Heyman has just lost Brock, Heyman might need to align himself with someone new. Gunther might feel like he would benefit from having a mouthpiece like Heyman, a guiding light like Heyman. Could be more than just get me a match with Roman. Okay, Jade is down right now. Rhea is down. Jade is in control. People are saying Gunther is going to keep calling Brock out, and that will make Brock return to set up a match at SummerSlam, and I don't know about that. Ober retiring Brock is much better, said Brony. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen anything reported that this was not his retirement. I think he's probably just caught people off guard, and they're thinking it's all part of a story, but right now, I think this is it. I agree. He doesn't really need to come back to have one more match and then just lose that. Why not go out live on ESPN on WrestleMania, you know, having put over Ober? Right now, we've got Rhea powering up. Crowd are cheering away. Crowd are into it. Rhea goes down. Jade charges over. Kick coming in there by Rhea as Jade goes down again. A capoeira kick. Why is Adam not saying anything? Is that on commentary? And I want to hear his thoughts. I'd have loved to have had his thoughts yesterday. That would have made WrestleMania better if we just had some random dude on commentary. Kick coming out there by Rhea. Chop coming in there by Rhea. Shot coming back there by Jade. These two exchanging blows. They're on their knees at the moment. Back and forth. Another shot coming in there by Jade. Okay, they're wailing away at the moment. Shot in there by Rhea. Shot coming back there by Jade. The crowd are having a lot of fun. Kick coming in there by Rhea. Okay, Rhea getting back up to her feet. Going over to Jade. She's got Jade up on her shoulder. Oh, my God. Drives her down. Looking for the cover. Two. No joy. No joy. How much damage has Rhea Ripley already absorbed? Feel like they're giving this match a little bit of time. Looking for riptides. There's not been any meeching. Oh, that's a lovely hip toss. Against the ropes. Jade goes to the outside. Forearm shot coming in there by Jade. Jade goes over, lands on her feet. Back elbow. I think Jade's done well, you know, here. Ah, big spine buster there by Jade. Two. Ah, kick out. I think this is a decent, really decent showing by Jade Cargill here. Wade Barrett says, Jade is making Rhea Ripley look average. Oh, she's looking for Jaded. Rhea is up, but she reverses. 1, 2. Kick out there by Jade. She's got her up, looking for a power bomb. Rhea is up. Shots coming in there by Rhea. She tries to take Jade over. Takes her over. Trying to come in. Big boots. Jade goes down. Rhea grabbing Jade's. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Here's Meechin. Meechin is here. She's trying to distract. There's B-Fab. No. Yeah. Are we going to get EO? Is this where EO gets involved? Right now we got Rhea. Ow! She just ended up going hard into that ring post. Ah, oh, big boot there by Meechin. Rhea on the shoulders of Jade's. Oh. The Sandstorm. Shoulder up there by Rhea. That felt a little bit One-Winged Angel-ish. I was getting One-Winged Angel vibes from that. Let's have a little look at this. Is that not a One-Winged Angel? Is that not Kenny Omega's move? And they're calling it the Sandstorm. I've not seen that before. Michael Cole seemed to know about it, but I don't remember it. Well, there we go. Sandstorm. It seems like Kenny Omega has been doing Jade Cargill's Sandstorm for years. How dare Kenny steal that from Jade? Okay, Rhea is down. On the outside, we got Michin and B-Fab going over. Referee is having a word with them. Here comes Io! Yeah, big pop. Big pop. Here she comes. Looks like she's been painting. Looks like she's been painting some room pink. Duck underneath. Michin gets pushed into B-Fab. Io Sky. Oh, fair play. Her top came down then, but she saved it. Back elbow. Yeah, fair play doing backflips and everything in that top. Moonsault him. Bang. Oh, she's having a bit of a nightmare with the top, actually. But we do get time to do the emotes. Rhea Ripley with a headbutt. Rhea Ripley going for the riptide. No, reversed. Wow. Oh, big boot. Oh, this could be big trouble. Jaded. No, reversed again. Riptide! Riptide! Oh, what a great finish. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's nice, that is. Rhea Ripley wins. I love the fact that was not straightforwards. I love the fact it wasn't just move, bang, win. Like, there was a few reversals in there. I really thought for a second Jade was winning that, you know. Oh, look at that. On her wrist tape, it says Io. And there we go. There's Rio at WrestleMania. Celebrating as Rhea Ripley is the new Women's WWE Champion. There we go. Mommy is back. Mommy is back. Mommy is home. Right, let's get a poll up, shall we? See what people thought about that. I'd imagine all you Jade fans are hurting right now. All you Jade heads, all you Cargill heads, all you Storm heads. That's a lovely revert. I love the finishing sequence. Jade should have won. Justice for Jades. The Eradicator, Rhea Ripley. Celebrates. Look at that. She's got the belt in one hand. She's got Io in the other. She's living her best life. Nah. Thank you, I love you. She should turn on her, Come on, Io. Smash her. Low blow. Low blow. I got the championship, I got the girl. That's what she just said. I got the championship, I got the girl. Okay, so there we go. It's got to be a segment now, hasn't it? We're in Tampa in 3 weeks. Jeez. It definitely doesn't stop. We're at Backlash in 3 weeks. Roman had better win tonight, said Tyler. Well, that is our only match left to go. Oh, they're just showing us various different places. Dublin Ireland in good spirits. Oh yeah, they will be happy with the demon. That's a good point. Steve said Punk and Roman are going to have to make 2 entrances, have a drink, have a meal together, and a match, and we'll still be done early. Oh, that'd be nice.
That'll be nice to see all of that go down. I gotta say, man, I think that Jades did really well there. I thought that was pretty good. I did not hate that match at all. Roman is going to retire soon, I feel. Maybe this year. He's getting up there, said Travis. Obafemi is the next big thing in WWE, says Michael Cole. No one saw this coming. There was no hint this was going to happen. They keep saying it appears. Yeah, that Heyman in absolute tears. So they're just showing the Brock moment. Thank you, Lesnar. Chants ringing out. Don't forget, get your thoughts in. What you think about Jade Rhea? Look, smile on his face. Thank you, thank you. We're going to follow up on this on the post show. Oh, is that what it looks like in the stadium? So they're just saying we're going to follow up on this on the post show. Here's John Cena. Got to get some Danhausen, haven't we? We got to get a bit of that Danhausen. Okay, here we go. Here's the attendance. Tonight's attendance. $55,000. Okay, apparently 55,000. 106,000 in total. Okay. I mean, it was it's better than where they looked like not long ago. Oh, that concludes my duties, says John. Okay. Here's Kit Wilson and the Miz, so surely we're going to be seeing Danhausen. This could be good. This could be fun. Danhausen time, said Joe. Cena shakes the Miz's hands. Okay, Cena.
Watch and learn. Here we go. Danhausen's music hits. Here we go, Danhausen. Yes. Now this is WrestleMania. This is what I'm here for. Oh, look at this vehicle. Let's go. Danhausen is, look at this vehicle. Oh my God, this is gold. Look at this. Yeah, I need, come on, come driving down. I want to see this in all its glory right now. Here we go. Look at that image. Look at that image right there. I always thought Hogan Andre was like the iconic WrestleMania moment. Turns out 2026 was going to provide something so much better. Oh, so good. So good. There we go. Danhausen making his entrance. He wants to provide a WrestleMania moment for The Miz. Kit Wilson and The Miz in the ring. We've got all these micro Danhausens. They're just everywhere, man. Look at Michael. He's like, hello. Oh my God. Love it. The Miz has some of the best WrestleMania moments. Okay, there we go. So they're all in the ring. Danhausen waving out at the fans. Greetings, humans. Big cheer for Danhausen. Alexis said, sorry, AJ, your entrance isn't the cutest this week. Very good. It's true. Oh, he's got something to say to John. Oh. Huge fan. If I wanted to see Wizard of Oz, I would have gone down the street. You are toxic. Oh, one of them got pushed over. No, that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly. Famous Davis? Oh! That is brutal from Famous Davis. There we go. They're all on Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson go. there's just bodies everywhere. Oh! Now Danhausen punches The Miz. Right in the Maurice. Is he going to do a 5-knuckle shufflehausen? I think he is, you know. Let's go. Against the ropes. Ah. Cursed. There we go. Miz rolls out the ring and the mic is being carried away. Well, there's your WrestleMania moment. Look at this. Such a fitting end for Miz. He could probably retire now. Okay, so he meant to... Okay, Miz has gone down. Danhausen runs away. Well, there you go, John. I don't know if you've... Yeah. No, that's gone really well. That's gone really well. Yeah. No, that's... Yeah. If you would just... There we go. There. Ah, here we go. Next up, main events. Okay. Main event coming up next. Let's end the poll, shall we? I haven't even seen what they're saying online about that segment. Flipping fever dream. 58, 26, 11, and I think that was 5. 5. So we are looking at Great 69 for Jade and Rhea. Now, we've got to score that Danhausen segment. Yeah. Okay, there is a video package for this one. Is that the best moment of the weekend? I think it's the best moment ever. It's a Polhausen, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Polhausen time. The Jimmy J said, let's go. There's excitement in the chat. Jeston said it's time to stop Roman's entrance. Well, it's going to take long enough. It'll take him a while to get down to the ring, but... they'll have some big entrances planned for this, won't they? Melt Moment said, moments like that are what make me love wrestling. That was my favourite moment of WrestleMania, said Melt Mama. It was great. It was fun. There's a lot of people that might not get it. There's a lot of people that, I mean, it's easy to understand what just happened. I mean, it's not complicated. But there might be a lot of people like, why are they doing this? I'll tell you why we're doing this. Because we can. That's why. That's why we're doing this. Because if we don't do this, who's going to do this? That's the big question. I voted great, and I think I'm cursed now. Oh, no, you'd be cursed if you didn't vote that it was great. I thought it was interesting what Michael Cole said. He called them midgets. And he said, before anyone comes from me, they have specifically asked to be called midgets. Which I must say, on my ear, sounds wrong. But I thought that was interesting. The crowd were loving that segment, though. This is going to be good, said comrades. Rock is coming out after. If it does, I mean, what a day this was. This will go down as one of the truly great WrestleMania days. I mean, it's going to go down as a really great WrestleMania day anyway, but... so good. I mean, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, if these two can cook up something now, and then you end up getting a Rock moment, don't rely on the Rock moment, right? This has been a great day regardless. I think a lot of people are going to be going into Raw on Monday. Tomorrow, feeling really good. Positive. There's a different vibe in the air. There's a different feeling in the air. after what we had yesterday. And this is what we were hoping for. Okay, video package is almost done. Video package almost done. All right. Oh. A special look at one of the most anticipated movies of the year. Street Fighter. I think it looks good, actually, Street Fighter. What has happened to WrestleMania, said Liam. It's just adverts now. No match has been longer than 20 minutes. It seems like everything's just in a rush. WrestleMania seems like a glorified Monday Night Raw. I might have to go to the cinema to see this, you know. Trailer on 9 now. That Street Fighter is going to cook, said Werped. Okay, more Hogan. Okay, get your thoughts in on that Danhausen thing. So I want to ask you who you think's going to win out of Roman Reigns and CM Punk. And main event, one more match left to go. That's all that is left. That is it. Ren Sinclair said this whole segment was toxic and I loved it. So Ren Sinclair loved that Danhausen moment. Notorious Nightmare said, oh my God, we've got more Hogan now. More Hogan now. Yeah. First match I watched on VHS was King Kong Bundy and Hillbilly Jim with Little People. WrestleMania 1? I think that's WrestleMania 1. No. Is it? No. King Kong Bundy takes on SD Jones. WrestleMania 3. Takes on SG Jones at 1. Faces Hogan at 2. And I think he... yeah, it's 3. WrestleMania 3. One of the great WrestleManias. Not as good as today, though. Not after that last segment. ESPN Plus hasn't had one Hogan segment, said Z-Smoke. Oh, well, don't worry. I feel like we've seen it for you. We've seen it so many times now that I promise you are not missing out. It's good. It's a good documentary. I feel like it has got to beat Roman. Yeah, I'm going to end this poll. You've had enough time. Guys, if you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. We are only at 1,200 likes. So keep getting those likes in. As I said, it's really, really appreciated. Keep getting those likes in. We're going to end this and then we're going to ask you who you think wins out of Roman Reigns and CM Punk. So 47, 35... 13 and 5. That has come out as all-time 47. All-time 47. You really enjoyed that. All-time 47. David said, I never thought anything would beat the Heist of the Century as my favourite WrestleMania moment, but that Danhausen segment might have just proved me wrong. Wilds. Absolutely flipping wilds. If you can add up the whole time for the documentary ads, it adds up to about a quarter of the whole Mania time, said Tojo. Everyone should take a dump. It's very healthy, says Jacob. I do agree with that. Certainly if you feel like you need to as well, please don't hold it in. Entrances are going to take about 30 minutes. Well, I think we all want some big entrances here. I think we're all looking for something to be like a little bit special. I don't know that anything's going to beat Roman's last year, though. That was absolutely stunning. I loved that last year with those screens that kind of came down behind him as he was making his way down to the ring, and it had pictures of his family on. I mean, that was so good. Okay, tonight's show so far for me is an 8, said Woo5588. Without Hogan, there just wouldn't be a WrestleMania, said RDS. Metal Mama said if Roman loses, The Rock comes out and challenges him, says Metal Mama. I can tell one thing. I got the Hogan theme for my baseball theme next Sunday. That's my theme. Real American, says Keegan. I love WrestleMania today. Yesterday, not so much, says Pushing Up Daisies. Mash said, there's just one more match. No interference, please. Okay, we are back. We are inside the stadium. I still can't really answer why we didn't have EO in a match at the moment. I feel like the Danhausen segment was longer than the Bianca thing, but is it Punk first? I don't even know who's first. We got some... This feels very Roman Reigns-ish. Okay. This feels very Roman Reigns. Yeah, we got some big drums. Bam, 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 bam. Bronies acknowledge him. No. Yeah, he's playing it on the piano. Oh, that's nice. With all the family members on the screen. I'd love it if this is Punk trolling. Imagine if CM Punk comes walking out now. Yeah, it's nice. I like his gold piano. She had a good voice. Oh, and then it bursts into the actual theme. Now this feels like WrestleMania. Here he is. No nonsense. Roman Reigns comes walking out at WrestleMania. Stage looks good for Roman. Nebloson said, where is he? Aura farming max level. He is here. He has arrived. The original theme. Joe, shout out to you. Roman making his way down to the ring. That. Do you know what? There's just a sea of people acknowledging. There's just a sea of people acknowledging. Right, let's get your predictions. Which way do you think this is going to go? Who wins? Is it Roman's time to reign once again? Or is it CM Punk who's going to continue with this World Heavyweight Championship run? Roman Reigns making his way down. Yeah, there is a zebra sign. That's good. The Zebros going up against each other. Tristan said, Roman with the old theme back. I love this theme. It's playing well, actually. The aura is very much intact. Roman Reigns with his record-setting 11th WrestleMania main event. There we go. Pyro going off. Pyro going off. Roman Reigns already in the ring. Okay. I haven't heard the commentators for a little while. Oh, there they are. Las Vegas and the world acknowledge the tribal chief. Record 11th appearance in the main events. Liam, shout out to you, buds. I'm very interested to see what CM Punk's going to be doing. Very interested. CM Punk's second WrestleMania main event. Got some loud CM Punk chants. Dude in the front row dressed like the Ultimate Warrior. Love that. Okay. Video package. Video package. Looking at Vegas. Is this AFI? Ooh, is Ring of Honor theme? Ooh, this is pretty sick, innit? Is he going to come out to that? Is he coming out to that? What a tune this is, mate. What a tune this is. CM Punk is about to walk out at WrestleMania on night 2. To his iconic theme. Oh.
Look at these flashbacks. I mean, this is the journey, isn't it? Goosebumps, mate. Absolute goosebumps. Now that's WrestleMania. That is WrestleMania right there. That was fantastic. What a fantastic video package that was. As CM Punk comes walking out on the stage. Look at this. I'm guessing Cult of Personality is going to kick in. Larry on the jacket as well. We got some OTC chants. He's really taking this in, isn't he? They're allowing him to take it in. There we go. The music hits. Mate, I love that video package. And then he comes out, just letting the fans chant. And we go into Cult of Personality. That is great. That is great. I'm going to have to listen to that AFI song again, you know. Phantom6715, thank you, my friends. So generous. Always so generous. Firing in gifted memberships. Thank you, my friend. And I saw so many people obviously benefiting from that. Yeah, what are the names? I did wonder about these names. Right. So it's people that used to work in WWE. And Larry. Don't forget Larry. He pays tribute to Larry. Yeah, Phantom, thank you, my friend. My chat is just full of people getting gifted memberships from you, so I really, really do appreciate it, bud. Oh, here we go. Here we are. Main events. Punk wrestled for Harley in WLW. So, people no longer with us, but remembered, and Wrestle Talk's got the names there. That was good. That entrance was really good, man. Okay, the bell has sounded. We're about to get the announcements. Oh, Alicia Taylor giving everything to this.
Few cheers for Roman, you know. Not everyone's on Roman's side here. Okay, the OTC Roman Reigns getting his intro. I thought she was just going to leave it at OTC for a second then. Roman points over at that World Heavyweight Championship. CM Punk's like, come and take it. Come and take it. I'm really looking forward to this. Let the best wrestler. I hope the match is good. Roman's entrance time 6:40. Punk's entrance 5:56. Metal Mama said, let's go, Punk. You've got this. Okay, we're going to end our poll. I think we've got enough data as to what you guys think. You have got Roman winning 57-43. So Roman winning 57-43. Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. That is our main event. Right. Great entrance. I love that entrance from Punk. It's true. This moment does feel big for both. It feels really big for Punk. Roman Reigns in one corner. CM Punk standing over in the other. Roman's gauntlets look really cool. Roman stepping forwards. CM Punk stepping forwards. These two face to face in the middle of the ring right now. Can't quite make out what they're saying to each other right now, but probably not. Back away from each other. Oof. Definitely feels like there's something in the air here, doesn't there? They were just saying a few words to each other. And they lock up. CM Punk, Roman Reigns locking up right now. Okay, pushes Roman back. Is he complaining about, like, the greasy hair or whatever? I think CM Punk was like... There's a smile on the face there of Roman. Little smirk. They lock up. Headlock there by CM Punk. Punk going over against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. It's Roman that goes down. It's Roman that goes down. Punk pushes Roman. Roman pushes him back. Punk grabs headlock. He's having a few words there with Roman. Punk is in control. Middle of the ring right now. Punk's calling this in the ring, isn't he? He's just said a few words there to Roman. I think he just said, like, chuck me against the rope. Shoulder tackle, I'll go down. They're pushing each other. Slap coming in there by Punk. Headlock again. Let's go, Punk. You need this or you're nothing to WWE, said Yabba Dabba. Against the ropes. Lovely jump there by Roman. He's got Samoan drop. Samoan drop by Roman. Roman circling round CM Punk. Headbutt coming in there by Roman. Chop coming in there by Punk. Big right hand there by Roman. CM Punk goes down. Got some Roman Reigns chants breaking out. Okay, right now we got Punk going over into the corner, face first. Crowd are bringing some noise. We've had some Punk support. We've had some Roman support. Roman clothesline, Punk to the outsides. Roman looking out at the crowd, throws the arm in the air. There's people acknowledging. There's a couple of people sticking fingers up to him. Roman about to get out the ring. Punk on the outsides. Roman coming round. Grabbing Punk, smashing him face first into that ring post. The Samoan drop was nice. Seems to be that Roman is in control at the moment. CM Punk on the outside. Roman coming round. Having a word there with Punk. I think he told him to block that. Reverse it. It's Roman that goes into the commentary table. Shot coming in. Right hand coming in there by CM Punk. And again. Punk with Roman. Roman going, no, reverse. Into the barricades. CM Punk going hard into that barricades. Roman gets in the ring, gets back out again. Right hand coming in there by Roman. Another right hand there by Roman. Roman Reigns in control. CM Punk goes over that commentary table. He's on the commentary table. He's coming round. He's grabbing him. Oh, we're going into the crowd here. Roman throws CM Punk into the crowd. He breaks the count. Where's he going? What's he doing? Okay, Daniel Cormier's right there. We're right by Cormier. Roman is on the commentary table. Looks like... I thought he was going to, like, dive off or something, but Punk has... Punk took a seat. Shots coming in there by Punk. We're fighting in the crowd, but he gets Roman, throws him back to the ringside area. Yeah, Michael Cole said the official will give a little bit of leeway here. CM Punk goes on the commentary table. Again, there's a mixture of boos and cheers. Smile on CM Punk's face. He doesn't care one bit. Roman grabs Punk. Punk goes down. Yeah, he got a bit distracted there, didn't he, momentarily? What if the cousin helps, but not the Usos, but Zilla, said Sam Miranda. I'm not expecting Zilla to come in. There's no word that he's signed with WWE. Obviously, he'd be unknown to a lot of people as well. But I don't know if he's going to start a new chapter. Mock me again, says Roman. This ain't Twitter, son. Shot coming in there by Roman. Another shot. Was that a low blow by CM Punk? Another shot coming back there by Roman. CM Punk against the ropes. Big boot there by Punk. Another big boot coming back there by Roman. CM Punk goes down. 1, 2. Okay, no joy. Okay, right now we've got Punk caught up in the ropes.
Big shot coming in there by Roman. CM Punk caught over by the ropes. Roman taking his time. Coming over, going back to CM Punk. Dragging him back into the ring. He's got him over. Another big clothesline coming in there by Roman. And again. Clobbering him in the corner. I mean, it's clobbering time. That's what we've got right now. Roman against the ropes. Punk. Punk goes down. Punk in a whole world of trouble here right now, you know. He does manage to kick out. Get that shoulder up, but he's just getting beaten down by the OTC. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to admit I'm surprised Triple H hasn't made the show all about him. Oh, yeah? He hasn't opened it up, has he? He allowed John Cena to do that. Roman in the corner. Charging him. Yeah, no joy. Clothesline. CM Punk is going up. Punk in the corner. Crossbody. Down goes Roman. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. Okay, CM Punk starting to find a way of getting back into this. There's people on their feet, you know, in the crowds. People are definitely feeling this. Jabs coming in there by CM Punk. Drake said this has got a big match feel. Days Roman is going to win the belt and continue his reign. Okay, Roman down. CM Punk getting back in. He'll make it about himself at the end of the show, said Davids. Big knee there by CM Punk. CM Punk's got Roman in the corner. Goes forward, drives Roman down. Arms outstretched there by CM Punk. Roman down. CM Punk calling for the GTS. There's a few boos for that, you know. Roman down, middle of the ring. CM Punk is behind Roman. Does Roman know that he's there? Roman is slowly getting back up to his feet. CM Punk behind, picking him up. He's got him up. Elbows coming in there by Roman. No joy. CM Punk into the corner. CM Punk goes into the corner. Roman backs over to the other side. Charging in. Superman! One. That ain't going to put him away, but kick out. Superman punch by Roman. Connected, and it was nice. Look at this. Oh, that's nice. Jacob said, do you feel good? Oh, I feel so much better than yesterday. I think everyone would be in agreement that this has been a much, much better day. Both guys are down. Roman obviously just delivering that Superman punch. People on their feet, in the crowds. We got some OTC chants. CM Punk in the corner. Roman backing up. Punk with a big knee coming in. Smile on the face there of CM Punk. Roman thought he was about to deliver a spear, but CM Punk catches him, charges over. Another big knee. Another big knee by CM Punk. Short arm clothesline. He's got Roman. Another clothesline. This is all Roman does, is Superman punches, said Shiba. Perfect time for an Uso heel turn, said Davids. Ryan said it's very evenly paced, just how I want. Roman up. CM Punk with a clothesline. Roman goes to the outside. CM Punk going over against the ropes. Through the ropes.
collides into Roman. There we go, CM Punk. Flashing the guns. And Roman is over by the commentary table. CM Punk grabs him. We're on the outsides. Roman face first into that commentary table. Roman over by the ring steps. Shot coming in there by Punk. And again. Roman on the commentary table. We have Travis Scott trauma that we're worried about. Weird surprises, says Jesse. Well, I wasn't worried about it, but now that you've said it, I am. Okay, is CM Punk going to do a speed spot where he's going to, like, cross-body Roman on a commentary table? Roman is on a commentary table. He is climbing up, you know. Elbow, maybe. I think Roman's moving. Roman does move. He did take a little too long there. Roman comes up. Big shot coming in. They're on the edge of the ring. Back elbow there by Punk. Back elbow there by Roman. Elbow by Punk. Elbow by Roman. Big kick coming in there by Punk. Boot coming back there by Roman. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Punk is getting smashed in the back there by Roman. Oh, he's upside down. Roman is fantastic at selling a story in a match and the psychology, said Brony. Okay, right now, CM Punk is upside down, caught in the corner. Roman's looking over. He's kind of mocking CM Punk. He's got him upside down. He's just throwing in these shots right now. So, shots coming in there by Roman. I wondered if he was going to take that gauntlet off. Maybe go bare knuckle. Superman! Ah! Yeah, Punk's in a real bad situation. He's going for another. And three Superman punches. Three Superman punches. CM Punk. Is there blood? I don't know if there's blood coming out there of the of his nose. There seems to be some blood on his. Yeah, I think there is. You know, Roman is getting ring steps. Is he bleeding from the mouth? Michael Cole said, I think is bleeding from the mouth. He's picking up ring steps. Oh, he uses those ring steps. I mean... Oh, yeah, he's busted now. How much are we going to let slide here? That's what the commentary team are talking about. We've entered referee discretion territory. I don't know that we needed those ring steps. I don't know that we needed them. That should be a DQ, said Corey. DQ, said Danny. As, I mean, Punk's down as he... he's had time to blade or something. Yeah, we've got more blood coming down now. Shot coming in there. Bit of bad language there from Roman. Looks like we're going for a shield bomb. Through the... big shield bomb. Through the table. CM Punk goes down. This is, he is busted open. He has took 3 Superman punches. He's been smashed with the ring steps. Now he's been planted. Oh, it's a good bump as well, actually. That commentary table spot's good. CM Punk's body is just being chucked around. Michael Cole said this is about punishing this man. This is about torturing this man. He's got the run sheet all stuck to him. Just had to snatch the run sheet off of CM Punk because it was stuck to his body. Roman is feeling it right now. Roman is feeling it. Here we go. Oh, GTS! It's got him up. Boom! 1, 2. Ah, mate, that was out of nowhere. Absolutely out of nowhere. Roman coming off the ropes. I like it, and I like how he fell on him as well. I like how he fell on him. Yeah, nice. Really nice. Right now, Roman down. CM Punk is up. Fans are starting "This is awesome" chant. Michael Cole said, I don't know how, but Roman Reigns has lost control of this match. Another GTS. Sean said, you think you like night 2 main event? Ah! Spear, 1, 2. Yeah, spear, and he just manages to kick out of that. Bang. Yeah, he did well to kick out of that. He really did. Felt like that might have been it. Oof. You can see Roman's face. He can't believe that he hasn't been able to put CM Punk away. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. CM Punk, middle of the ring. Roman Reigns over against the ropes. Smashing CM Punk face first. Yeah, driving him face first into the ring canvas. Okay, go to sleep now. He's mocking him. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's time to go to sleep now. Sean, shout out to you. Shot coming in there by Roman. Roman with a headbutt to CM Punk. And again, he does the go to sleep. He's gesturing for it. Roman Reigns getting CM Punk, picking him up, got him on his shoulders. Throws up the ones. Las Vegas acknowledges, or part of Las Vegas does. GTS does not connect. Kick coming in. Roman goes down. CM Punk 1, 2. No. These two are so good, said WrestleRants. If Roman wins and then The Rock comes out, this show will be 9.5, said Brony. Roman is down. CM Punk is over against the ropes. We got CM Punk chants breaking out. And now he's gesturing that he's going to go for the GTS. Oh, okay. Now CM Punk is locked and loaded. Here we go. Superman. Oh, he got it. 1, 2. Kick out by Roman. Kick out by Roman. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. CM Punk stumbles over. Punk going through the ropes. Where's he going? CM Punk goes over. He just stole an Ula Fala. CM Punk is wearing an Ula Fala. Is he going to go? Oh! Is the spear incoming? It is. The fans join in. Spear! No! Caught! Guillotine! Guillotine! Roman has got Punk in the guillotine. Is ragdolling him around. Roll up by Punk. 2. Just. Anaconda! Anaconda Vice! Anaconda Vice! Oh, he's in trouble. Anaconda's in. He's punching his way out. Roman is punching his way out. Lovely sequence. Lovely. Back into the guillotine. He's going to wrap the legs around. He is. Now questions are being asked of Punk. Guillotine is in. How is Punk going to find his way out of this? Handstands. Gets out. Lovely work. Stepping through. Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter. We know how much Punk loves Bret the Hitman Hart. He's trying for that sharpshooter. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Oh, no. That could be a big problem. That could be a big problem. Straight into a guillotine. He's going to try and get out of it again. 1, 2, Punk. Oh, my God. Double clothesline. Both guys go down. It's a good match. It's a really good match. It's really good. That was such a great sequence. Guillotine, Anaconda, back into a guillotine. Sharpshooter was teased. Really good sequence. Both guys are down right now, but that is just allowing Allegiant Stadium to share their appreciation. Very, very good. These boys are working. Lovely sequence, lovely stuff. Do you know, we've seen things that are WrestleMania worthy tonight. Oh, look, trash talking between them as well. Trash talking between them. Shot coming in. They're both down on their knees. You could hear CM Punk saying, "I'm still here." Oh, I love that bit. Oh. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. Shots coming back there by Roman. Both of these guys are getting up on their feet. They're exchanging chops right now. Lovely work here by both of these guys. They are giving everything. Ah! Knees coming in there by Punk. Knee coming back there by Roman. Big right hands. They're just absolutely unloading. Ollie said this is a WrestleMania main event. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Both guys are really feeling it. Both guys are down. CM Punk is taking the wrist strap off. He even throws that at Roman. Oh, low blow by CM Punk! Low blow! CM Punk with a low blow and a GTS! 1, 2, oh my God! Oh my God! CM Punk throwing everything at Roman. It really was. As the ref was distracted, low blow, GTS. Oh my God. So good. Look at that. The referee, whilst he's distracted, low blow. There's been some brilliant sequences and spots in this match. Elbow drop there by CM Punk. The fans are chanting, fight forever right now. Another elbow drop there by CM Punk. Roman down. We got some Roman Reigns chants. Great match, says Eliam. Yeah, really good. Really good. Imagine if you had tickets for night 1, you didn't have tickets for night 2. Roman face first into the commentary table. Roman is on that commentary table. These two are really selling, really digging deep. CM Punk's getting back into the ring. CM Punk climbing up. Roman Reigns on the commentary table. CM Punk. Yeah, is this going to be an elbow? Big elbow. CM Punk is perched. I can hear someone in the crowd saying, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" He got it. He did it. He got it. Big elbow there by CM Punk, driving Roman through that commentary table. Referee is right there, checking on CM Punk. Roman is screaming in pain. Oof. Yeah, he got it. He got it. Roman's dead, said Verbeach. This is great, said Leo. That's a savage elbow, said Jeremy. Clean hit, said Dizzledog. Ronnie said, OMG. Zingbot said, that was a great spot. CM Punk, 10 out of 10 elbow, says Kappa. Great selling, said Replica City. RIP the announce table, said Seville. My goodness, said Jessica. Right now, we've got Roman. He's being thrown back into the ring. Roman down. CM Punk behind him. Roman reaching out to the rope. CM Punk has got Roman. He's going to go for that GTS. He's got Roman up on his shoulder. He's taking his time here. He gets it. Gets it. Roman slumps back onto CM Punk's shoulders. CM Punk powers up again. No, can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Wow. That was it, wasn't it? That was the moment right there. GTS.
Roman against the ropes. Roman was on CM Punk's shoulders and Punk just collapsed underneath him. Spear! Spear by Roman! Wow. Spear connected. It feels like the momentum has shifted. It feels like the momentum has shifted. It feels like it is advantage Roman. I don't know that Punk has got anything left to give here. CM Punk, middle of the ring. Roman, spear by Roman. That could be it. 1, 2, 3. Roman gets it. Roman reigns. Wow, what an incredible match. There's a moment there where CM Punk, I think, really had an opportunity to get the win. I think he really had the opportunity to get the win. But he just could not hit that GTS. He got one. He couldn't get the second. And Roman Reigns has managed to just take this wonderful, wonderful main event. What a match. What a match. Some lovely moments, lovely sequences. And there we go. Roman is champion again. I think Roman knows, though, that he's just got that championship from a true champion. Great match. But I might hate WWE for a bit now, says Metal Mama. There we go. Roman has been victorious. Roman Reigns puts CM Punk away. I don't know. I mean, how long is that match going to have clocked in at? Amazing main events, said the average Nick. Put Seth and Gunther on night 2, and it might have been the best Mania ever, said Giant Robot. To think that this is the same championship that was created because Roman had both of the champion. That's true. That's true. There we go. The Roman fans certainly celebrate him. As Roman Reigns holds that championship up.
All seems right in the world once again. Roman Reigns is holding gold. Roman Reigns is a world champion. Once to the sky for the OTC. The tribal chief who's back at the head of the table.
Back at the head of the table. Roman climbs up the other corner, looks out at the crowds. Arms outstretched. People are acknowledging Roman. Everyone's on their feet.
You can all say what you want. But Roman Reigns was
Roman jumps out the ring. Goes over to the front row where I think his kids are. So there we go, Roman with his family. Roman in the ring, looking out at the crowds. Holding up that World Heavyweight Championship. He's got the World Heavyweight Championship in one hand, the Ula Fala in the other. And the show comes to an end. So WrestleMania ends with Roman Reigns standing in the ring with that championship in his hands after us seeing a wonderful main event. A really great main event. Get your scores in. What did you think about that main event? What did you think about Roman versus CM Punk? Merch has dropped. We've got merch. World Heavyweight Champion and new. So, new Roman merch. Is the post show on next? The post show will be dropping next. We'll be keeping an eye on the post show, of course. It was an amazing match, says Rev Bed Vernacular. I like Roman's gold boots, said Jack. CM Punk's title reign comes to an end at 169 days. Punk goes out as a fighting champion, says Adam. He gave Roman one of his best performances and one of the best WrestleMania main events of the recent era. CM Punk keeps trying to get up at ringside, but keeps collapsing. His selling is outstanding. Very good. Very, very good. It's true, actually. The selling in there, the digging deep, the desperation. I mean, that felt like a Mania main event. That felt like a Mania-worthy match. That's like some lovely moments, lovely sequences, loads of spots in there. I just don't know what else you can say, really. I mean, it's going to get a lot of praise, and it deserves it. It absolutely deserves it. Undeniably the best match of the weekend, I would say. Obviously, moment of the weekend probably goes to Brock, shocking us all with that retirement. But, yeah, incredible. Incredible. Right, we're sticking with the action. Punk is clearly hurt with that jump. He grabbed the ref to tell him, says Jim. Meltzer will give that 4.25, said Jekyll Hyde. Yabba Dabba Drewski said it's a 5-star match. It was amazing, said Daddy. That means Roman will have the belt for 4 years now. We never see the champ. It's going to be part-time Roman, says Mancunian Way. Well, the exciting thing is the streets are saying that coming up next, or it might not be next, but coming up is going to be Roman Gunther. WrestleVotes said Night 2 was better by a large margin, in my opinion. Reigns and Punk busted their asses off to put on a show. Overall, WrestleMania 42 probably lands in the middle of all-time WrestleManias, but it is what it is. Okay, so we're going over to the panel. I actually don't know who's coming out to say anything on this panel. We're seeing people file out. Don't forget, we're not done. Not only have we got this pre-show, obviously we'll be doing a breakdown video as well, but tomorrow, we're back tomorrow. A back and forth classic, says Corey. Days for now, we'll get a part-time Roman. When CM Punk will continue showing up each week, CM Punk will get that rematch. Please acknowledge CM Punk is Roman Reigns' equal, not levels above, says Christopher. Miss Dell Jr. said, Days, what would we rate WrestleMania Sunday out of 10? I would be giving it 8.5, maybe 8.75. What a show, what a mania. Honestly, as I'm sat here right now, I'm not sure. I mean, my gut feeling is that I am around an 8.25, maybe going to 8.5. That's sort of my initial, if I've got to put a number on how I'm feeling. I mean, I gave yesterday's WrestleMania a 5. This is undeniably better. I mean, yeah, it really did. I thought even Jade Rhea was a lot of fun. The Danhausen thing was fun. The Demon was fantastic, you know. Yeah, I think your 8.5 is quite fair, actually. I think your 8.5 is very, very fair. I think this was a really, really strong WrestleMania day. If you go back and think about Brock Ober and Brock retiring, the bonkers ladder match, new champion in Trick Williams, the Demon body paints, Jade Rhea getting a great 69 score because it was way better than we thought it was going to be, and a new champion. Then the Danhausen segments, and then you top it off with that great match. I think you're right. I think 8.5 is very, very fair. I always think, like, you know, imagine if The Rock had come walking out. I don't think there was really like a return. I think the Trick Sami match could have been better. So these are the reasons why, for me, it can't be like a 10 out of 10. Like, there are reasons as to why it can't be 10 out of 10. But, yeah. I think that's very, very fair. Brian said, what more would it have to be a 10? Yeah, I think the Trick Sami match only got a good 93 rating. So Trick Sami would need to be certainly in the great range. As well as that, I think maybe a return or something that... you know, like if The Rock had come out at the end, that definitely would have made the ending a bit bigger as well. But yeah, it's bits. It's bits, really. Like, I think we all would have liked Brock Ober to have gone a little bit longer, rather than it just being like 5 minutes. But there ain't much. There's enough to stop me being in the 9s, but I don't know, man. If someone was to say, no, this is 8.75, I could... Now I'm looking at like what we had. I think Trick Sami is a bit of a down. You lot said that was good 93%. Demon versus Dominic match-wise, you said was great 74. I don't think I was that high on it. I don't know that it was great 74. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about why it's not in the 9s. I mean, that's how good of a day it's been. It's one of the great WrestleMania days, no denying. James said, I thought night 1 was 6.3. I think night 2 is 8.5. Metal Mama said, I think it's a 7.5. The one thing I would dock a bit for is they didn't give us more women, maybe instead of Sami. But overall, it was a great day with good matches. And I was surprised because I did like yesterday before the end. There's an argument to be had that tonight's worst match would have been yesterday's best match, said Jay. Black Onyx said, I'm thinking it's like an 8.6. Richard says 8.25. Days, it's a 9. The Danhausen bit was hilarious, said Johnny. Kelly says night 2 was way better. Completely agree. Hello, Yankees are awesome. Gunther, Punk retirement match soon, says Polar Bear. Medical update for who? Oh yeah, Brock Lesnar, Femi. Have they got an update here? Yeah. Yeah, they're still saying appearing. It says future uncertain, and I really don't understand that. I thought Cody vacated the title. No, it's not vacated. We don't know what's happening there. Brock Lesnar, future uncertain. So let's get rid of the poll for the match, because I don't want to get too confused. Because we need to do a poll for the show. So Roman versus CM Punk. Okay, all-time 60 is what you just gave that main event. And that's 1,300 people voting. Okay, let's get the show score in. Okay. I'm so damn that Rhea won the championship, said Mommy. Is this legit? After Undertaker did the same thing at WrestleMania 33, I didn't trust that moment, said David. Well, that was meant to be Undertaker's end. The thing with Undertaker, though, is that he watched that match back and he wasn't happy with it. But that was meant to be the end. I don't think that's going to happen here with Brock. I don't think he's going to watch this match back and not be happy with it. It was a 5-minute match. So, I mean, he knows what it's going to have been like. I don't know. It feels like the end to me. But they're still saying, like, future uncertain and stuff like that. There's people leaving the building. I bet they're in much better spirits tonight than they were last night. Didn't need interference, but The Rock could have come out. Well, that doesn't affect my score so much. The point I was making more was that, you know, if you give this a 10 out of 10, what would you score the show if The Rock had come out? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've maxed out. And that's kind of what I always think. We didn't really get a return or like the Kevin Owens, or we didn't get Stone Cold, we didn't get The Rock, we didn't get anything like that. And that's okay. I didn't need it. But I think with like some matches could have been a little bit better. Certainly the Trick Sami one. And, you know, maybe some of the other matches just could have been a little longer, like Brock Ober, as we said. But it's just bits. I mean, that's how good today was. When you've had a day as good as this, it's just better to focus on the positives because there's tons of them. I mean, this ladder match was so much fun. It was really, really good fun. And actually, I've got to give Jade her flowers. I thought she just put in a really, really strong performance. So that was a match that we were worried about today. But it delivered. This Mania was so good. It's truly a golden main event, said Brody. Brody, shout out to you, my friends. I can tell you that everything I'm seeing online, unsurprisingly, is like night 2 just cooked night 1. That's what people are saying. That's what the streets are saying. Penta is now making his way out on the post show. Grand Prairie Cobra said that is a 10 out of 10 main event. Thank you, my friends. Jono said, I would give it a 9. For me, the trick match was the only thing that didn't grab my attention. Oba is the one to watch in the coming months. Joe says, Night 2 has just saved WWE. It's a new era. It's a new era. Command and Consort said, Pat said Night 2 was not worth watching. Well, there we go. If ever we needed evidence and proof that we should never listen to what he's got to say, then that would be a very good example. So Penta has made his way out and there's loads of people behind him. This was a war, said Penta. This title isn't just for me. I'm quite excited, actually, to see how his run is going to go. How his reign is going to continue, you know? Jessica Carr has just tweeted out saying that she loves what they do. I bet there are good vibes. Okay, Days, I'm 10 out of 10. I wanted Roman to win the title, but I'm not a fan of CM Punk, says Matt. Giving Jada flowers, was pleasantly surprised today. Her match was great. She's putting in the work. I'm glad she lost, but I will give her praise for it, says Metal Mama. Jack said, I think as a Mania, it was around an 8.5. But if you look at the fact that all of the boring matches, for the most part, were on one night, it might lower things. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think I'm about an 8.5 for today, right? That was kind of where I think I'm settling. I was a 5 yesterday, so I don't know quite where that means. What's the difference there? 3.5. That means that 175 would put me at 675 for this Mania. Is that correct? That is correct. 675. Yeah. So 5 was my score for day 1. I think 8.5 might be my score for today. That means that WrestleMania 42 overall gets 6.75 as a score. Feels a bit harsh after what we've just witnessed today, but you got to remember what we witnessed yesterday as well, you know? You got to remember how down everyone was about yesterday. I mean, we started this stream in a bad place. Everyone was like, oh my God, why does this keep happening? Blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, yeah, they've done a great job there. Right. Days, WKRD Wrestling is somewhat credible. They say that Gunther was Cena's last opponent ages before it's happened. Now they're hinting that Brock isn't retired on their recent X post. WXRD Wrestling. I don't think I've got them. I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to tell me what people are saying. Don't know. I've got all the big news accounts, and well, the truth is, no one knows. No one seems to know, because I mean, everything we just witnessed seemed to suggest that he's done, but then. Yeah, everything we just witnessed seems to be hinting that he's done. But then WWE themselves keep saying, you know, future uncertain and stuff like that. Even they don't seem to be giving us much confidence that this is it. So, I don't know. I don't know. I certainly don't feel brave enough to sit here and go, he's definitely 100% retired. If WWE can't do that themselves, I certainly don't feel like I can do that either. So we'll see. We'll see. Days, can we acknowledge CM Punk is 47 years old? CM Punk is Roman's equal. It was a good main event. I'm not really too worried about getting into like tribalism of CM Punk's better or Roman's better. It was a really, really good main event, and it's getting the flowers that it deserves. Rare Breed said, I mean, he's done with the match. Maybe his hands were sweaty and his feet were really hot and he had to take them both off, said Rare Breed. Carr said, Days, it was a fantastic show. I wonder who's going to challenge Penta next for that IC title. Well, we won't be struggling for challengers. I mean, we just had another, 5 people in a match with him on this show. And there's plenty of others that could have been added as well. Some people were wondering if there was going to be some AAA talent or, some other names that were going to make it, but they didn't. So, I mean, we'll not struggle for opponents and feuds. I think we need a draft, man. That's what I want to see. I want to see WWE really shake this up and do a draft. But no idea if we're going to do that anytime soon. I was waiting for a draft all last year. Let's go down. Days, the only thing about WrestleMania that I hated this year was no backstage segment and video packages. Yeah, the lack of video packages did hurt. That was a real misstep. I agree with that. Shorter matches. The fact the Hogan documentary got more time than the matches is crazy. Well, to be honest, in America, they were at commercial break, so we didn't get commercials. We just kept getting shown that Hogan documentary. Obafemi is making his way out. So Oba is on the... This will be worth listening to. Fans are chanting for Oba. Obafemi is on stage. Oba. Look at the size of Oba compared to Big E. Oba towers over Big E. You said that you was the one. You said you knew it and they knew it. And as of tonight, the whole world knows it. I am who I say I am, says Oba. Yeah, the fans are chanting his name in the background. Oba. Oba. Yeah. Still to come, Roman Reigns is going to be speaking. Roman Reigns. Oba said he understood how big the challenge was. People are saying they're so pleased there was no outside interference. In that main event match. Keeping Brock's status ambiguous is a hook to get people to tune into Raw to see if there's going to be more answers or updates. Good shout. Good shout. You're probably right. Yeah, man, they are really chanting his name. They are really chanting his name. I'm their ruler, aren't I, says Oba. They will walk with me. They will strut with me. I love that. I wish it was dark when he came out. I get why it was the first match. This was the most amount of people I've ever strutted in front of. 75 yards of strut. Nice. Oba getting the support is so cool. He is the quickest rising star since Brock debuted, said Brony. Replica City said, I like WrestleMania being 2 nights, but both nights need to be good. Cleveland said, well, Oba apologized for making Brock cry. I'm fine with Oba beating Brock, but don't make him cry, said Cleveland Brown. It's true. Not only did he retire Brock, he made him cry. The OTC can get some, says Oba. The OTC can get some. Imagine that. Imagine that. It's one thing beating CM Punk, right? Imagine being Roman having to stand opposite Oba Femi. Oh, mate, the future for WWE is very bright. Oh, Big E's doing the strut as well. Oh, that OTC moment. That was worth watching this. That was worth watching this just for that. He said at the end of the year, the OTC can get some. So we're not doing it just yet. Okay. Right. They're my ruler. They will walk with me. They will strut with me. That's good, said Rare Breeds. Seth Rollins, no title champion. Roman is a new champ, said Uji. 10 out of 10. Days since Roman won, he has to appear more, right? Not really. Do you think he will make more appearances? Well, I don't think he has to. I mean, it's up to him. You know, he is someone that's trying to get that work-life balance. Maybe he can do a little more work, right? Perhaps there could be a few more dates that get added. I mean, maybe they've managed to negotiate summer and they've managed to get a few more dates out of him over the summer. And as a result, you know, that's why they've pulled the trigger and, you know, kind of gone with him. But I don't know. I don't really get it, to be honest, as to why you would go with Roman if he is now about to go away. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. So I don't know. Perhaps they will get a few more dates out of him. We'll have to see. I mean, we'll hear from him, of course, and we'll find out. Raw is going to be very interesting. Little Yachty is here. Little Yachty is on stage, so that should mean that the new United States champ is making his way out. So Trick Williams has come out. Look at all them people, man. Look at all them people. Everyone, it looks like everyone has just come out the stadium and most people have just come over here. They just want to get a little bit more of WrestleMania. They want to just get those final drops of WrestleMania. You can see lots of people walking over the bridge in the background as well, though. And don't forget, a chunk of these are obviously going to be at Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw coming from Las Vegas as well. We'll be live and we'll be starting earlier than usual.
Back in the day, the biggest scandal was a handful of tights. Now people can use stairs and be on the outside forever, said Corey. That was a little bit of a... it didn't ruin the match in any way. I think I could have done without the stairs. I think had he have just Superman punched Punk maybe fall down, then, we see his face and it's bloods. Maybe I could have done with that. Maybe I could have took a little bit of time off the main event. I don't know what the main event has clocked in at, actually. It felt long, but then saying that, everything else was so short that it probably was fine. It was probably normal. It was probably a normal length main event. It's just everything else was short. Let's have a look. I have no idea how long it went. Oof. 33, nearly 34 minutes for that main event. 34 minutes. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, 22:44. Roman Reigns, CM Punk, 33:56. It's hard to be critical in it because it was just so good. So, I mean, I'm not going to be critical of it. That is crazy, though. If you think Brock went 4 minutes 46. 4 minutes 46. Roman Reigns, CM Punk, 33:56. It's impressive, actually, to go that long, no outside interference, and then poll the community after, and the community say it's all-time 60, So it's actually very impressive. We got Little Yachty and we got Trick Williams on the post-show. So, 33:56. Rhea Jade going 10 minutes. Balor, Mysterio, 10 minutes. Trick Sami, 7. Ladder match, 15. Ober, Brock, 4:46. So, those were the times for tonight. I wish people would stop obsessing about The Rock. He doesn't need to come back, says Shining Wizards. Sometimes short is good. Miz being carried away by little people is the greatest thing that happened in 2026, said Drizzle Dog. That was a fun segment. You lot scored that all time as well, actually. You really enjoyed that as well. For CM Punk to go that long and Roman being sick and going like that, hats off, says Corey. Maggie said, what a match. So happy for Roman. It's about time. And he won clean. The tribal chief is back and I am tearing up for Roman, says Maggie. Matthew said Saudi Mania are going to want Rock Roman. Well, if rumours are true, they've offered a lot of money to The Rock to try and get him. So if rumours are true, yes, they are trying to get that match. And they are spending money to try and get that match. They said midgets a bunch, said Hakeem. Yeah, Michael made a big point of that, didn't he? He said they specifically asked call us midgets. Michael said, before you all have a go at me for calling them midgets, this is what they wanted to be called, so... I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, that's not a world that I've got a great knowledge of, so I don't know what the right thing is to say. So, seemingly, Michael probably wanted to know what the right thing to say was as well, and they said, no, you can call us this. So, okay. Roman Ober WrestlePalooza seems like it would be a fitting match, said Oddfellow. Days, fun fact, okay. Roman is the first Shield member that beat CM Punk. 2014, Seth and Dean are going to get the jobs done, said Sean. Big Time said Days, WWE, TKO, ESPN gave a lot of the matches more time, had video packages and made commercials more digestible. This WrestleMania could have been right below 39 and 40. Does it top 41? Oh, yeah, this tops 41, I would say. Yes. I'd say this tops 41. I mean, I feel like we had 2 great matches last year and a couple of matches that were okay. I feel like yesterday left a bad taste in the mouth, but today was so much better. I think the main event tonight is a proper WrestleMania match that's worth revisiting. In fact, we've got 1, 2, 3,
4 of the 6 matches had great ratings. 1 had a good rating, and 1 had an all-time rating. And you lot really enjoyed the Danhausen thing as well. So, yes, I would say overall this beats last year. I think, though, the 2 days are wildly different. It's such a shame that today is dragged down by how bad yesterday was. But it doesn't matter. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. And we celebrate the fact that, you know, they fixed it. They ended WrestleMania on a high, and we can go into Raw very, very excited. Very, very happy. Okay, Trick and Little Yachty are done. They are leaving. I didn't catch what they said. I've got a feed in front of me, and I don't think there's... Oh, Lash has come out. Lash is dancing away with Trick Williams. So Lash has come out. Lash and Trick are dancing away. And the fans are chanting, whoop that Trick. And there we go. Little Yachty is dancing away as well. I feel like Little Yachty is like the child in that relationship. I love that for him. Trick's a face, said Jeremy. Oba is 27. His next birthday, he'll be 28. That is next Wednesday, said Uji. This is a guy that could have 20 years, isn't it? He could have 20 years in front of him. I mean, I think isn't Punk like 47, 48? I don't know that Oba would want to go that far, like 20 odd yet, but I mean, we've got plenty of Oba to enjoy, so yeah. Days, both CM Punk and AJ Lee have lost their championships. Does it mean that both Punk and AJ will go away for a while? Well, AJ will. I don't know about CM Punk. He might go away for a little bit, actually. He might do. I mean, if she's away for a little bit, he might go away for a little bit. Not impossible. Yeah. Great to see Trick do bring your son to work day, said Smurfy. Yes. Well, he's been bringing him to work quite a bit recently, actually. So that's nice. That's nice. So right now we got Dominic backstage. Jackie is just speaking to Dominic, who's all kinds of banged up at the moment. So not a great night for Dominic. We didn't see any Judgment Day, did we? Yeah, he's not happy at the fact that a street fight was made or that it was the Demon. Can I get your reaction to Rhea Ripley become champion? Dominic's like, you're kidding me. Okay, Rhea Ripley's coming out. Rhea Ripley's coming out. It's been a star-studded lineup. Roman should be on this thing as well. I think they said Roman was going to be making an appearance. Corey just said this is becoming a habit to Rhea. And she holds up that championship. Okay, Days, scrolling up and down the timeline, the IWC is happy because we had a satisfying main event to close the PLE. Many are saying it's the best PLE since Rhea and Io. I could believe that. I could believe that. I think there's some really good other matches today, though, that, you know, shouldn't be dismissed. But, yeah, I'd go with that. The entire night was better than what I was expecting, says Flame Fist. I asked because I was with you when you asked WWE not to F it up. All the baby faces want to send the fans home happy, said Jose Styles. Friday night dinner, Jim's voice. Hello, Jackie, says David. I love that show. That's a great show, actually, David. I love that show. Think how old all of us will be in 20 years, says Corey. 41. Oh, that's depressing. Okay, Rhea is just talking to the fans. They're chanting away for her. We're going to do the breakdown as soon as this is over, and then we will be doing opinions videos and all of that stuff. What was going through your mind tonight when the referee counted to 3? All those sly comments that Jade was throwing my way. Okay, so Rhea, just saying a few words. I want to get a few more of your thoughts, though. Everyone who I wanted to win today won, said Brony. Bishop said, for me, it was not as good as last, but I was there last year. Bishop, shout out to you. Michael says, Michael, appreciate it, but Mad Dog said, Oba is my new reason that I love WWE since Bray. Wow. Mohammed said, part-timer Roman is back. Another 2,500-day reign with 20 family members. Help. Good luck, people. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Cart said, Days, maybe Triple Mania, Penta and Ray Phoenix versus Bravo and Ryo versus Psycho Clown and Patango. What coming up? You think that's going to be the cards? Rhea is such a star, said Zingbot. Mr. Lucius said, I am in love with Jades. She did well tonight. She did really well tonight. Rhea made Jade look good, said Mad Dog. Is Rhea moving to SmackDown? Or will it be like 3 years ago where she and Liv switch brands, said Davids. That's a good question, actually. I mean, it could just be that the belts switch. But I suppose they would want the belts to be on the same show. I think they like to have the men and the women that have the same belts to be on the same show. So yeah, I suppose that might result in her having to switch. That's an interesting thought, that, actually. I mean, it would just be easy to just have that belt go to Monday and whatever, but yeah, they are both in line, the synergy with the men's belts. So, I wonder if there will have to be a bit of a switch. You know what I'm going to say, though. I think we need a draft. I would love to find out that we're going to be doing a draft, and that's going to shake everything up. You know, I'd love to see that. Steve said, I think the show tonight was awesome and delivered. Big time. I read your comment, buds. Steve said, I would like to see Cody turn heel and align with Heyman. Maybe Sami turns heel and then aligns with one another. I think where Sami goes from here is going to be very interesting. I think where Sami goes will be very interesting. Carr said, now I am in love with Penta and Dragon Lee. Don said, Jade did really good tonight. They should give Danhausen the belt for 1,000 days, said Masked. Okay. Okay, Rhea just holding up that championship. So I think she's done saying a few words. I think coming out next should be Roman Reigns. This is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very interesting. We'll see what Roman has got to say. That was a great moment, actually, where CM Punk threw the wrist tape at Roman. Referee was distracted, low blow. Like, that was one of those sequences that was so good. I love that as well. Punk, as he was going for the pin, but Roman manages to kick out. Days, it feels good to go to sleep and feel good about what we just watched, because I went to bed last night really annoyed. I can understand that. This is definitely clear of night one. As I said earlier, imagine if you had a ticket for night one, you didn't have a ticket for night two. Imagine that. You went to Saturday night and then you decided to not do Sunday, and because for some reason you listened to Pat, and then you have to watch this and how great this was. Mast, shout out to you. Said Days, respect with the stream. You stay calm, collected, make it an amazing stream. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I just hope people have a good time. You know, we just kind of chat away and the conversation keeps flowing, and it's good when the show's on and we got stuff to react to. When the show's not on, obviously we get stuck more into people's thoughts, theories, opinions, stuff like that. When the show's on, we're just reacting to what's going down. So the streams are a little bit different when the shows are on or when the shows aren't on. But tomorrow, I mean, I'm really looking forward to that. I will wake up tomorrow quite excited, actually, because tomorrow we've got Raw, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, where we go next. Raw is just... They never really announce anything, so you never quite know what you're going to get. Roman has come walking out and is holding up that championship, but yeah, as I said, we'll be starting early so that we can get into kind of all the news, the rumors, the breakdown, the thoughts. See if anything does get sort of announced. We need to know what's happening with Cody, what next for Sami, what next for CM Punk. You know, is he going to take a step away for a bit? Someone that could take a step away as well is Roman. He can't really go away too long, though. That belt is going to have to be defended. Roman Reigns is here. Roman Reigns is on the kickoff panel, or the countdown panel, or the post-show panel, whatever the flip it's called. The panel. Roman Reigns. Okay, the fans are chanting. Rhea said she wasn't sure if EO was going to make it or not, so she had EO's name written on her wrist tape. Yeah, the fans are chanting away. Okay, what's going on here, Roman? It feels good. OTC chants. Roman Reigns chants. Yeah, the fans are with him, man. The fans are with him. It was a brilliant match. I wonder where Roman ranks that match. Is there a Z-Bro chant? I think that... No, they're saying Z-Bro. I think he thought they just chanted 0. But I'm sure they were chanting Z-Bro. Someone's chanting CM Punk. Okay. Okay. So he says, like, he doesn't really have respect for him. Well, he doesn't know if he has respect for him. But when he goes out there and it's time to go, then he's got all the respect in the world for him. So, you know, he gives Punk some flowers. Roman's a good talker on the mic. People, fan, crowd, sounds. Where do you stand, Roman? Oh. Oh, that has just caught the attention of the OTC. All of a sudden, this crowd's start chanting for Oba. Right, there's a smile on the OTC's face. Oba had a big night. Oba's gonna kill you. Oba's gonna kill you. Oba's gonna... Oh my God. Oh my God. You're gonna kill me? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is good. This is good. Let's see how you do. Yeah, man. Roman sends a message to Obafemi. Let's see how you do over the summer. Mate, that'll be a huge match. Huge match. Oh, God. I mean, that's the kind of moment that you tune in for. That's the kind of moment that you hope to see. Roman's reaction as well when they were chanting for Oba. And his facial reaction, and he gets up and he goes over to them. That was good. That was so good, said Drake. It was good. There is a setup match. Oh, it was good, mate. Roman said, I'm going to give you some advice. People want to see you do good, but not better than them. So just keep going, just keep working. This is the one that brought us up. A few boos there for Roman. Roman's like, we've got a bipolar bunch out here. Is that FTKO? Is that FTKO chants? I think it is, you know. I think this crowd were just chanting FTKO. I think Roman just said, what are they saying? I'm going to take you to Raw. See you tomorrow night. Roman said, I'll see you all tomorrow night. You're going to see my ass all summer, says Roman. Oh my God, big statement. You're going to see my ass all summer. Wow. Big statement. Big statement. This ain't no part-time, Roman. You're going to see my ass all summer. Oh my God, do they need him? Do they need him? Huge. Imagine if you just skipped that press conference. Imagine that. Let's go. Let's go. You're going to see my ass all summer. I'm not even talking about Roman now. I'm talking about me. I'm going to get my ass out all summer on the stream. It's going to be bikini days. Let's go. That was big, mate. That was big. There was a couple of really big announcements that just dropped there. We had FTKO chants. And we had Roman saying a message to Oba. The reaction to the fans about the Oba stuff was brilliant. Brilliant. And not only that, I mean, that whole thing about you're going to see me all over the summer. Let's go. A summer of Roman, says Kader. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. That was so fun from start until the end of the post show, said Isaac Wubba. Yeah, I agree, man. That was good. That was good. Even tonight's post show was better. Even tonight's post show was way better. Way better than yesterday's post show. So, Roman with a message. We're still quite early as well for our breakdown video. I've got it scheduled for like 28 minutes. I mean, obviously, we will go relatively soon, but yeah, so good. Let's end the no joy, says John. Well, if I get my tush out, there'll be some joy then, buds. Don't you worry. It's going to be a great summer, yeah. Mankini days, said Paranormal Presence. So Roman said, all this part-time, beep, we're going to fix that. You're going to see me all summer. So, yeah, that was a big part of the build, isn't it? That was a big part of the builds. Roman confirms he'll be full-time, well, over the summer. Let's not get carried away. I don't think he's back being full-time. But I think that he's back being full-time for the summer. This was a better night all around, said Steve. I actually fell asleep last night during the main event and then woke up midway through, so I had to rewatch parts. But I was wide awake tonight, said Steve. Yes, so much better. Okay. I think we're pretty much done, to be honest. We've got obviously a lot to talk about in the breakdown. And we're back tomorrow. I mean, I will be starting earlier. I don't know what time, but I will be starting earlier tomorrow, so I'll have to get that stream set up and everything soon. Amazing. Really, really good. Days considering Roman Punk cooked. I feel even more sorry for Cody having his feud and match stink up the place, says big time. It's just part of it, innit? Let's just be thankful that the Pat stuff didn't derail Roman and Punk. I mean, there was some out there that were worried that Pat was going to come out and get involved tonight. So, you know, let's just be thankful that that's not, you know, that didn't go down that way. I was expecting Triple H to come out tonight with a bigger golden mask than Cody. Sonny, shout out to you. Flamefish, shout out to you. Damien said, I was hoping Undertaker might come out for a little surprise for Cena and maybe induct him into the Hall of Fame next year. I had not considered that, but yeah. Everyone tomorrow for Raw. See you there, Kader. OTC versus OBA, says Hermita. Chio. I'm really surprised we didn't get Triple H, said Dawn. Love the show. 9.5, said Russell. Stay safe out there, said Jadam. John, shout out to you. Okay, I'm going to shut this down, and then we're going to be back. Obviously, I'll be back very soon. I'm not going to make you guys wait 26 minutes, so we'll redo that. John O said Ober versus OTC at SummerSlam is going to be epic. Grog Vlogs said I just got back to my car. 31 months as well. Grog Vlogs, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you had fun. I hope everyone had fun. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. I really do appreciate it. I had a great time watching this event with you guys, watching these past couple of days with you guys. Of course, we're back tomorrow with Raw. We'll be back in a moment with... I just got to get a few bits sorted. It might be a lengthy breakdown because I've got 110 slides. So I will be back in a moment with the breakdown. But yeah, really do appreciate it. Hope you had fun. And see you tomorrow for Raw. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.